Good morning, friends and traders. This is Topstep TV, the most watched, the most trusted futures trading stream out there. And we bring you the most popular traders across the globe, around the world, on a daily basis. This is the opening call. It is Thursday. I had to look at the calendar just there. It is Thursday, September 19th, 2024. I'm JD. You're looking at Hoag, John the Goat Hoagland. Mr. Hoag, how is it going this morning? How are we feeling? We ready to do this?
Oh yeah, I'm always ready, man. I'm feeling good, feeling excited about today. We've got the FOMC behind us. Great to see you, JD. Great to see everybody. Top of the chat, Dan Trader, Anastasios, Nick Nichols, Kingdom Citizen. That's a new one. John Jones, Michael, Mike Godfrey, Pete, Theo. Always here in the morning. Always good to see you, Theo. Bill Phillips, good morning. And that's all I can see. But welcome, everybody. We're happy to have you all here. Looking for an interesting, challenging, and always profitable trading day for us all. Remember, our focus here on the opening call is context, risk management, and patience.
A lot of chat all-stars right at the top of the list there. Good morning to everybody. All right, let's get going. Yesterday, they did it, Hoag. The first time in 4 years. March 2020 was the last Fed rate cut, and they did it. They came out swinging. 50 basis point rate cut. That's 1/2 of a percentage point to the layperson. And they're pointing at more rate cuts coming before the end of the year. In that post-meeting press interview, press conference, Fed Chair Powell noted that he doesn't really see anything to suggest a downturn right now. He said economic growth is strong, inflation is on the way down, and the labor market is solid for the time being. Stocks had a mixed reaction to it yesterday. We saw it. We streamed it live right here on Topstep TV. We're all looking at it together. We saw that initial knee-jerk reaction higher. Then we turned to close on the lows for the day. And now it looks like index futures will be opening with a gap higher at the moment. Pay close attention to Hoag's analysis in a few minutes when he talks about the index markets. Yesterday, David Green mentioned, he was on for group coaching and for Power Hour. He mentioned a couple times the likelihood of trend days after Fed days, high likelihood of that. We're seeing some early warning signs of that already this morning. We've got the NASDAQ trading up at 998 and the S&P at 57.68.5 currently. So stocks trading higher to start the day. Rates, back to the rates issue. Bank of England did not follow suit with the FOMC. They held their meeting early this morning and announced that instead of a 25 basis point cut, they're going to hold rates steady for the time being. The British Monetary Policy Committee voted 8-1 to hold rates as is for now, with the lone dissenting member voting for a 25 basis point cut. One member voting for a 25 basis point cut, 8 members voting to hold rates steady. They did, however, vote to reduce their bond exposure by 100 billion pounds over the next 12 months. Tomorrow, the Bank of Japan will also be holding their interest rate, a meeting discussing interest rates. So we'll report back to you on the outcome of that meeting tomorrow. It should be interesting to see what the Bank of Japan decides to do. One side effect of the rate cut is that shares of U.S. home builder stocks are off to the races this morning. Expectations of higher demand are growing. We got a taste of that information yesterday with housing data. Mortgage and refinance applications were up huge. Refinance applications were up 24% week over week last week. That's a huge increase. And housing starts also came out well above consensus ranges. A couple of stocks moving this morning are D.R. Horton, Lennar, Pulte Group, and Toll Brothers, all up about 3% pre-market this morning. Something we're going to keep an eye on. As far as the Mag 7 goes, closing prices yesterday, Apple up 1.8%, Amazon down 0.25%, Google up 0.3%, Meta up 0.3%, Microsoft down 0.5%, NVIDIA down nearly 2%, and Tesla down 0.25%. So mixed reaction out of your Mag 7 stocks after the Fed announcement. Oh, what do we got on the economic calendar this morning?
All right. Well, with the FOMC behind us, a lot of that focus is going to be on housing and the employment situation. And we had the jobless claims come out this morning at 7:30 this morning. They were expecting the initial jobless claims to remain at 230,000. It came out lower than that at 219,000. Continuing jobless claims were also lower than expected. One of the bigger numbers today, I would say, is the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index came out positive for the first time in a while, indicating an upturn in manufacturing in the Philadelphia area. Came out 1.7. They were looking for minus 0.8, so a little bit higher there. At 9 o'clock this morning, we have existing home sales. This is going to be another interesting one moving forward. This is, of course, information from prior to the FOMC. We also have misleading indicators. Well, it's leading indicators, but we always called it misleading indicators on the trading floor. At 9:30, the EIA nat gas inventories is due out. 10:30 Central Chicago time. There are two bill auctions, a 4-week and an 8-week bill auction. There's a 10-year tips auction at noon. As far as the VIX is concerned, that's down about 9% this morning with the markets kind of rallying all night. 16.59 last I checked. At this time yesterday, it was 17.73. Dollar index, not much of a change from yesterday. Currently, last I checked, 100.85. It was 100.86 yesterday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year, actually a little higher than where it was yesterday morning at this time. 3.76% last I checked. Yesterday at this time, 3.68%. Yeah, we've got the Bank of England keeping rates as expected. The Bank of Japan, that rate is actually due out tonight at 10 p.m. Central Time. If you are in the markets, be aware of that, of course. And that's about it for economic numbers today, JD. What else you got?
Just a quick note. I see a message from support coming in right now. I don't have chat open, so I can't see if there's any grumblings of this going on, but there was an issue with account creation overnight that has been rectified. So if you had a problem with account creation overnight, that problem has been corrected. So everything is caught up now. You should be all good to go. So if you had an issue last night, if you still feel need to contact support, go ahead, but that issue has been cleared up.
Awesome.
Overnight, let's take a look at stocks in European markets. Currently trading higher this morning. We got the FTSE up 0.98%, the DAX up 1.61%, and the CAC up almost 2%. Big rally in Europe going on right now. Stocks in Asia closed higher overnight last night. Also, Shanghai Composite up 0.69%, Nikkei up 2.13%, and the Hang Seng up 2 full percentage points. Quick look at crude oil. We're open now. According to yesterday's EIA report, EIA Petroleum Status Report, crude oil inventories fell to their lowest levels in a year last week, week over week. Inventories dropped by 1.6 million barrels to 417.5 million for the week ending September 13th. And at the Cushing, Oklahoma delivery hub, they said stocks fell by 2 million barrels last week. Cushing stockpiles have now dropped 10 of the last 11 weeks. That's according to Reuters right there. We're seeing some of those effects. We're seeing some of the effects of those numbers right now. This morning, crude oil futures were rallying overnight. We just opened up at 8 o'clock Central Time, and we are on new highs right now, trading at 71.08. Overnight high was 71.05. We breached that high just a minute ago, and trading on the highs as we speak. All right. What's our tip of the week, Hoag? Stay educated. Keep educating yourself. I think this goes far more beyond than just reading books, listening to gurus, watching TopstepTV. I mean, they say there's really no substitute for screen time when it comes to trading education. Being present when the markets are open, even if it's just being an active observer or trading a practice account, getting in front of the screen and watching nuance in the markets, taking a look at price action, reading the dome, getting a good feel for the market that you're trading, I think is very important. It goes a long way to maintaining an account for a long period of time. Hoag, we've been talking about this all week. What's new on the education front?
Well, we've been talking about educating yourself about markets. We've been talking about educating yourself about yourself. And I think you just really brought up a good point. You know, even if you're not actively trading, staying engaged in trading in a meaningful way can certainly help you continue to educate yourself. If you're just going to be throwing trades on in a practice account, it's not going to be all that helpful. You want deliberate practice in a practice account. You want to take trades that you would be taking even if you had risk on, and just making sure that you're accounting for everything that you do in that practice account. It's all this big encompassing um, thing in education. It's all about, performing, reviewing, revising, and performing. Review, revise, um, perform, review, revise, perform. It's a learning loop that you keep that education loop going. Keep journaling, keep learning more about yourself, keep learning more about how markets work. And, with some good hard work, you can certainly improve your trading performance. Always good to educate yourself.
Yep. And if you're looking for a trading buddy to help you out, check out our Discord server. We've got close to 100,000 traders in there. I know we're over 70. We hit 70 a couple weeks ago, so we got to be close to 100,000 right now. You're going to find somebody in there. We've also got our coaching team in there all day long. Feel free to jump in there, bounce some ideas off people, and get some feedback. Nothing wrong with feedback. All right, we're burning time here, Hoag. Let's take a look at some charts.
Yeah. Absolutely. So always we start with the daily in the S&Ps. The cycle of rate cuts has begun and the markets are feeling very happy about that. Don't forget, in these equities, tomorrow is expiration. Rollover will be ending tomorrow and into Monday, so I'm sure we'll all be very happy about that. But looking at this chart, our recent lows, we've got a pretty decent rally coming here in the S&Ps, or continuing in the S&Ps. The September contract all-time high was 57.21 quarter. The December contract all-time high, 57.85 half. Seems traders have that in their sights this morning. We are set to open above the weekly kickoff high. I am looking for new business, new buying to come in and continue this move to the upside. We are really at all-time highs here in the S&Ps. We're going to find out how much of that 50 basis point cut was in the markets today, tomorrow, and into next week as traders and investors digest what that all means to the marketplace. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We had a very narrow range before the numbers came out yesterday. We rallied, hit weekly kickoff high, threw it by a couple of points, turned around, took out the lows, closed near the lows. But ever since last night, ever since we've opened this in the overnight, we've been seeing price continue to auction higher and higher. We are going to be opening with a gap above yesterday's high, which I'm seeing right here is 57.55.75. And then what does that mean? Well, it means that the market is attempting to continue to move higher, rejecting the range from yesterday. If we open with a gap and we can't close that gap, that's going to tell me that the market is showing signs of acceptance of higher pricing, and I'll be looking for opportunities for longs throughout the day. If we do come back in, we sometimes we'll come back right down and check that gap close. That still can be a nice opportunity for an execution. It's not until we start to show acceptance inside value from yesterday where I start to think, okay, maybe we can pull back a little bit further. Overnight inventory is exceedingly long, but what are they looking for? They're looking for new buyers from longer time frames to come in and continue price action to the upside. If they get lucky, and we do see new business and new buying coming into this market, all of these longs from overnight are going to have a really nice fun day. If they start to get nervous, they may pull price back to cheaper levels to look for potential longs. It is going to be an interesting trading day. We'll watch what happens on the open because we are opening with a gap and out of range and out of value. Better trade locations may occur very early in the session. Keep that in mind. Now on to the NASDAQ. Oh, one more thing about the S&Ps. We lost 58,000 in open interest yesterday. Now, remember, that is a function of rollover. That was probably not short covering. That was just people liquidating some of those positions. And there's approximately 591,000 left in the September contract. Typically, between 400,000 and 500,000 will settle in cash after expiration. So we're getting pretty close to the end of rollover, I would think. NASDAQ, daily chart, different story. S&Ps are already all the way up here, and NASDAQ has been very weak and lagging on all that. With that regard, weekly kickoff is below price. I mean, above price. We still haven't taken out weekly kickoff high. We've done that in the S&Ps. NASDAQ certainly seems to be lagging in that regard. We added 19,000 in open interest yesterday. Okay, well, that's kind of strange because we lost a whole bunch in the S&Ps. We added a bunch in the NASDAQ. It's a different rollover. It's a different situation. And overall, even though they are related, they are different markets. Look at where we put in the low recently, the 200 session moving average. Look at where we put in the lows for the last 3 days, the 100 session moving average. The 100 session and the 50 session moving average are now converged basically at 19, let's call it 570. And we're holding those from last night and we're continuing to try and push higher. The 5% level off the September all-time high is something that there are going to be a lot of eyes on, and I'll be watching to see if we can maintain price above that level, 19,935. I know we've heard that number quite a bit, but I think there's still a lot of eyes on that off of the September all-time high. 30-minute chart. Well, look at this nice overnight rally we had here. Hopefully, of those that were trading in slow markets with Dakota, were able to get long, and or maybe they're still holding those longs. I think that would be fantastic. Overnight inventory, very long. Gap close would take us down to 19,900. Moving higher, the market is putting in new overnight highs as we speak. This is a trend to the upside. We have VWAP moving higher in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. I don't think I'll be trying to pick any tops in this today until there's some serious structure with which to lean on to do so. But we're still putting in new highs as we speak. So that trend is looking like it's going to be continuing at least until we get to the open. We'll see what the longer time frame and the major players are feeling like when we get there. Both profiles in the S&P and the NASDAQ ended up being neutral variation days, neutral days. In other words, there was a lot of price facilitation that occurred in the range from yesterday. If that facilitation of trade is used up, the market is going to go looking for new levels to facilitate trade, which it seems to be doing already here pretty steadily to the upside. What's the market's job? The market's job is to facilitate trade, and it seems to be seeking new levels to do just that. Now, take a look at crude oil. It's still in rollover. Okay. So we can't really depend on volume and open interest here just yet. We did lose 14,000 in open interest yesterday on an inside day, kind of a resting day, it looks like. But already we're seeing price continuing to move higher. JD was talking about some low inventories. Also, if we just cut rates, that's going to make money cheaper. People are feeling like the economy may be doing a little bit better than they were thinking, and that may increase demand in crude oil. So we've got the short time frame upside structure still intact. There is the potential for greater demand and low inventories. What's that mean? That means price is probably going to be going higher. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. I don't even think that they got the chance to lower gasoline prices at the pump before we started moving higher. All right, overnight inventory, long. We've opened with a gap. We're seeing the market probably getting a little bit nervous of some of these overnight longs, saying, okay, we're not seeing continuation here just yet. Let's lighten up on those positions, possibly giving us better trade locations for longs. The gap close would be down to 70.31. Not quite there yet. We've got VWAP above that, 70.45, 46, and we know all roads, just joking, would lead to VWAP. Maybe some decent opportunities as this market pulls back to look for cheaper longs. Again, if we get into range and value from yesterday, that's going to change that hypothesis. And we'll see how this plays out throughout the session. The profile yesterday, a normal variation day, neutral. Another day that the market used a lot of trade facilitation. The market currently seeking new levels to facilitate trade. If it doesn't bring new business up here, it could easily come back right into the range, right into settlement, and possibly even points lower. We do have an upside trend here, though, but nothing goes in a straight line forever. And we'll take a good look at gold here because I think gold is a fascinating market. We saw a big rally after the FOMC came out, and boy, the sellers just came in and knocked this thing right back down. It has created an area of balance. And looking at last week's high, 26.1460 is the upper end of that balance. The lower end of that balance, 25.80 approximately. These are nothing is finite in futures trading. Every level we talk about is a zone. We're not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything at those zones. Those are just levels that we're looking at as areas of interest. So cheaper money, does that push price higher? Right now, we're kind of here in a digestive area. 1, 2, 3 days, pretty much in the same range, or at least in the same area. We added 1,000 in open interest yesterday. Nothing tremendous as far as changes in open interest. And of course, the volume was going to be higher, but not incredibly higher yesterday. Market may just kind of idle here and look for decisions by longer time frame traders as to what they're going to do with all this information. Take a look at the 30. Yeah. So we get this question a lot. Gold settles at 12:30 Central Time. So the settlement price, 25.9860, occurred before the FOMC number came out. The FOMC number came out. We saw the big rally. We saw the big break. And the market really kind of finished the day here on the 5 o'clock, right around here. We came in. We looked higher. We came, closed the gap we've been trying to close for a couple of sessions, tested down to this naked point of control, looked below. Buyers came back in. Overnight inventory was long. Market has opened. It's taken us back into range and back into value. That is an overnight inventory adjustment if I've ever seen one. The market opened where? Down here around 25.80, 25.85-ish. We looked lower. Buyers came in, shorter time frame buyers getting longer and longer. The market opens. It doesn't take out the overnight high. They get nervous. They liquidate a lot of those positions, which turns them into sellers. And where did it take us? It took us right back to settlement. There may actually be longs still holding from lower levels here because they're still in profit. If they don't find buyers coming in here inside yesterday's range, things can get a little bit dicey for the longs. I love the fact that it traded down to settlement. We still have VWAP pointing higher. We haven't really seen any 30-minute bars close below VWAP, so I'm still thinking, maybe there's an opportunity for some sort of a long here. I'm not sure where and when. Profile yesterday, very narrow profile. The market just sat there waiting for the FOMC, and then boom, the FOMC comes out and everything goes crazy. A lot of risk, a lot of potential rewards. Hopefully you all protected yourselves. Folks, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, today and every day, pray for peace. Let's have a good trading day today. All right. $5.
I'm here. Muted. Excellent analysis as always, Hoag. Big shout out to our friend JT in the chat. Today is his wedding anniversary. Congratulations on your anniversary, JT. Hoag, can you guess what JT got his wife for their wedding anniversary? I'll give you one guess.
I can't guess because I saw it earlier. But what a wonderful gift. What a wonderful gift.
JT gifted his wife a trading combine for their anniversary. Best of luck to the two of you. They say the family that trades together gets paid together. So keep watching and let us know how your progress goes on that. All right, stick around, folks. We got a great lineup for you coming up. Coming up on Fast Markets, folks sticking around. Jack's coming in on PLB here, and you got Anne Marie Band. Everyone loves Anne Marie. She's coming on for Fast Markets. Power players, we got Kevin Yu. He's going to be joined by Dolby. Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben. Group coaching, myself and Hoag. This is the dynamic duo for group coaching today. We're going to pin a form in the chat in just a little while. Make sure you get your questions in there. Then we've got Market Stalking with D. Deeyana is going to be joined by Coach Jay, Robert, and myself. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jack, Hoag, and Francis Green. Another fan favorite, Francis Green, is going to be here. All right, stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break. We got a lot of more tradertainment heading your way. Hoag, I will meet you at the kegerator, and we're going to get this day started. Let's make some money. All right. All righty.
Get your Fed chairs in the gate. We're ready, and we are open already. You know me, I'm John Hoagland. I'm playing Andre today. We've got Anne Marie, always the rose in the middle of two thorns, and the thorn on the other side is, of course, Jack Pelzer.
I'll take it.
Great to see everybody. We're already open. We've got gaps all over the place. What are we looking at here this morning, Anne Marie?
Well, it's definitely a buy the dip. Here's my thing. I put on my thinking cap about what I really think is happening and what I'm seeing price action do. So it's clearly buy the dip, and this combine I have here is up this morning, and it's because I simply went to the last 1 hour candlestick low and hit a buy in there. And literally, as long as we're holding the low of the prior 1 hour candlestick, it's going to trend to the north. And so, I'm looking at both the NQ and the YM. The NQ obviously has some room to run relative to the broad charts. It's still lower than it's been, but I do think it's a buy the dip space. We are out of range, out of value, so we might not need to overcomplicate it. What say you?
Well, the opening ranges currently are the high of the session. Now, that doesn't surprise me, Anne Marie. We talk about this a lot. When we look at the price action from overnight, there's a lot of weaker hands longs in this market. So what I'm hoping for is we get some sort of inventory adjustment. We scare some
Yep.
of those longs out. They
Yep.
turn sellers. They give us better trade locations for potential longs. I'm
Yep.
really liking basically weekly kickoff high 5750 in the S&Ps because we've got the view app, which is currently 5752. If we get down there, it'll probably be right around 50. And we've got we've got yesterday's high. So a gap closed down to those levels looks like something that I might be very interested in taking a look at. Now, because we've opened out of range and out of balance, some of those trade locations, some of the best trade locations, may be likely to occur early in the session today. I was hoping to get a breakout to the upside from the opening ranges, maybe just to take an opening range trade to the upside. But I'm with you. I'm going to buy the dip mode here. I can almost hear Dakota saying, "Where do we buy it?"
Yeah. So something interesting that I've seen is that since Powell talked yesterday, the 10-year yields have actually been increasing, right? The ZN's been selling
I was
off.
going to ask you about that.
Yes, but now since about 7:30, looks like we had Philly Fed and jobless claims coming in a little bit lower than expected. It's kind of reversed course and gone back to the way we are accustomed to it lately, right? We're still steepening quite steadily in the twos, tens. So kind of a mixed bag there as far, it kind of goes with the stock sell off yesterday and then just screaming so far to the upside. So I am in buy the dip mode as well, but as you guys alluded to, I'm kind of being patient for the time being. And we'll have to see what MP says when he shows up. He's probably furiously driving down the back roads right now, but I'm sure he'll be here soon.
Looks like we are ready to bring him in. He got off the back roads pretty quick there, Jack. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, the CEO, the boss. MP is now here with us. Great to have you with us there, MP. Good to see you this morning. Love the shirt.
Yeah, stripes. You never wear them when you're on camera, from what I heard. I'm testing that theory.
Well, I can only wear like vertical because they're slimming. They're slimming, yes.
Well, they're slimming and it makes you're taller, all that kind of good stuff.
All right, happening? So we are off. We are on. We are open. We're just talking MP about looking for opportunities for longs by the dip kind of feeling here. It looks like that was the feeling all night long. And so we're just kind of being patient, looking for maybe a little bit of a deeper pullback, I think, to look for opportunities for longs. As far as levels are concerned, MP, I in the S&Ps, I love the 57.5 level, 57.50 even. That's the weekly kickoff high. It tested to yesterday on after the FOMC came up, looked at it, fell apart. Now it's holding above it. If we get a move back to that level, it brings us right down to VWAP, which is tilted to the upside. I'm looking at that as an interesting level for an execution. I'll be keeping an eye on our team levels here, and we'll see if we can get some good information there. But we're already in zone 1 in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, so we're up near highs here, and we'll keep an eye on those levels as well. Looks like we've got 57.50 as resistance yesterday and support today, possibly. That's the weekly kickoff high. That's Coach Vince mentions that number. 57.55. We've got Coach Jay saying that is the high of the FOMC reaction. I know he'll be hawking that level in that area as well. Yeah, we'll see how things play out. How you feeling today, Michael?
I'm feeling great.
I'm sorry.
Looking at you guys. I'm feeling great. I was looking at you guys long yesterday. I actually liked the long yesterday when you guys were talking it out at the end of the day. You were at around the 56.03s, 57.03s, ish twos. It did flush out at the very end, but then look at how high we are.
Right.
That, like,
Right. Yeah. If we could just hold them. We
We
only
showed
got
up
another.
late.
Something to keep in mind here is I like to look at the spot market because that's what, a lot of the action is. And the SPX is currently, we opened way into the all-time high territory, right? The highest close previously was back in July. Tuesday, July 16th was the high close. Yesterday, we were bouncing off that or just getting a little bit above and rejecting, I think, 5 times in the SPX for the sell-off. So I am going to be very interested. Well, I am interested in buying to see if we can close that gap to, I believe the previous all-time high close in the SPX was 56.70 or thereabouts. The premium is like 50 or 60 points. I'll have to calculate that for the December contract. But momentous day if we can hold these levels until close. All-time highs. Nick, if you're out there, blow an air horn.
Yes, we need the air horn.
So the question, John, is if you think it's a short term, if you think that they're short term traders that have been buying up the bottom, do we suspect that what we're going to end up seeing is any little weakness might push them out? Or do we think that if any little weakness doesn't grow into bigger weakness, then it's a bigger signal for more upside?
I think that we're already seeing a degree of an inventory adjustment because we were unable to continue the move after the open. So you have all these weaker hands longs in the market, and they're looking to the 8:30 open to see if they see longer time frame buyers coming into the market that would probably perpetuate price higher and continue to pay them on all those longs. But the weakest hands are the first ones that are going to be out. And I think we're seeing the weakest of the hands right now pulling off that overnight high. If we start getting a little bit deeper, then some of the longs that are holding those longs at better prices might start to get a little bit nervous. And that's when we may see a deeper pullback to the downside, which I'm hoping for because we're all kind of in a buy the dip mode. And I'm looking to that 57.50 weekly kickoff high, which was resistant yesterday, to be support. If we get a chance down there, I like that level. I don't know how you guys feel about it. There's a couple of people that have mentioned that area in the daily levels. Not seeing too much in information here coming in on our daily levels in the Discord, but as the day comes continues, I'll be keeping an eye on that to see if anybody's kind of agreeing on that level. So far, there's a lot of eyes that seem to be down at that level on many different kind of analyses, let's say.
So what time frame should we be looking at together for execution?
Well, I'm usually kind of looking at the 30-minute, and if I see an area that I'm really looking for, if we get down to that 57.5 level, and then I'll put it on a 5-minute chart and start to look for one of Dakota's three bar reversals, 2, any kind of basing that seems to be occurring there, and see how market reacts there. If it rejects it quickly, that might be something that we're going to have to respond to quickly.
Okay, Jack, what are you?
I
just want us to be focused in the same place. So
yes,
yeah.
What I'm trying to do right now, if I don't kill my connection computer, is to fire up my options stuff because we do have quarterly options expiration coming up tomorrow. So that could be big on sort of levels that become sticky in the next 24 hours and change in things like the stock indices. So I'll let you know what I find.
Till was when we were down 5 handles lower in the S&P and about 50 handles lower in the NASDAQ. It was minus 68%, 75%, 68 to 73-ish around there. That's what I caught, but it could have been more. And they wiped out all those weak shorts.
Mm-hmm. Look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's putting in highs now.
Exploding. So
yes,
for the NAS, as you guys know, I use Mentor Q option data for the gammas. And what we have this morning, particularly with the Qs, is all the option traders are that sold on these upper strikes are flat-footed.
Yes.
And so we've got it's hitting all the call resistance levels for 0 DTE, and that is making them have to buy the index as well as roll up the short call, and that could propel us just a wee bit more. I see 20,111 and then 20,242 if it exhausts. But because we know this is an option generated move, it's going to stall out once they've gotten their deltas in balance, and then they're going to unwind. So I'm looking in this move, because I see that it's option generated, everybody flat-footed having to buy the index and roll the calls. I'm looking for it to exhaust, and so that might happen in the next 15-20 minutes is my thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we do have more numbers coming out at 9 o'clock, existing home sales and misleading indicators at 9 o'clock. 4 and 8 week bill auction at 10:30 Central Chicago time. 9:30 the nat gas numbers due out, but I don't really trade nat gas that much. But just for those who do, we got 4 and 8 week bill auction at 10:30, 10-year tips auction at noon, and that's going to be pretty much it for economic numbers today. If you take a look in the upper left corner of your screen, it says hashtag fast markets. Hashtag send us pictures on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. We'll put them out there near the end of fast markets so you guys can all see all the great stuff that you are doing. Show us your P&L, show us a meme, show us anything you want, as long as we can put it on screen, and we will look forward to seeing those. Those are always a lot of fun. And boy, the NASDAQ sure was looking strong there for a minute. The S&P is far weaker. It is continuing to push down to those levels that we looked at.
And here's the really interesting things. It blew out of an early morning level at around, I'm using TradingView to populate these gamma flows, at 57.31. It blew out, and then it blew out past the next gamma line at 57.50. And remember, when the lines blow out, when the traders get into that area and they start buying, instead of having everything die on the vine, it forces them to enter the market, because all of a sudden they're upside down. And so we see this great big push up, and it goes for 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, and now it's fading. It's going to go right back into that gamma line that we're looking at around 57.50 and some change. That's also really close to the Tokyo high. So that might be a place where we collapse into that 5-minute time frame and look for a potential reversal event to see if the next group of buyers hop in. We could sit there. So
that's yet another level of confluence at that 57.50 level.
Yep.
Right.
Which right around here, we are just around 5,700, 56.97 in the SPX right now. So big fat round number in the spot market. If we start going lower from here, Anne-Marie was talking about the options hedging. I presume, I wasn't able to fire up my stuff, unfortunately, but I presume that there are a lot of options at that strike point in the SPX.
Absolutely. It's a huge number. So here are coming down into it. Let me move
72% short. Sorry, guys. I had forgot my phone outside.
Oh.
Yeah. let me go to a 2-minute and see if I can see any buying starting to come in there.
Yeah, this is the gap close right here to the session high from yesterday. Right back to weekly kickoff low here. We do have some some confluence down here.
Yep. And the VWAP is also there.
Right here. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to try a long.
Okay.
I just tried a small long, one contract, see if it gets traction.
Where are we at?
57.
S&Ps.
Yeah.
And what are we looking for in the S&Ps? You got long 57.
57.50.
Yeah.
VWAP is
57.
55. Yesterday's high is 55.
Yeah, so it's
Nice spot
bouncing
there.
right off of that. Yep. Nice.
Yes.
So now we just have to see how much strength is sitting in here, or if they have another leg of unwinds that are going to push them further into the heavy congestion, because we've got
And Murray, for the house account, where would you say the risk is on a long here?
So I normally will use an hourly candlestick formation. So let me go back to my hourly chart here. And here's the thing. This first pass move has got to start climbing up the wall of worry very quickly, or else it's going to get into trouble, right? Because we know we've got all kinds of cross currents going. Risk-wise, I think it's, 57.45. It's not very much. I mean, we came in and just clipped it. The problem is if we don't make a new high, or if we make a lower high on this candlestick on the run, and we don't hold any pressure there, we're going to break the 57.50 and we're going to start moving into the Tokyo, the range of Tokyo or London low, which is London low is right at the open, about 57.33. So I'm going to flatten this for $300 or whatever, simply because.
Did you get 55, Zan?
I got
took no heat on that.
55, 55 and a quarter.
Okay.
We kind of
so
just
I'm gonna be
closed the
Ryan.
gap there to the very highs after Powell spoke yesterday, and kind of
Yep.
back.
That's what we're looking at right now too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a lot of confluence at that level. We got weekly kickoff low, 57.50. The high from the release yesterday, 57. What was it? 55.75.
So Jan and
57.55.
Jan.
I'll go with that.
John and Ann. Hey, Jan.
That's my mom's name. That's my mom's name.
John, what Ann said about her long, what's others in the universe of trust saying?
Okay. So on the daily levels, there's yesterday's high. It's at 57.55. That was the high off the FOMC. That's a J level, is that high off the FOMC reaction. 57.50 is weekly kickoff high. Vince has it on here as resistance. I would call it support because it wasn't resistant yesterday. That's pretty much where the buyers ran out after the FOMC meeting yesterday. Went 5 points through it and then fell apart. So now we're getting back down to this level.
And you still have your 55s on, or
no,
whatever the.
I clipped them.
Okay.
I clipped them off.
Good for you. Nice trade.
Yeah.
So nice. I think what we're looking for here, Michael, is if we can put some sort of basing in here down around 57.50, maybe see a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart, then we go long. I'm not into jumping into this right now. I think we still got a lot of overnight longs that are starting to get more and more nervous now.
Exactly. Yeah, all the volume just came in now, right? In this, since the 8:30 open. If you look at the volume since the close yesterday, it's not much, right?
Yep.
So See money, take money on the longs.
There's a scalp trade there, but I have no idea how much it'd be good for, simply because nobody's shown up. I mean, I'm looking at a 2-minute price chart and I'm still making lower highs and lower lows.
That being said, the Mag 7 is still loving it. Apple up 3%, Amazon 1.5, Google 1.1, Meta 1.7, Nvidia up 3.8%. We're back. Rates are lower.
Yeah, all is well.
All is well.
I it's pretty interesting. It feels like I was just on my LinkedIn. I barely ever look at it, but when I was looking at it, I've seen a lot of people like either not hiring or we just laid off our incredible creative marketing team, blah, blah, blah. If you're looking for a great team, connect with me. Like laying off or pruning up or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't seem as
right sizing.
Right side, yes.
Yeah. You want to be a real Silicon Valley guy. That's what you say.
Oh, yeah. Or a Wharton grad. Or a Wharton grad that used to run Topstep. Said right sizing.
I'm going to pull my tinfoil hat out and put it on and say I believe that these rate cuts are a colluded event to help support the commercial real estate space that has been struggling really a lot, and also to give these guys time to unwind and refinance, because there's definitely a linchpin there that just needs to get worked on. So I don't see deflation or lowering inflation. So my thought is that that's what it's for.
Yeah, we have about 5,000 people in here. So what do you guys think? Are you guys seeing the labor market start to what do you start seeing? Is it cooling off? Are you seeing people hiring in your neighborhood, your community, laying off, or forcing a synthetic layoff, which is a come back to work 5 days a week, 9 to 5.
We could run our own. Hey, this is the first time I'll ever do this. How about a poll? We can run our own unemployment non-farm right now. All we need is a poll.
Yeah.
It says
we should run our own non-farm.
Wait. We might need 2 polls. It's going to be, because we have to ask the question, are you employed or looking for a job? Or are you not looking for a job? So if we do that in one, it would be, are you employed? Are you not employed but seeking work? Or are you just not seeking work?
I like this.
We'll think. I'll write it and
do a poll on the fly. I like it. I know at Topstep, we're not really hiring that much right now. We went on this crazy. We hired 100 people in a year.
Gosh, yeah.
Or something like that. It was bananas. And a lot of that had to do with
we did not just let go of our awesome creative team.
No. I actually did read that one. I'm like, I wonder who these people are, if they're any good. Bring them on ours. But in general, we did a little. We're still growing really, really strong and fast. But a lot of ours had to be hired because of our technology and our stack and supporting. We wanted the level of support to be maintained at scale. I used to be a support rep when I first started. So I would answer emails and phone calls and all that kind of stuff and help people, when it was a band of one. But then having that support. So that's what we did. And now we have a whole new tech stack that's getting rolled out by like November. It was October, but it'll probably be like November 1st. They don't want to rush it since our support response times are like absolutely kick ass right now. No delays, almost instantaneously. And we're going to have a better technology to sit on and help support all of our traders. So that being said, I say, hey, we're all talking in the leadership team. We're like, we're not hiring and we're stopping. And that's really when it comes to that. And then other departments, we're not really hiring out right now. Engineers, marketing team, no. Small stuff, social help and things like that. But That's us. That's my little. I'm trying to give a sneak peek on 170 employees and a company that's making an impact.
Here, I'm going to kill that poll. The wording is very important here if we're going to make this scientific.
We're
Look
10
at
points
that
off
bounce.
7.5 now. I think we're
Yeah.
seeing buyers coming in down there.
Yeah.
We got those 50s down there. Those were who was talking about
were
that
gold.
that area? That was
Ton of
nice.
us. Yeah.
All of us.
A lot of us saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What describes your employment situation, Jack? You were just creating this is a clinic you're putting on right now.
Yeah.
Because I think that's how the question's asked. You don't count if you have to be actively seeking a job and unemployed to be counted as unemployed.
This is very, very cool. Creating our own non-farm payroll poll.
Now, the statisticians would say that this is very skewed by sample, but interested to see what y'all are doing.
How about this? We'll be in the ballpark. We don't need to be on center field. We don't even need to be on the pitcher's mound right there. Be in the ballpark.
Also, 40% of our audience isn't in the United States, but this is still interesting.
Seriously,
I actually
40%?
Maybe 30, something like that.
I put unemployed but actively seeking a job. I accidentally clicked that when I went to go unemployed. So you guys know I'm unemployed and I'm actively seeking. So you have a buddy.
Gonna pick up some shifts there, Michael.
Yeah, pick up some nights. I used to work nights and trade. Nights as a bartender, trade during the day. In my 20s, I could do it. No chance I could do it anymore.
Can't do it now. Not a chance.
No, John, you
Yeah,
had that experience. A lot of people in Chicago, you would have yeah, it takes a lot of pressure off. Don't quit your day job or get a second income stream is always nice. It takes pressure off you having to feel like you have to make money.
For sure.
Well, those 757 halves, 5750s are looking pretty good now.
I know. So, John, I'm was there a play there that Ian was out, so she wasn't in, and she's an on air spotlight. But then also you're everybody you said the 50s too. So I'm gonna be a little more on my toes.
We're seeing basing down there. There still could be some opportunity down here.
Yeah. Plus, we're really.
We didn't get that 3-bar reversal, right, Ann?
It didn't. It just turned around and started rocketing back up.
That's what we were looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been a good. What do we think about the fact if we take a look at something and we go, oh my gosh, everybody's seen the number, we put a small size in with a tight stop that sort of dips our toe in the water.
Yep.
Because
I like that.
literally every single one of us saw that number.
Yep.
What I really liked about it was the limited risk on it. We were only, we could risk 5 or 6 points if we bought it right at 757.50.
Thank you, Hoop. Do we have a number right now?
Yes, we do. Existing home sales and misleading indicators. I'll let you know here. Leading indicators. Well, existing home sales down 2.5%. They were looking for 3.9 million, came out 3.86 million. That doesn't sound like 2.5%, but leading indicators up 0.2%. They were looking for down 0.3%.
So a nothing burger, essentially.
Pretty much.
Well, we got another hot number off the wire, and that I closed that poll and calculated it, and the Topstep unemployment index is currently at 20%.
Interesting.
What do you mean?
Well, that sort of makes sense in terms of the skew, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Well, that was just interesting to see. Thank you for humoring us there.
Unemployed but not actively seeking. So 34% of people are unemployed and not actively seeking a job. So does that mean only the people that did the pool unemployed but actively seeking a job? Does that mean you are a full-time trader?
Yeah,
Full-time
they're making money
saver, or-
trading.
There is a lot. There are people. Well, yes,
it could.
Yes, there are, because we share it all the time. But on social, there's just seen more than I have ever seen.
Yeah, and that's the way
Almost
non-farm works, right? There's a couple of numbers. You only count, so the 20% there comes from the people that are unemployed and actively seeking, divided by them plus the people who are employed. So there's two parts. When you see those NFP numbers, the unemployment rate only applies to people. You are only counted as unemployed if you are unemployed but actively seeking a job. And some things that have caused distortions in that is now, and I don't know if anyone knows exactly what it is, but there is ample opportunity right now to, I'll call it work, as in it definitely is work, but not probably employed in the general sense of like you can always do DoorDash or not, I was gonna say YouTube there. Only the best can do YouTube. DoorDash,
Be a
Uber,
YouTuber.
Lyft.
You're encouraging people to go be a YouTuber. What?
Listen, if you're down on hard luck,
Turn
go to
that
YouTube.
camera on.
Turn that camera on.
So unemployed are not, I mean, retired are not necessarily unemployed.
No, they're not. They don't count.
No.
As part of the, that's the labor force participation rate is the other part of it. Hey, that website you're mentioning there, OnlyFans, I just saw paid out $6.6 billion to its creators last year.
No way.
Holy
billion in what?
Yeah, it's big.
A year?
6.6 billion, and I believe the entire salary cap of the NBA is what I saw. Yearly.
Hold on. Like from inception, like the start of OnlyFans, or like last year, or the quarterly, or this year?
No, I think like last year.
Holy bananas.
I would say I'm not surprised.
I've never been on there, and we don't have to go on it. But like, what is it? Just like a Skinamax?
Is this where Andre is today? This where Andre is.
Why do you say that? That's exact. No. Is it all that, or is it?
Yeah, it's all kinds of things. Apparently, I mean, the only people I see highlighted are, generally porn stars. But, I mean, we know that industry.
So you've been on it.
Alive? No.
Do they have like a payout leaderboard, like the most paid out, and then what they do?
Sort of, because they do. They rank. They rank their top folks. Yeah, I heard this through the grapevine, of course.
They're trying to push Michael into they want to get away from that pure association with that. So I see that they always highlight creators like, hey, this person's given their cooking tips on OnlyFans, presumably to make it a little bit of a cleaner thing. So maybe we could have a Topstep OnlyFans. Not to do anything.
Was it meant to be like a, it was nasty
porn
site, or was it meant to be like, hey, check out how I cook my eggs kind of thing?
No. Everything on the internet begins with
your
porn.
art, John. It's an expression of your art. That's what it came out to be.
Well, I just looked it up, and the top 3 earners of 2024 in OnlyFans, 2 of the top 3 do not make pornographic material.
There you go. It just gets a bad name. Okay,
I'll look into it, Michael. We're gonna make this happen.
Gets a bad name.
Very interesting.
Number 2 is Cardi B. Number 3 is Iggy Azalea. Number 1 is someone named Bella Thorne. I don't know.
Oh, but yes, yeah.
She directed some.
Yes,
of those movies.
She's from the adult film industry. Bella Thorne. I know.
I plead the 5th.
Wouldn't have guessed it was me and Ann that knew that. All right, what are we doing in the markets?
All right, speaking of markets, we are 21 handles higher from that
I
nice
know. I wish I had
area
gotten
where
out.
everybody was liking, and I did nothing in the house account.
There's more chances
times.
coming. There's
Yeah.
more
Always more
chances.
chance. This is an opportunity making machine, Johnny. Makes
Absolutely.
opportunities every day. You just got to find them that fit you.
There's a lot of stalling. You know, the NQ is in a little bit of a stall. It's trying to break higher, but it's got itself a little bit of a stall. The YM is definitely stalling. So maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see a good topping formation near the value area high. What do you have for value area high in the ES?
Today's?
Yeah.
73 and a quarter.
Oh, yeah. Mine here says 77, but I think I maybe have a day and a half of data sitting on there. So, yeah. Might want to short that.
I mean, S&P still has the opening range at the dead ass high of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to put a limit order right in between our two numbers at 775.
So you're looking for a short there?
Short, yeah. I just put it up. We're coming into the point of control, so it's going to be noisy around there. So we might,
Yes.
it might. I mean, it looks pretty good.
So Michael, Emery's looking at a short, and the S&P is up at 57.75, which brings us back into the opening range, but does not take out the high of the opening range. High of the opening range is 79 and a quarter. That is pretty much your risk if we're gonna take out the high of that opening range.
Yeah.
After it was left at the dead high, you don't want to. You probably don't want to be short anymore unless we create some sort of failed upside auction. But we're not going to find that out for 20 minutes here, if we even get a failed auction up there. So you're looking tops 10 points of risk.
I think there's a short building in the YM here too. What's everybody talking about? I mean, the numbers. What's everybody thinking about short action up there?
All right.
I don't even know if it's going to come to us.
Well, Coach Jay was talking about that 750 level again. He said if we can't hold that, the 730 level, yesterday's iceberg area, can easily be interesting. If you remember, we saw those big iceberg orders there yesterday.
Yeah. And that's also Europe open. That's the region for Europe's open. So I like it.
Would you say the chop is over right now? You got the Fed that just did their thing. You got roll that's happening right now.
Right.
I don't think so.
You can still get wicked out.
My thought.
You know, it's so funny. And Pierce, congratulations, buddy. I'm at the driving range yesterday, and while I'm hitting the ball 10, 20 feet, this is just me hating on myself because I just get worse and worse as I play. The ball guy, or the guy that kind of picks up the balls in the cart, whatever that drives it, and they put it like that.
Trying to hit him.
He stopped. What's up, Michael? Like, you can't really tell inside of there. And then I'm like, Pierce? Like, yeah, what's up? I hooked up all the bad guys that put bags on your carts and all that kind of stuff, and do all the stuff around the course with all an account. I said, hey, you guys are going to all be on here, and I want to see how you guys do. So when I come down here, I can talk to you guys, and we can talk shop. And 2 guys took me up on it out of 10. It's free ride, guys. Try something out. So tuning in. Yeah. So Pierce got funded, and he's so stoked. He got up to $4,000 in his funded account. And he had texted me this like the day before. I'm like, hey, how'd you do? He's like, man, I got $100 left. I'm like, take it easy. Take it easy. The fact that you got funded, I'm proud of you because you just started trading. And he's like, I'm doing this in ICT. If you're listening, he's like, do you know ICT? I'm like, yeah, I know ICT. talked. We've invited him on here. I would love to get him on here. So, Michael, if you'd like to come on here, he's like, yeah, I'm looking at his concepts and they're interesting and just love TopstepTV and all that kind of stuff. He's like, but I only got $100 left. And now I'm kind of like in this, like, I don't know what to do stage. I go, welcome to trading. Slow down. Don't worry about it. You were just at 4,000. You just got funded. You're doing a hell of a job. Keep jabbing away. And it's just fun to see somebody start from totally new. And now he's talking about psychology and reading psychology books. And I'm like, there you go. I go, you're going to have fundamentals, or not fundamental, technicals and all that. They're pretty obvious right there. You can see them. But getting your upstairs and then your risk management and then controlling your behaviors, managing your emotions, controlling your behaviors is going to keep you from making real stupid mistakes. You're going to be feeling like you want to pull the trigger all the time. He's like, yeah, today. He's like, before the FOMC. He's like, and then I was like, no, I heard you guys doing that too. I'm like, okay, cool. So that was just really cool. And then I went back to slicing and chopping the ball away. But yeah. I don't know
That's awesome.
Maybe he can help you with your golf game.
Yes, that would be a good horse trade right there, is what they call it.
Right. All right. It is 9:45. No current positions. Just taking a look here at crude oil. Overnight longs. A little bit of adjustment, closing the gap, kind of falling into range bound, pretty much centered around VWAP. We've got gold. Overnight longs. All right. Well, another inventory adjustment, right back to settlement. We haven't moved since we were on the opening call in gold. We're still sitting right here at settlement. And we're hawking trades here in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ. The S&P and NASDAQ pretty much 50-50 as far as the tilt is concerned. 58% long in the NASDAQ. Nothing impressive there. Nothing all that impressive really in. Now we were short 61% in crude, but still very range bound and centered on VWAP. So probably not much to do there. We got 15 minutes until the nat gas numbers come out. And we usually will have a little bit of news coming up here, right, Jack?
Yeah. If we have a spare minute here, I could shout out a little news.
Love it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Being on, got to open these real quick. We got some hot news. First, the Fed Watch tool is back online. Now, for the November meeting, we have a 67% chance. So about 2/3 to 1/3, 2/3 for quarter point, third for a half. I thought as long as I was here, I would talk a little bit about where these numbers come from, because this is interesting and really an option for degenerates that I had no idea existed. Okay. They come from the SOFR futures, which stands for Secured Overnight Financing Rate. We go to the next chart that I sent you here. This is an example, essentially, those futures yesterday. So this is the 1 month future for that. You can see here that big spike is the Fed release, because it essentially goes from it becomes a binary option at that point. Essentially, you're either right or you're wrong, and it's going to adjust there. But you can see how the probability was rising. You see over the last week or so, the higher this was going, the higher the implied probability of a 50 basis point cut versus a 25 cut. So I don't know. Just for me, maybe we add the secured overnight financing rate futures to Topstep. Just for me.
That'd be nice. Michael, speaking of adding that, Michael Hurton, any update on Eurex? We're talking to Eurex. We had a call with them on Monday or Tuesday. Danny did. So we're going to try to get that Eurex data in here. They're making strong moves to get in front of more Eurex retail. I don't like the word retail. Retail traders. There's institutional retail, so I guess
more U.S. traders, I would think, right?
That too. DAX would be great. Yeah, all that stuff we're working on. Then the group with building out TopstepX knows that this is a high priority item that we want. So we're working on that.
Excellent. Far more important news too is that we have some baby animal news that is sweeping the internet.
Oh.
Why does Pesto, record-breaking baby penguin, have TikTok in a frenzy? Well, I will tell you why. At 9 months old, Pesto weighs 46 pounds, making him the largest chick that Australia has seen. Let's take a
Ever?
look at this unit. We have another picture here. Look at this.
Huh.
He hasn't
Size
even
of a
lost his crown.
This is a future number one overall pick right here in any
Holy
penguin sport.
smokes.
And because we missed it before,
Sumo
sumo,
wrestling.
this penguin's gonna beat the shit out of seals. I can see it coming. Although he's in a zoo, so it probably won't happen. Also, we missed when it came out. The baby pygmy hippo Mudang from Thailand has
Aw.
the
That's the
internet
cutest
in a
one.
storm too.
100%.
If you make a bad trade today and you need something to mellow you out, a little eye bleach, as people call it, go look up some pictures of Mudang because
Eye bleach. I've never heard that.
it
It's
was
so
hard.
cute. I want
Yeah,
one
it
of
was
those.
hard to pick. It was hard to pick. Well, okay, Pablo Escobar. It's hard to pick just
They were-
just one picture of Mudang. So go online now, go to your Google and check out some Mudang pics.
Yeah.
And that's our news.
He did
for
not
now.
have a hippo, Jack.
Yes, he did.
He did.
That's why. Yeah, that's why there's still true story. That's why Colombia has a problem with like some hippos that are still in the jungle because they escaped from Pablo Escobar's private zoo.
Really? Hey, I have these 75s working right now. Should I still keep them going? What do we like?
And Marie, what do you like?
You guys are talking
Mine is still sitting there.
at 75 or are you?
Yeah, it's 75 and a quarter.
All right. So
75 and a quarter.
because we've been thinking buy the dip all day, if we do take a short, it's see money, take money.
Yep. Totally
How
agree.
much risk?
Maybe 2 ticks over the 3 ticks over the
Pesto? What's it?
The
Alright,
high
so-
of the session.
yeah, or maybe 4 ticks. I don't know. What do we need?
I say 81.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Jack,
That's
is
6
Pesto
points of
the name
risk.
of it?
Mudang is the name of the hippo. Pesto's the penguin. I don't.
I just found out
yeah.
Topstep spelled backwards, and I haven't done this ever. Is pet spot. I don't know why I'm putting that pesto and pet spot because I'm like, is that Topstep spelled backwards? Because I saw that yesterday.
It's your nice
Never really
business.
put
A pet store.
some useless information for you.
Okay, that's hilarious.
All right, we're short 5 from a quarter, 75 quarter.
All right.
We have another 76 working there. Ann, are you in? I take it.
I am.
Got
I am. I'm also short. I'm also short the YM.
57.63 or thereabouts in the ES is the 57. I'm dyslexic. 57.63 or thereabouts is about what the SPX 5700 level is, and I think that could be kind of sticky. I don't know how far we want to advance against it. There's nothing but calls for tomorrow above that. There's no puts, so
I was scaling into that with a bunch of 5 lots, but I only got hit on the first 5.
All right.
Where's our risk on that one more time, John?
81. NASDAQ's putting in new highs.
Yep, I see that.
Tesla and Nvidia both up over 5%. Apple 3.6%. Those are the leaders there in the Mag 7.
What's see money, take money on a move?
Well, I would say if we're risking 6, we take 6. Or at least take 4 off at 6, leave a runner on just in case.
Yeah.
I'm thinking shorts are brave as well. Very often we think, all right, we're buying dips, and then we end up taking a move in the opposite direction. We're such reversion traders.
Yep. Yep.
I'm just peeling them off that are on here. Just touch it. We took no risk on that. Yeah, no, we have. Where's my position?
Leave a runner just in case.
Yeah, we have 3 on. Well, good read thus far, guys. Whoa.
So far, so good. Point of control is 63.75.
Yeah.
TPO point of control.
VWAP is 58.
When it's going your way, you never have enough on. When it's going against you, you have too many.
Yeah.
Dad's wisdom.
Right. Yep.
And as much, I think there could be some
0 risk
support here in the low 5760s.
Yep.
In the low.
0
That's
heat.
what I was mentioning.
0 heat. 0 heat. Somebody got ticked out on their stop. They're short. And then we got our short in.
Yep.
The tick. Sucks to be them. Been there before 100 times.
Michael, I could hear my dad saying that as you were saying it.
Right.
It's going your way.
No one who taught me that one.
Never have enough on.
So we're seeing some buying come in. Anybody looking at the dome at about 57.70? See what folks are doing around there. It feels like people are trying to hit the bid at around 68 and some change. What are we seeing?
Sorry, I just lost $9 there. Trying to click on the wrong thing.
So we're still short from.
There may be some bids being placed on there at 68.5. There's 5,674 contracts that traded there in the regular trading hour session. Just under 500 of them were on the bid. So maybe a little bit of just putting in some small bids. It's not a huge iceberg or anything. The next level higher is 70. And there's no icebergs there. A lot of volume, a lot of liquidity right there, but nothing directional as far as I can see as far as Delta is concerned.
Okay.
Overall Delta, we're negative 10,000. That I think is a little congruent because we're up near the highs, and that to me says we may squeeze some shorts here.
Yep. I'm flat.
Out of this trade.
Yeah, I went flat at 70. I just saw the buyers coming in at 68, and I was like, I don't like that. Because we're running very counter trend.
5 minutes to Nat Gas going out here. For you Nat Gas traders.
All right. I just kept one on at a.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
And we are making lower highs and lower lows, to be sure, on the 30-minute for the ES. So, I mean, there's the ability to track. There's a low volume node of 57.46. There's, I mean, all kinds of places that it could fade. This whole market's got me very
kerfuffled.
Right. I'm the cat that I saw a hilarious video of a cat on a counter coming up to a toaster, and then the toaster pops and the cat just goes absolutely bananas.
Bang.
But that's how I feel the market has me right now. I'm just
funny when you scare a cat, they go straight up in the air.
Yeah, that's what this one did.
And you use the word bananas. I've in my 45 years have not used this word as consistently as I ever have or done in my life. And 2024 is like the year of bananas. I don't know. I hear it
is.
all the time. I hear it all the time. Bananas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
not
is
fun.
bananas. I'm not really sure where that term ever came up because, bananas by themselves, they're just kind of chill.
Well,
and
back in the
yellow.
day, it's like, oh man, he's bananas. Like he's crazy.
Yeah,
Now it's just
Yeah.
like all things awesome.
yeah. All right, I wonder if I want to take this one again. Maybe I'll wait. See if that 77 comes in. 770. Oh, there it
Wow.
goes. Boom.
There it goes.
Wow.
Short
That's a
squeeze.
number, yeah.
Wow. I just
Yeah,
thought that was like
that was impressive.
2 handles away and just like a NASDAQ ripped through our stop on that one lot.
We just
All right,
lost
guys.
3,000 on that negative delta on that. That was all stops.
Wow. Okay, so one of the
Okay.
numbers I talked about this morning is here in the NQ. It is, man, my internet is the worst today. It's 20,117. It just crossed over that, and now it's at this 26 number. So let's see if it does anything.
Well, good cover there, Michael.
Oh, just following the lead of smarter folks than I.
Quick decisions. I love it.
Yeah. They got to be made in these markets. It's just insane. What's oil doing today?
Let's take
Yeah.
a look-see.
You got a bunch of noise in the background here. The my landscapers, we've been canceling them for like 2 weeks straight because it's been so dry. We don't need anything. The grass is not growing. They always come on Friday. They came on Thursday. They got
Lance, listen, if you live in Florida, you cannot get away from them because there's either hedge clippers, edge trimmers, big lawnmowers. They're everywhere all the time. You cannot get rid
Wow,
of
we're
them.
trading 80s now. Wow, 80,
Yeah.
81.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the world of trusted folks saying right now?
Beep, 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 beep,
82
beep,
half.
beep.
Or sorry, 57,
Just heads up,
82 even. We're in the S&Ps.
We got an EIA natural gas report coming out in 1 minute, less than 1 minute. Just a heads up, guys.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, JD.
Hey, CD. Let me see what they're saying here.
And
Well, yeah, a lot of focus around that 5750 level. Earlier.
Let's
Mhm.
go.
My music man was pointed out that there was a weak high against the overnight session and the regular trading hour session. We just took that out.
I mean, how genius would you look as a trader to get into that? Who? Don't lie, please. Who got into the 5750s down there when we were saying, and who's still sitting?
yeah, that's the thing. Are you still sitting in
Karma,
it?
You
the trading
disgust
world
me.
will come back and bite you. So bad.
New highs. New highs.
We got the December contract all-time high at 57.85 half.
What's the
get ready
SPX
with the air
doing?
horn.
Oh,
No,
I don't know
who's
if I have
holding
this
it?
thing.
Still? If you got long down there, I got long at this price, still holding it, still holding the 2 lot. Whatever. That would be sweet. Just to sit here and listen. You could have sat here, listened, and kicked your feet up on your desk. That's how nice that just slow grind
That
up.
was a very sweet trade.
Way harder said than done.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
yeah.
oh, we took out the
100%.
contract high there by a quarter point. Just a tick.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Look at that. Wouldn't that be incredible? Oh, someone's about to feel like a champ or an idiot. 48 contracts traded there.
30
Wow.
handles.
ES
no
has the
heat on that
opportunity to do the funniest thing ever right now.
somebody talking right now? Is this just all stops being run from?
I think so. If it were me to say, I think so.
When we had that deep negative delta, when we were short that 5 lot or 3 lot or whatever we had left, and I said, I'm out on this, because that deep negative delta was short time frame traders coming in today trying to sell this thing, trying to knock it down, and they just got run
Smashed.
over. Yes, they
So
did.
so
So
play,
now
play the game. Short time frames
Go ahead.
is usually retail. Short time frames usually retail.
Yeah, they're the weakest hands and the shortest time frames.
But and I just watched that video, those down on the trading floor videos that I say you guys that I saw, they popped up in my YouTube, whatever. I'm like, I was listening to one of them. He's like, well, now the activity has gone to the screens, and with all those 1 lot traders, when 1,000 lot comes into the pit, that's a big order. You can get 1,000 lot pretty really quickly with 1,000 retail traders on a 1 lot, and that's a big order. And we used to look at those orders as being institutions. So a lumped up retail folk saying the same thing, 1 lot is an institutional, trade. So
When they're all one way, they can move the market.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he was saying on there. I'm like, that's really, I've never heard anybody just combine say all the 1 lot traders out there. I'm like, I always say that all the traders out there, but then I'm like thinking about it. If everybody had a 1 lot on right now, and there's 1,000 of them, that moved in the NASDAQ. There's just a lot of people in their personal brokerage accounts trading the NASDAQ right now. That can move things. When you guys get wicked out and all that kind of stuff, I mean, you trading against the other guy probably just like you too. But right now, going to today's point, seems like it's bigger money coming in here, right? Is that what you would say, John? Because you said the short time frames are getting steamrolled. Feel like they're getting steamrolled. Does that mean bigger money institutions are moving? And then they're getting better. That's accelerating the momentum.
We had a lot of overnight longs. That pullback down to 757.5 was probably a lot of those overnight longs getting out, but they ran into longer time frame buyers that started moving their bids up, decreasing the value or increasing the negativity of delta. So that's when I noticed that, I said, you know what, I'm out on the shorts here. We got to get out of this. I said, I'm out on this, because it was basically saying that we found what we were looking for. We found the buyers in a longer time frame, because they're just scooping up whatever the short time frame traders that use market orders to sell into the market will take. And it's not obvious all the time, like with obvious iceberg orders. They just do it so sneakily sometimes it becomes very difficult to recognize it. That's why I look at the regular trading session delta overall, because I looked up and down the profile, and I didn't see any really specific iceberg orders like we saw yesterday. So when just looking at that delta throughout the day, and it's still negative 7,600, there's probably still shorts there. If we hold the IB high, this thing could continue to move higher. But it was that delta, that negative delta, that said, hey, there's something else going on here. When we're at the high of the day, you would think we would have positive delta, but we had some pretty deep negative delta. And when I saw that, I said, that's it, we're out of this. And then we saw the pop, and we still, I think, have some shorts that are still stuck in this market and in today's time frame, today's weaker hands traders.
Super hard to get short right now, right? Super hard to get short, wouldn't it be?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't want to.
Not.
Oh, no, sorry. Super hard to get long right now, right?
That's the hard thing to do. Is usually the right thing.
Yeah, exactly. As a retail, I'm like, no way I'm getting long right now. So something to think about. Mass Superman, love Topstep, and I like how MP asks basic questions, even though I think he knows the answer to educate new traders. Sometimes I forget, like, even the foundation of trading. So it's always good. That's why you learn so much when you teach, or just get in part of a group and just ask questions. You're like, oh shit, I remember that. That was like the second year I started trading. How did I forget that? So yeah. And I started trading in 1997. Only one thing I've done. All right.
97.
Oh, speaking of Masked Superman, guys, I got a story for you. I played Superman in Aspen yesterday. Superman. And I saved Gotham City from a drunk driver. A drunk driver was in the middle of driving down Main Street and driving really slow and then swerving. It's 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. It's
Gotham is where Batman lives, though. Just saying.
Metropolis is Superman.
But that's
I had my finger in the mute button.
I'm roaming the plane with my cape going through down Main Street, and I'm like, what
potential
the hell
failed
is
upside
this
auction occurring now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's get in the markets real quick. I'll tell you a story. It's actually really good.
I want to hear this.
Yeah. I was flattered, yet I had to call a cop. So how about that? I'll leave you with that.
We'll be preempting a short here. I don't like it, but
was anybody talking about any of the levels up there in the 87s, 57, 87s, or
not 87s, but they were talking 84 and
84.
Didn't
Yeah, only taken 4.
I think John said something like that. Yeah, so I went short. Nice. I just took it.
Nice.
I don't know how well it's going to hold, so I'm just
got to talk to us, Anne Marie. Don't hide those good trades from us.
I was trying to, but I didn't move my mouth fast enough. I was too hung up on wait.
It happens.
Superman's not from Gotham. Should I tell him?
I still want to see it check
all over the place. What is he talking about?
Yeah, the low 5760s by tomorrow.
We got 4,700 people watching. Make sure you hit the like. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. I got to call out a nice success story. Abthodon locked out past 5 more combines today. Congratulations.
Awesome.
See?
Awesome.
So yeah, in the markets, I mean, we're basically hanging right at the IB high, and we've got 20 minutes before we can find out if we're going to leave a failed upside auction there. Try and be patient. There's more opportunities.
Yes.
All right, Michael, go on with your Superman story.
Yes, I want to hear this story.
Let's hear it.
The Superman flying through it now. So I drive down Main Street. You know, it's 25 miles an hour, and I'm like, okay, this person's on the left lane. I'm in the right lane, going east. And then they're swerving like this back into my lane, slowed down, came to a complete stop. And then I'm like, I'm not one of those guys who's like lays on the horn. It's a small town, Chicago, all day long, but it's a small town. And then they start driving. Now they're in the middle, you know, two lanes, and then the middle where you can turn left. You know, they give you space where you can turn left and right for those people who want to turn left and right. And she's like driving straight down that. So then I'm like, I drive next to her. I'm like, yo, you okay? And she's like, looks at me. She's like, can I buy you a drink? I'm like, what? I go, what? Are you okay? And then she looks at me. She's like, can I buy you a drink? I'm like, oh my God. Okay. She's hammed. I go, no, you need to get off the road. Like, no, like get off the road, chill out. Immediately takes a hard left. And I'm like, okay. So like, she's hammered. I know she's hammered. And guys, somebody says you're a snitch. I have kids that walk the streets of this Gotham City. And yes, I will. If somebody doesn't know what planet they're on, then yes, I will call them in. So went down the street, took a left, took another left. Now we're coming head on to each other. You know, she's driving 20 miles an hour. And I put my hand out and say, stop. And I roll down my window and she rolls down her window. And I go, hey, are you okay? And she rolls down. She's like, yeah, there's a guy yelling at me on the other street, not knowing it was me. I already forgot. And I'm like, first of all, I'm like, I go, I got to do something here because she's like, she cannot drive. And there's like cars and kids and those little turtles that they put on the side of the road that says slow kids. You know, all that's right there in this neighborhood. There's a kid of yellow brick schools right there. And I'm like, you gotta get off. You seem hammered. She looks at me. She lifts up her camera. She's like, you're cute. Can I buy you a drink? I'm like, now I'm flattered. But at the same time, I'm like, I got to do something here. And I'm like, no, you need to stop. You need to get out. You've had too much. And she just starts driving. So now she's driving east. She's behind like, driving towards like Hotel Jerome or whatever. And there's kids. I have a friend that lives right down the street there too. And I'm like calling 911, instantly pick up. I go, yeah, I got a drunk driver. You know, I did the whole Victor Bravo 129er kind of like I got a license. Feeling pretty cool about this one, just like perfectly nailing it. Ford Suburban, don't know what year, white. And she's in like goes to turn left, but she's like half turning left and she's in the other lane, but she's also rolled over the crosswalk that comes up across the street, sitting there forever. And like they're like, oh, police are on the way, blah, blah, blah. I go, she's about ready to turn on the Mill Street. Right when she turned on Mill Street, 5 cops, 2 undercover, and 3, boom, right there. And they got her out. And, you know, I drove by a little bit later. They got her out and she was crying and they were doing whatever they were doing. I don't know how it ended, but I had to email the police officer my statement, which I did the whole thing. I go, she said, you know, can I buy you a drink? She said, you're cute. Like, to court. If she goes to court, she's gonna. So this guy, the witness, I would feel a little embarrassed with her. But yeah, I mean,
you know, a couple
I get. Tour. Yeah, exactly. Couple I get, but yeah, you're pulling a JT.
Well, was she attractive?
That doesn't matter, John. She's a little bit older for me, and I'm married.
Probably means no. We're selling off a little bit here.
The quickest and long story is that's the 3rd time I've ever done that in my life. The 2 other times were in Chicago, and the cars had sideswiped already cars, and I was just driving, and I was like, and I'm seeing this. I'm like, okay, this guy's hammered or on something. So those are my good Samaritan moves. Now, don't get me wrong. There's been a couple times where you drink, you know, you're like, well, you know, but not to oblivion. So,
yeah.
Well, speaking of attractive, we got JD coming in with some stats here. JD, are you ready?
JD is ready. All right. I was going to make a "you're so good looking" comment, but I bit my tongue. All right.
You want to buy me a drink?
Tomorrow, Hoag. Tomorrow.
You're cute, JD.
All right. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here we go. Susan. What a day for Susan yesterday.
Wow.
She had her daily loss limit set to $1,000. And look what she did.
No, she didn't.
$41,000 in profits with a $1,000 daily loss limit. She made 62
that
trades.
Is the best entry. That is great entries, great entries, great entries, because you don't have to take that much heat on great entries. Unbelievable. Yep. That's great trading.
It's 62 40 days of hitting your daily loss limit, and you're still up money.
You could hit your daily loss
limits in a little bit. But yeah, 62 trades, 256 total contracts, 91% winning trade percentage yesterday. She just found the groove and went with it. 41,000.
Carving it up.
Yep.
Thanks for sharing the daily loss limit. That matters. That matters on big days because it just kind of shows how finesse or carving the market up they were that day.
Yeah, shout out to the risk team for pointing that one out to us too. So good job on Susan. Hope you're in the chat listening. Nice job. Next up, we got Pakanan, who we talked about on the shoulder tap yesterday. $19,706. Yep, trading gold. Zhejiang, Eddie, Michael, all carved up the NASDAQ for some nice profits yesterday. 10 grand for Zhejiang, 7,100 for Eddie, giving Eddie a 2-day running total of $10,500. And Michael, just about 4 grand trading the NASDAQ also. Real traders taking real money out of the real live markets right there. All right, I'm going to change up and overlay, and then we'll look at some payouts from yesterday real quick. All right. Who wants to do the over-under on yesterday's total payouts?
I play this from home, and I get it wrong all the time.
900,000 US dollars.
Are we going to start averaging $1 million a day in payouts in 2025? I mean, there's the active traders with Topstep is growing like at a good clip. It just maybe people are finding there's a better alternative than risking their kids' college fund in their personal brokerage account to come learn for $49 along the way. But, so I don't know, but it's growing bananas.
Yeah, just looking at the data, I haven't done the actual math, but looking at the last 2.5 months, we've been averaging well over $650,000 a day. I would say closer to 700,000. But as far as yesterday is concerned, Jack nailed it. $922,000 in total payouts.
Whoa! Good on you.
Hey,
Nice.
451 payouts, over $2,000 average payout for these traders. I was going to show XFA P&Ls real quick, but here's our top 5 payouts from yesterday. This is good stuff too.
I mean, that's a good rent or mortgage. 2,000. I know mortgage and rents.
I thought you meant $900,000. Like, that's a pretty. Yeah, I'd say so.
No. The 2,000. Sorry, the average 2,400 people.
The average.
400 people right now. Yeah, if you play it in this fun little term, 400 people right now covered the rent for the month. That feels pretty good. Topstep's vision is to be a path to a better lifestyle. We know everybody comes in a trading industry to try to have a better lifestyle, so we're trying to be that path to better lifestyle. So that's my head goes there when I see that.
There's Nick.
It's true. That's real money. Yep. Yeah. Marina, we mentioned Marina the other day. She made her way onto the leaderboard, took a $41,000 payout. That's $38,357 in her pocket. Nice job, Marina. Dylan with $23,400 out of 5 XFAs. Marco took money out of 5 XFAs, also on our leaderboard, number 3, I believe, today, $21,465. Armando, pair of XFAs, $21,185 total, and Nick for a tick, $13,950 payout. All right, now we got those XFA P&Ls.
Real quick, we are in the ES.
Yeah,
sure.
Upside
yeah, really quickly, that was a down upside failed auction, Johnny.
Well, I mean, we would have had to wait for it, but sometimes preempting it is what you have to do and just take the risk on it. The risk was probably
so we got to pull back
9 points on it.
Yeah. Okay. So those 50s, if you're sitting with those longs, all those longs, I was like, hey, you guys long right now from the 57.50s, and everybody started chiming in between the, around there. If you're still sitting long now, you're like, damn, I had a lot of money in this. And you're still in the money. But what are we thinking now?
Low 60s.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm leading to. Like, what are we thinking now? And the folks in chat, if you're seeing the market really well today, chime in.
Do you like VWAP for an attempt at a long 57.61, Anne Marie? Tilted higher.
Yeah.
I like even a little more aggressive than that, just by a couple points. 64, 63, something around there. Because, as I said, I think that 5,700 SPX level is going to be a magnet, and that's when it gets too far ahead. I said I had that blue line there. I didn't take the trade because I am mortal and indecisive, but I think there's going to be resistance there. So if we've been looking to do a pullback the whole time, it seems like a good spot to give it a try.
Yeah. Plus, we see all those 68s that were hitting the bid a little while ago, and they're coming back right into it.
I might have lost it. We'll see.
Negative 9,800 in Delta. That 61 levels value low on the day, but I have the 100 session moving average coming in at 57.6375 approximately. There's a little bit of confluence there. All right. JD, was JD done?
Well, he's going to be on. We're going to be subbing out. JD's going to come in for me in like 10 minutes, so maybe he can do his stats then.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I know. I was talking about the stats because I saw some of the payout, the bigger numbers, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folks. Because I think he'll get to that in the XFAs or live. I don't know. But when I was saying 400 people took with the average of 2,000, remember the big payout folks? Like they take big payouts, of course. So that's going to. So I was like, hey, out of the big payout folks and the number, how much? So like, how much of the, what was that, 922,000 is the big payout folks. So it's kind of interesting to say, like, the big payout folks and of the 922,000 that got paid out yesterday, maybe he'll have the stat, but I think, is 15% of them were the top 5 biggest payouts. Okay, that's interesting. Like, because not everybody got 2,000. There's $100 ones, and there's $41,000 ones, and things like that. There's a little fun stat that you get to know a little bit more what's underneath those numbers.
Hey,
like big payouts.
Coach Vince, one of the coaches from the VIP, has another trader going into the XFA. Congratulations to that trader, Arise,
Excellent.
and of course to Coach Vince. Coach Vince is
That's
my
fantastic.
guy. Gonna send him some gabagool.
The VIP is turning out to be a hit. And it's only a hit really because the folks that are in it, when I say the traders and the coaches, are all seriously motivated to help and to be helped, coachable, and great coaching. That is becoming really special. I said this is a dress rehearsal. Topstep VIP. This is me. I'm flushing things out with you guys so you guys can hear this. It's like a dress rehearsal for us for the Topstep Trading League. That's going to be coming out, which we're going to move in to try to be like, can we follow the esports arenas around, the esports gamers? And when they shut down their event, they have these events at the esports arenas all over. One's in Vegas, absolutely beautiful. It's cool, stage, all that kind of stuff. So can we do all this? I think it'd be super, super cool to bring the stickiness of community together with the competitive nature of team camaraderie and working together for your team and all that kind of stuff. So we're kind of seeing this with the Topstep VIP. It's pretty exciting. So Coach Vince has another one. Congrats, Coach.
Yes, he does.
Crushing.
It is.
What's his
market? Cool.
Market makers? What team is Coach Vince coaching?
Market makers, I believe. I believe that's correct.
Market makers. They're on the leaderboard. They own the leaderboard. His players, traders. So that's what's going to get kind of fun to talk like that because, like, in general, I don't want to listen. I don't want to do anything. I want to say, fine, lone wolf it. That's fine. But trading pits is where I learned the quickest and fastest. Trading prop firm was prior to the pits. Is where I learned the quickest and fastest. I didn't learn anything when I traded in my condo or whatever from the age of 19 to 23. And then I went to Chicago and got with a prop firm that I started learning. So I was in a room with other traders. And then I would learn even more in the trading pits. And that's what we try to emulate here at TopstepTV is the trading pits and team and working together of what people are seeing. So that to me will be really special when Topstep Trading League does that. Brings it all together.
Yeah. And real quick, we'll keep an eye on the ES trades we're scoping out here. But before I switch with JD, it makes sense that we do a little Series 3 action right now. This one is just made up from yours truly. So if the answer is wrong by some technicality, I don't know. Go kick rocks. So here is our question for today. Which of the following is a self-regulatory organization or SRO? The CME, the CFTC, the NFA, or the SEC? Michael, you know this.
A.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. A.
Like the fans.
Or are you going to the mall? Well, what movie? Or are you going to the mall? Regulatory body. Exchange. Exchange is self.
You're not gonna love this.
Am I?
Yeah, but the CME isn't a regulatory organization.
No. I'm talking. I went from the bottom. SEC, NFA, CFTC.
But
No. What I mean is,
this is what kills me about these freaking questions.
No, that's
the Board of Trade and the CME have been self-regulating, but not regulatory.
Hold on, NFA.
But they're not. No, but they're not a regulatory organization. Like a regulatory organization is like an
but they are self-regulating.
It's the NFA. It's the NFA. Self-regulatory is the NFA.
No,
let's take a look at what the answer is. Yes, it is C. The National Futures Association is a self. So I think what gets people. This is why you need to read the book. And by the way,
this is terrible.
I just wrote this question, so maybe they would clarify more and something like that. But there's like a definition of what a self-regulatory organization is. It isn't just that you self-regulate, which the CME does. An SRO is like an industry thing where there are members and adjudicators and stuff like that. So the NFA is that. The CFTC is the ultimate authority there for all futures things, but that is a government organization. So,
Anne Marie,
we know they don't self-regulate themselves at all. So we know that one was a complete
Anne Marie, you see what we were talking about?
Yes,
I've known since I was a little kid that the Board of Trade was a self-regulating organization, not regulatory.
Yes, we always said that on the floor. You get self-regulated. You go down there, and they only intervene when two people can't agree. Then they moderate, and they find that if John and I got in an argument in the trading pits, and I'm writing on my card, I'm like, dude, I sold you 10, and then you go to me, no, I sold you 10. Like, what? I'm like, what? And you want to punch the guy, but you don't. And then you're like, all right, fine, I'm taking you to arbitration.
It's a shame. It's a shame I have to leave this way. We are a few points away from where I'd be interested in buying the ES. Interested, a few points lower than here. But an SRO is a thing, and it exerts power over an industry, right? So, like, the CME is an exchange, and they self-regulate. I mean, pretty much every company, to some extent, self-regulates. You get to make your own decisions of what's right and wrong. But an SRO is never one. It's a group of members within an industry that has some regulation power over members, and that would be the NFA. Well, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Jack.
it had to end like that.
They word the questions to trip you up.
They didn't word. I made that one up.
Yeah.
So that's what's
in the spirit of tripping us up.
They say that in the very beginning of the book when you read, they're like, they purposely tried to mislead you on questions. And I got really mad when I read that. But then I talked to my lawyer, and he's like, I'm like, dude, did they do this for you like at the bar? He's like, yeah, they're trying to challenge you with not layups. You know, they're trying to challenge you if you're talking to a client, blah, 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 blah. We don't have clients at all. But if you go into the brokerage world, you have clients.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
You got dumb clients, and you got smart clients, and you got and you get ones that ask you really dumb questions, or really ones that are over your head. Like, they're supposed to prepare you for all that type of stuff. So
I am
like, okay,
definitely afraid I'm going to fail this freaking thing. I'm not a good test taker anyway. I've been in this for years. You'd think I'd know everything like that. Not true.
John, I got a 2.67 GPA in college, 2.6 economics degree with a minor in commodity pricing analysis. I didn't apply myself at all. My whole thing was like, just get a degree. You're going to be a trader anyway. I was already trading in college. I just needed to have a fallback. I tested. I took it. I did just fine. And I got an 18 or 19 twice on my ACT in high school. So if you consider somebody stupid by the test taking that they do, then I'm stupid. But street smart, I can hang with the best of them, but and hustle. But
that I'm
John,
good at.
You'll be just fine. You know this industry like that. You're born into this industry with your father and family. Been doing it for
doesn't mean you know everything. And I'm like, oh God. I went through everything in January. I got to go through it all again.
You set your date and then power through it. Like Nick Furtick's like, I'm procrastinating now or something like that. Set the date and don't tell us about it. That's what I was going to do. But then everybody's like, well, why are you not going to be on TopstepTV? And team, I'm like, all right, I'm going to.
That was like the one time you chose to tell us where you'd be instead. So it's kind of on you.
The other time I don't. Like, where is he?
Can't tell you.
Anyway, I got to run. JD's coming on. Anne-Marie, always a pleasure to see you. Michael, I'll see you in arbitration, where I believe you have to respond in 21 days or less if I'm asking for less than 50 grand. So,
yes, that's exactly right, I think. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, what was that?
So where are we at in the markets right now on any of the house account ideas? Or Anne, are you seeing anything here?
Okay, so the long off the bottom, easy. The short off the top, easy. Now we're sitting in a zone where literally we're in kind of a limbo. We've got the the edge of a high volume node. We've got the VWAP. We've got 1 hour confluence. I suspect we could fade. What say you, John?
Well, if we're looking at the S&Ps, we did end up leaving a failed upside auction above the initial balance. We've been looking for opportunities to buy it. We're starting to get very deep into the negative delta. We were looking at 61 as value low. We were looking at 61 as VWAP on the 30-minute chart. We also have the 100-session moving average, which is on the 30-minute chart, which is 57.64, which is the level that Jack was thinking about looking to take a long. So if we do look for a long, I think if we give up VWAP, we're out.
What about
give up
trying
VWAP
it
by how
at
much?
What about trying it at 63? Or do you think? Ooh,
Yeah, I'm gauging everything by where the risk is, and if we give up VWAP with a failed upside auction, then I think that's our risk.
okay. So where do you want the entry to be? Is my question. Is it right here?
Well, I like 63.
Yeah, I like
I mean,
63 too.
that's 2 points from VWAP or a point from VWAP.
Yeah.
What up?
Yeah.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Hey, JD.
Hey, how's it going?
JD.
All right.
Dang it.
All right. So
Running away
Aaron
from you.
gives us a minute. Yeah.
You got to be on it.
No
Yeah.
kidding.
Yeah, the good opportunities aren't around for long.
Yeah.
Might get another shot at it.
Yeah.
But do you like it on the next move down? That's always the question. Do you like it more or less if it gives you another shot?
and that another shot is where?
63.
63.
And some change. Yeah.
64, 63.
But if you're that guy that's down there in the 57.50s that kept that trade on as a runner right now, you're starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah, they've probably moved their stop up there, and we're going to buy their stop, and we're going to take the rest of the move to the upside.
Love that thinking because we've all been there. I'm going to trail my stop trail, and then it trails, and you trail, and then you get it to the tick, and then it just rips higher, and then you're like, why did I ever move my stop? Blah 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 blah. So we're going to get those guys. Those guys. Is that how you say it?
That's what we just
JD?
got. If we
Dang
got in
it.
there, that's what we got.
We are barcoding on a 30-minute formation, though.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
Dang it.
Yeah. David Green was mentioning on the on group coaching yesterday how there's a tendency, I won't call it a probability, tendency to day after Fed day that we see a trend day. It kind of looked like it earlier this morning, but we didn't get any follow through. And yeah, we're just moving sideways right now.
Yeah, we really are. Except for that first fade. Yes.
Than I'm
what
used
do you
to.
see?
Just shorter than I'm used to seeing. I mean, shorter time frames than I'm used to looking at. Because we're just, trying to find opportunities. The,
So
the
we
57
use,
halves, those came from yesterday's high and measured moves and stuff like that. That's the weekly kickoff. High, which was resistant yesterday, was supportive today. I know you don't cotton to that too much, JD, but it did put in the low. And then, the December all-time high of 57.85 half was just an obvious visual number that actually put in the high for the session so far. We do have failed upside auction. So there's that. We are seeing negative delta though, negative 11,000 now. So that's indicating
on a failed upside auction,
short.
On a failed upside auction, can you use an initial balance high as a sell zone?
Yes.
Or create a sell zone around it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what is our initial balance high?
High behind the S&P is 57.82. Value high 57.79 quarter.
Yeah.
Now, we got to remember that failed upside auction is a failed upside auction, but our initial hypothesis today was we were going to be buyers. We were going to be looking for opportunities for longs. And so far, we've been holding overnight VWAP pretty well. It's still tilted up.
Yeah.
Lower left, upper right. At least on this 5-minute chart.
There's so much consolidation here that, especially if you look at just a 30-minute chart, you'll just see nothing but, right? I mean, that's just how it
looks like a Christmas ornament.
It does. It literally does. And so, I don't know, maybe, I mean, I look at this, I have this indicator that I watch. It's called the volume price. It's called volume price by trend. And so it sort of maps the amount of volume that piles in relative to trend. And it literally is sitting flat as a pancake. And so that always suggests some measure of consolidation that might continue.
Well, one thing's for sure, we're sitting right in the middle of this range. There's nothing I can do here.
Yeah, for sure. It's literally a coin toss here in my mind. The YM is, I think it's in a short formation. I took a small short earlier, but then covered it at the same time I covered my ES short. And so
I did not want to hold that. Hold back.
Oh wow, my order at 57.6350 just filled.
For long?
Long.
Yes, for the long.
Nice little move down there, right to VWAP.
Yep. It's got to bounce here.
Breaking through.
And then what's the risk on this? I'm long. I got the house account long 5 just because it's right where she's at. But I'm
right.
If I know there's a stop, then I can start to be a little bit.
I mean, do you see this excess tail on? If you're looking at a 30-minute,
just
the
John,
excess tail
what's the
on
risk?
that
60
bar.
57.60.
60.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
That would be considered a cheap long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hope.
I love cheap longs. I like cheap drinks too. Michael, you gonna buy me a cheap drink?
I mean,
you guys are going to have fun on Friday.
I'll drive.
I got 9-1 on my phone right now. I'm going to press the other one, John, if you say it one more time.
Some guy on the other street's yelling at me.
Oh, that was the funniest line.
What an incredible story.
That was hilarious.
I felt bad, but at the same time, you can't get. There's people.
What's
on the
our
street.
target? Do we see 60? That's 68. We need to get up and over that number so that
there it
where
is.
we saw all that bid action. Do we want to see it recover?
Are you looking for this to continue higher, or is this a see money take money?
I think it's a see money take money.
Yeah, with the
agree.
Look.
Yeah, this isn't a home run.
The failed upside auction.
Yeah.
This isn't a home run hitting type of trading environment right now.
No,
it's kind of choppy.
It's not. Very choppy. Very, very choppy. I don't like it that it's not zooming up over 68, but I'm impatient. So what's the dome look like
now?
We're just we got one lots every point for the next 5.
Okay. All right.
3 points.
Tilt not
There's a-
saying
there's a
anything out of the ordinary.
Tilt's pretty flat.
Yeah,
S&P
liquidity.
52%, 59 NASDAQ.
57.75, there's liquidity. 80, there's liquidity. 87, there's liquidity.
Wow, they're lifting
50
offers way up there. That was a half. That's 2 ticks higher than it just went through.
You got a better fill? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but then the offers came in and filled it in really quickly, or it was such a flash. We got one on now. That'll see money, take money.
Yeah. The 72.
We're above point of control. I mean, value high is up at 79.
Yeah.
Are we
What
out
do you have
those
on, Michael?
No, we got a 5 lot on, Johnny.
You'll have 5
And-
on. Okay.
No, we don't have a 5 lot on. No,
Oh.
but we covered them all right around here.
Oh, I'm
We're out.
sorry. I thought we were still in.
Yeah, we're up. I mean, we're up 2,600. I have a 5 lot, and I need to start starting with a 10 lot. Then by the time I start with a 10 lot now, maybe that's sort of losing. You know, it's just like one of those that I'm kind of like.
Yep.
My job
No.
is to execute and then understand the size, and
Mhm.
I've gotten light.
Yeah. There's nothing
But
wrong
also-
with that.
But I've
No,
taken
there's
no heat.
nothing wrong.
But the house account has taken no heat on your guys' calls. I
Yeah.
just so.
Well,
Yeah,
some
no
days we
reason-
see the market clearer than others. So I think the way you're going in is just fantastic, actually. The small
No need for
chunks and
No need for stops
Exactly.
if you're always right.
Yeah,
the market's a buffet. It's open all the time.
Mr. No Neck, thank you. Did not see that working order. See, in the trading pits, or if you're trading alone, with nobody talking to you, I would have got up. I had a 5 lot or whatever it was working. Would have got up, I don't know, done something and here, orders filled in the other room, but not
I
here on
hate
Topstep
it
TV
when that
because
happens.
Mr. No Nick told me I have a working order. We're all working together. We all see things. Thank you. Mr.
Yeah.
I hate it when that happens.
What are we little house keeping here? We got some announcements coming up from our good friend James. JD, you finished Hot Streaks and all that, right?
I got a lot left to share, but let's get
let's
James
do
in here
it.
first.
Okay. There he is.
Am I on? My time?
You're on.
Time has come.
Time has come. I gotta frame myself. All right. Hello, Topstep viewers. Got a couple announcements here for you. First off, we mentioned it a lot yesterday, but we're going to keep mentioning it. Don't forget, Brian Shannon is coming back to Topstep TV September 24th at 1 p.m. Central. That's right, Brian Shannon, the pioneer of the anchored VWAP. He's going to come on to discuss how he uses it, how it's impacted his trading. If you haven't seen one of his sessions before, be sure to check this one out. September 24th, 1 p.m. Central. Moving on, we also got Trustpilot. If you like what we're doing here, please take a moment to leave us a review. I'm going to drop the link here in the chat. You're going to click on it and fill it out. And we're going to love that. Trustpilot here. And also, I got some quick images for you. I was supposed to do it at the same time. It's hard to host and click at once, but here we go. Look at that. Brian Shannon, September 24th, 1 p.m. I only bring it up again one more time because we also got a really cool picture from our producer, Tim. Brian sent him a signed copy of his book. So thank you, Brian. I know Tim has been really excited to get this. Want to make sure we showed that off. So be sure to catch Brian Shannon, September 24th. I'll pass it back to you guys.
Thank you, James. I got to talk to Brian. I had to buy my own copy.
That's really
Maybe I'll
nice
send it
that
to him.
he
He
did
can
that.
he can sign it
That's
for me.
sweet. Absolutely. He would.
Can we
in
share
a
that book
heartbeat.
yet? Can we share that book, Hoag? I haven't read it yet either.
I've been working my way through it. Yeah, absolutely. We can share it.
It's really good. Great reading. So fast. You could tell he worked on it really, really hard.
Well, I've been
I mean,
saving
it's
screenshots of opportunities that those anchored VWAPs have provided. We got a couple of good ones, and I had some really good questions about them too. So I think this is going to be a really good session.
yeah,
And
excited.
Brian's such a good guy, and just
He
love
is.
his work and love the anchored VWAPs, and still learning a lot about them. But I think they're fantastic. JD, you want to do more of your stuff?
Yeah, sure. Where did we leave off? We left off at XFA P&Ls, didn't we?
Yes.
Stuff back up.
Yes.
Hey, really quickly, when he does that, what are you guys liking about this? It is consolidating a bit in the last however many 5-minute bars between 75 where we're at here right now on the high side to 65, 10 handle in between here.
Yeah,
Type of-
it's. I mean, if we were long, I'd be looking to lighten up here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it's
But
still
I'm
a
not-
buy the dip formation. Yeah.
Mhm.
When you think? Yeah, I think so.
What's
Mhm.
Delta looking like right now, Hoag?
Negative 10,000.
So it paired off a little. It
Interesting.
was negative 12 a few minutes ago.
Yeah, just about negative 12. And yeah, it's going to pair off as price pushes higher because all those short time frame shorts are saying, "Hey,
Yeah.
I'm underwater. I better get out." So they got to turn buyers. They push price higher. Just like Michael was talking about, there's a one lot trader that isn't going to move the market, but you get 1,000 one lot traders getting out.
but
That's
1,000
going to move the market.
Yep.
I would love, we've talked about this, JD. I wanted you to go here, but talking about moving the markets, one lots, understanding how to move the markets. So, with the trading platform that we have right now at TopstepX, we can actually help people understand what that is actually like. Right now, we're simulation. We're sitting on top of the market. So, hear me out. We're sitting on top of the markets. We're not influencing any movement in the markets right now. Nobody here except our live traders. If they do enough one lots and stuff like that, they'll move it. If we were to just create a woozy woo product, just create a woozy woo product, just a no name product, and then we all get an account, and then we all put our orders in, but it has to be based upon something that we all believe is going to go higher and lower. You will then start to understand how how individuals like you and I can lift offers, hit bids, race stops, and you'll actually see it more. Now you got to kind of take. Yes. So hopefully that, John, do you know what I'm talking about? We've talked about this before about just like on the dome right now, all these working orders are somebody with live real capital, blah, blah, blah. A lot of folks are on simulation, so they can't do it. If we were to take an empty dome, an empty chart, and go, all right, what's this product? It could be cheeseburgers. Maybe it is cheeseburgers. It's truth. It could be. I just made that up. And cheeseburgers, they think, are the average price is $4.85.
Right.
And then it's not a bad idea. It's just cheeseburger. You got cheese, you got beef, you got bread, and then you could just use your own little inflation at home. I went to the store and hey, bread's going up. I'm gonna go lift the offer on cheeseburgers because I think they're gonna go up a couple pennies. Stuff like that. It could be kind of fun to do to help people understand how the auction process works. And that goes back to John talks about the auction process. You have no clue really how you can affect it until you actually affect it. And then you're like, you have a light bulb that goes off. Like right now, you could put 100 lot in and you'll see it in there. Like you'll actually see it working. You can put whatever size you want. Nobody will ever see it. So
they used to have bring your kids to work day at the Merc. And at the end of the day, they would bring all these kids into the pit and they would give them badges and give them cards and they would trade pizza futures. So a pizza started at $10 and they would say, hey, it looks like Wisconsin is flooding the market with mozzarella cheese. That's going to be a lot of supply. What's price going to do? So all the kids would start selling it and they'd sell it down to about $8. And then they'd say, hey, it looks like there's a shortage of tomatoes in Italy. What's that going to do? Well, scarcity is going to drive price higher. So they'd buy it all up and scream and holler and jump all over each other. But that's basically what Michael is saying.
How fun.
Cheeseburger market. So we got if the guys are listening, cheeseburger market we can have fun with this because like I just went there or we hear things, and we could have this other market that's sitting in Topstep X that could just be the fun, the fun thing that you do, and you could see where the price is. We could check it on the price of cheeseburgers, and they're perishable, so you got to sell them. So that affects price. You got a ton of cheese.
That's expiration.
Expiration. That's yes. Oh, but then you can wrap your head around this all, and then you're going to the grocery store anyway to pick up cheese and bread and all that kind of stuff. So now you're like, man, it's going higher. And we could have these conversations. It could be to drop it and check the cheeseburger market. This could be fun. Just as a getting your head around lifting offers, hitting bids of real orders that are in there. These are real stupid orders.
I like that.
Products cheeseburger.
It's hard to understand what supply and demand of Woozy Woos is.
Yeah. There you go. Kung, you go vegan burger. Maybe there's an article that comes out and said, more vegan burgers than ever. Impossible Burger is through the roof. And you're like, well, the natural cheeseburger is going to go down in price. Just with those headlines. We bring those headlines into the Topstep TV as fun because they just hit the market. And then we could kind of feel as though we're in the market of cheeseburger. It could work. There
are actually tons of simulation things like that sitting out there where you can build your stuff. I've seen it. Actually, way back when I was in college, we had this class called War, Peace, and Global Politics. And they literally, every day, they'd sort of like open up a random number generator, pull some things out, and then they would say, okay, you're this country and this just happened. You're this country and this just happened. Get to the table and sort it out. See whether you get deposed, killed, or sometimes people got deposed and killed. So it was a savage class, but it was good. It was fun.
The funded burger trader, so we can see who the best trader is. Funded burger trader, pretty good.
I like it.
And cigar therapy, we could do it for Runzas too. Talk to Andre. He actually got a sample his first Runza ever when we were in the car on our way to Nebraska football game. Big Ten tailgate, Runza. We actually ate it in the car. The car reeked. And we're doing drive-through.
What's a Runza?
Yeah,
I'm curious.
What is it? Runza is, think about bread that's so whole. Think about how about this? Think about a hot dog bun that's connected on all sides, and then whatever you put ground beef in there, onions and cheese, and I think that's
like a panzerotti.
Yeah, not an empanada, but empanada's wrapped,
right,
all that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
Calzone's wrapped.
That's a Nebraska thing.
But then it ends up just being a little like hot pocket looking thing, and you do it, and it's a Nebraska staple. And even who's that guy from Nebraska running with whomever? Is that the Harris vice VP? Isn't that the guy from Nebraska?
Oh, he's from Minnesota. Waltz.
I think somebody's originally from Nebraska. I thought it was Waltz. I think he's originally from, but he was talking about Runza. Or somebody said something about Runza. It was on the Daily Show, and then the Daily Show is making fun of Runzas in Nebraska. It's Runza in Nebraska is like In and Out in California.
He was born in Westport, Nebraska.
You're right, in Chicago.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. So, question. Last time we were up here at 5782, we talked about the short. I took it, but do we want to wait to see if it fails those highs to consider rotation back in? Or do we want to go for a 5-minute reversal formation to take it short, or to have continuation? What are we thinking as we come right back up into these levels?
Well, this is that 79 level where I was kind of looking at like leaving a runaround for that last long we had.
For the long, okay.
Right. So, I mean, we've got a failed upside auction. So if we get back above the initial balance high 82 by a few ticks, that's gonna negate any shorts. So I like the idea of short up here because it's cheap. But remember, we've been looking buy side. So anything that we do short up here probably going
See
to
money,
be
take money.
see money,
Yeah,
take money,
short-lived.
because that failed auction on the upside is, I mean, it's substantial. We still have negative delta. There's so many like conflicting nuances here.
Yes, tremendous
But
cross
if the,
currents.
yeah, if the if the short is cheap enough, I'm all in.
Volume has really gone flat the last 15 minutes too.
Yeah.
You know, just melting up.
Jesse
the
James,
one.
go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'll talk after.
No, yours is about the markets. Mine's not.
So the VIX is lifting off of its lows, but it normally ends up putting in some kind of high towards the lunchtime in the middle of the day, which could give us some more upside tailwinds. So that's just something to keep your eye on, in terms of this breakout. So I'm going to look at the 5-minute, see if it gives us a reversal at 82. If it doesn't, then the pullback that it gives us, we could go long and see if it could get into 57.90 or something.
The NASDAQ's already above its initial balance and taking out those single ticks of the failed upside auction. That's not a good sign, for sure.
Yep.
Jesse
negative
James, you
delta
asked
as well,
about why,
1,300.
Okay.
You asked about why I quit pit trading. I never quit. Pit trading quit us.
The pick quit on us.
We would all, guys, JD was down there. Jack was down there. Andre was down there. Hoag was down there. Eddie was down there.
I'd still be there.
Who?
I would still
we'd
be
all
there.
still guarantee 1,000%. We'd all still be, if it was thriving, we'd all still be down there. Or we would have a booth that we would be doing this out of. We'd still be doing Topstep. We'd be in the pits. We'd have a video of John walking out from the pits and saying, "Here, I just sold 100." We would have all that. It just doesn't exist anymore. All volume got pulled out of the pits and put into the screen. And then the whole world got access to screen trading. And then that's the market. Don't need the pits anymore. Goodbye.
Talk about lifting bids and offers. That was like the very first screen trade that there was when screens made their way onto the trading floor. I work for a group in the bonds, and say the market was 4 bet at 5, right? Just for example, the screen was real light. Market participation is nothing like what it is nowadays. So the screen on the bonds would be maybe 50 to 100 up. 4 bet at 5, 4 bet for 100, 100 offered at 5, and the Goldman deck would come in, the Goldman broker would come in, and what's here? All right, you'd offer 1,000 at 4. I'd have 500 bonds loaded on my tablet, and I would just swipe that bid. Now it's at 4.
Yep.
I'm short. I've got 100 on. I've got my offer in. All right. So now market's at 4. 3 bid at 4. We're bidding 3s. He's still trying to get 4s. All right. So I swipe out the 3s. Now it's at 3, and I'm bidding 2. Broker's trying to sell 3s. And we just keep doing that all the way down until the broker gives up. Until the broker gives up the edge, and then you just buy them all back and you calculate your profit later. That was the ultimate original screen trade. Now they have algos.
Gangster stuff. Original gangster stuff is what you meant to say.
we were all the dome.
We were the dome. Yeah.
We were the dome. I know. And then the dome, the ladder came out when we started. The ladder was what we called it, is the dome that you guys call it. We called it the ladder. And it's like, what's this? Well, here's the prices. Here's what's working on the offer. Here's what's working on the bid, like JD was saying. Like, And I showed up. That's when I showed up in 2002, screen trading futures. And
fresh money.
Yeah, fresh money. Gives you a little bit of an edge. Helps you feel like you're really good at trading when you get a little bit of an edge, which is good. It also allows you to kind of like open up and do things a little bit more than you could with no edge. Having a foot in the pit and a foot in the screen.
Well, we got a brief pause here. Sorry, go ahead, JD.
I was going to run into those XFA P&Ls, but do your thing, James. You hit it first.
Oh, I was going to say we have a quick video to throw together to show you guys. Danielle cut this up, and I think it's just a nice little break. It's a little montage of our golf trip from Lake Lawn. A lot of familiar faces.
no.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
so-
No.
Jack was behind me and I was dropping him shots, so definitely oh no to Jack.
Just like yesterday, please ignore any slurred speech.
It's golf time, baby. Thanks for coming out. This is going to be awesome. We're going to play a 9-hole shotgun start.
Do you think you'll hit the ball?
Probably at least once.
What do you think you'll shoot today?
Under par, right?
Who do you think's going to get the drunkest on the TV team today?
No, we're going to work the hardest. Who's going to work the hardest? Is that what he said?
Yes, that's what I said. Excuse me.
Don't hitting it. We gotta get this on camera.
Who do you think's going to be the best and the worst on the TV team?
In golf,
Yeah.
I'm going to
In
go
life.
Pelzer best, or in life.
Jack, who do you think's going to get the best score and the worst score on the TV team?
Best score, me.
Who do you think's going to have the best score and the worst score on the TV team?
TV team, best score. Jack looked pretty good when I saw a swing here.
Always bet on Andre. I always bet on Andre. Versatile challenge, golf. And worst score, probably Dolby.
What do you know about greens and regulation?
Do you guys like being on Dan's team, or is he kind of a pain in the ass?
What do you think?
Bonnie, how have you done so far?
Very good.
Get there.
You're recording my shitty shots now?
How's it been going, James?
So, driving, not so good.
Sarah's really the one that's been killing
Wish
it.
I could live up to his expectations. Did not go so well.
So be sure to
That's
follow our
good.
Instagram account for more videos like that.
That was awesome.
That was good. There's a little peek inside how we do it on the course.
It was fun.
Good. Slice and dice. Good job.
Right after I said I'm bad at driving, I did hit that ball, and I got a hole in one. So too bad you didn't show that.
Get out, did you?
Doesn't go with the storyline, James.
No, Hoag,
If I knew the camera was on me, I definitely would have made that putt. All right,
Oh, you
how
had
about
the
those
right lag.
XFA P&Ls now?
Let's do it.
We got some housekeeping to do. All right. Are they up? They are up. All right, we got John first, mixing it up. Took more than $26,000 out of the Russell, S&P, Gold, Dow, and NASDAQ yesterday.
Wow.
Spreading it around for John. Shiwi made $24,771 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. I actually sent this profile over to Jack because I know he loves it when these savage micro traders just go ham on it.
Barbarians.
44 trades. 44 trades, 956 total contracts. A little bit longer on the whole times, 36 minutes for the winners, 20 minutes for the losers, but almost $25,000 trade on the micros yesterday. So there you go, Shiwi. Franklin trading in 5 XFAs, total profit of $101,470 across all 5 accounts yesterday, trading the NASDAQ. Also made a nice move on the leaderboard. We'll get to him in just a minute once again. Yu Young, also trading the NASDAQ, copy trades across 2 XFAs for a total profit of $39,033. And Saida with $18,818 trading the NASDAQ. Always big numbers coming out of those P&L accounts. One more time for hot streaks. Should we do those now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here are your hot streaks. Delesh. Did it again, 52 days, made
ahead.
$1. 1 Cicero clam for Delesh, 1 bone, $1.
He's on fire!
52 days. You got us, Delesh. We're all looking at you. Jonathan made
When you go super micro, you should go super micros and make it sound bigger, like 100 pennies. Put up a solid 100.
We'll think of something, yeah.
He copy traded across 100 accounts. That's 70 grand.
Oh, we played those extrapolation games earlier this year when everybody's like, if I could do this, I'm like, God, come on, guys. Yeah.
Still not eligible for a payout, so we hope you don't blow it all in one day, Delesh. Jonathan made another $320 trading in the NASDAQ, now at $6,891 on a 23-day heater. Ian made $206, now at 22 days. Eric, $240, trading the Micro ES, now at 21 days. And Christoph, new to the list, made $218, trading the Micro S&P and the Micro Dow. 17-day heater worth $3,037. All right. That's it for hot streaks. We still got the leaderboard. We'll get to that in a few minutes.
Dino, bro, this guy never disappoints us. I think Delesh is probably behind the scenes being like, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?"
52 days. That's the unofficial record. So we can.
But this is going to asterisk city. When we get all this dialed in, where it's $200, takes a little bit more to get that hot streaks dialed in, right, JD?
Yeah,
to get it to
I know I've mentioned this before. Delesh he's a legacy member of this hot streaks board. We took a vote behind the scenes of the production team. In order to be on the hot streaks board now, you must have you must be eligible for a payout, which means 200 or 5 days of $200+ in profits, non-consecutive. When we made that, we said we would let everybody on the list run off the board first, but Delesh has remained for quite a few weeks now and just not going anywhere.
So we're dialing in that leaderboard, and we're hearing more in the social channel world, Twitter world, about people wanting to be on the leaderboard because Dolby really said if you're influencing blah 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 and you're not on a leaderboard, I don't care. So he said that, and we're like, well, leaderboard is really where our transparency is. It's also why we did TopstepTV to shed light on the best performing traders at Topstep right here and right now. Topstep is getting quite large, so we're really going to move it into the best performing futures traders in the industry right now. Unless we want to have somebody collect everybody's funded trader, blah blah blah, to every prop firm and put one leaderboard together. We're going to be as transparent as possible on TopstepTV of that. We're going to go bigger than the top 10, so then you can kind of see people that come up, brag about it, and then never to be seen again. You can ask them where they're at and why they haven't seen them, or you can celebrate that they're staying there, going up the ladder and staying and making it to the top 10, or even holding number 1 for as long as Dakota did or Rafa has done. This is very impressive stuff and sheds light behind the curtain on who is actually trading well.
Yep. We're going to be testing that out tomorrow for the first time live on TopstepTV. So
we get
you ready for that?
We
still got the old process today. Tomorrow it's going to change up.
Right here, right now. Yep. This is the best.
We have crude oil putting in new highs, entering into a previous gap. See if we can fill that gap, because that takes us up to 72.60, which is the weekly kickoff high. You can see this right here. Buy low, higher highs, higher lows. There's the gap, that purple part, and we get through that. Next up, 72.60, weekly kickoff high. That gap goes all the way back to the 30th of August. The weekend gap, actually, sort of. 30th to the 3rd of September.
It'll almost be merging with the daily 50-period moving average.
There you go.
If you go to your daily, they are converging. At least in mine. Is that your daily?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is the CL, right?
If you configure your chart, you'll get there.
This is the 50, 100, and 200 right there. Yours looks different?
No. Well, when you scrunch the XY axis, it just, you can talk yourself into the story all day long.
Yeah, right.
We've got a fair bit of heavy congestion at 72. They argued a lot there in times past on the weekly formation, if you look at the composite chart. So we might run into a little bit of trouble. It looks like we ran into trouble on maybe Wednesday? Was that yesterday? Or maybe Tuesday evening, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. 72 is a number I've been looking at for a bit. I did go long at 57.74 ish.
So you're like,
yeah, I
liking
want to
taking on
see if
stuff
it gets to 81. If it gets up above that 81, you know, it's
gonna.
yeah, it should. It's just sort of iffy, you know. It's kind of iffy.
Yeah. So here's
Just
the profile.
doesn't feel
No.
too good.
Yeah. 82 is the IB high. Excess failed upside auction. If we start taking out all those single TPOs, then the shorts are out. And that's what you're looking for to happen is you want to see all that get taken out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know where you find the level to buy it at. You said 75. Can you show us where you saw that?
So if let me just put up one chart here. Let me go to the YM. I look at not the YM, silly goose. I look at the 1 hour candlesticks. And so.
And Marie's charts, please.
Yeah. So my thought was if I could get up over this, the 1 hour candlestick closes / heavy congestion, then it was going to be a long.
Hang on, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, we've lost your charts. All good.
Oh, really? Uh-oh.
Right, so we're trading.
Oh, it shows. That's
nothing
weird.
on tilt.
Okay.
Tilt's kind of been quiet today, except for that earlier, very beginning. I jumped on and said it was 70%. That was out of the gate. Sammy, I'm happy that I found Topstep. This is early in my learning journey. Topstep X, cherry on top. Learned more this week in the past 3 months of just watching YouTube videos. Thank you. That is the reason why we started TopstepTV. Glad you found Topstep. Well, and I wish I had both of these before I lost 90,000 real dollars before the age of 23. So you should never have to risk.
Anne-Marie, we've got your charts now. Let's talk about that again.
So I stare down the 1 hour a lot. And so I noticed this area here was going to be the zone. If it
what
got
level
above
was that?
It was 57.74.
Okay.
And so
you kind
I
of
thought,
taking
all
a
right.
breakout of a bull flag there, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I wanted to do it at 68, but I just didn't have the guts, if I were to be completely honest. Because what happened was, because I look at those hourly candles, I can see 57.67. I knew the buyers. I could see them hitting the bid from the way the candles were moving. And I thought, all right, if I can hold my low and I start getting up above there, I want to buy it. But I just kept, yeah.
The house account is very hungry to go 3 for 3 because you've been 2 for 2. And we would have loved to know about that one. Loved.
Yeah, for me, I try to make it super simple because I have a tendency to overcomplicate things in my head. And these hourly candlesticks, as long as they match levels and mechanics that John talks about in the morning, I sort of seal up on them for the time that I get in the trade. So yeah, if it comes in later in the day, whoever's running the account, just so long as it holds that congestion. I just saw a ton of buyers just really struggle hard to hold 68. And I thought, you know what? That's going to be the zone. And really, Jack had mentioned the number just shy of that before he left. And, I think it's still a good number. I just don't know if it's going to hang me out to dry now that I'm long there,
So
as opposed to where my risk is.
You long from 7. What's your average? Long
70,
76?
yeah.
All right. So if it gets back down there and retests, what are you thinking? And John, what's the trusted folks saying? Chat and then chat poll. Do you guys like it? In the S&P and NASDAQ, same, well, sort of same thing. Do you like it higher or lower from? Then you just pick a price right around here before the end of fast market, which is
15 minutes. Yeah.
15 minutes. Yeah.
There's a lot of risk in taking along here, right, John?
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult to manage that risk. Look at that hourly chart you're looking at. Just so we're looking at the same thing here. Yeah. That's why I can't, unless we start taking out those single TPOs on the top,
Yeah.
above 80, 82.
Mhm.
To me, it looks more like a short.
Yeah.
But we're not really pulling back off of it that far, and you're sitting in, most of the time you're sitting in profit, so there's no reason to freak out. That's the question I would have had was, well, where's the risk? On the profile, the low of the current bar is 72. Anything below that, I would probably give up on. But you're still getting buyers here. Amory, you've got Delta on your side because there's negative 10,500 on there still. If we squeeze those shorts out again, we could start taking out those single TPOs. Then you're really going to like the long. And we've been talking about trying to find areas to buy it, haven't we?
Yes. And it was finally when you said, listen, we're looking at these pullbacks. There's these things we got to take out above. We've been thinking about these longs. And my mind went back to, yeah, you should have picked up those 68s because that's exactly what John is saying. And so, yeah, I just, it's hard to talk, engage, and trade. I literally can only do one thing at a time, or I end
Jack
up
was talking about 65s when we were down there. He liked those. I like those. That was value low. We're taking out the single TPOs in the NASDAQ now. We're going to take out those single TPOs probably in the S&Ps here. We still got a lot of negative delta to take out. But I can't buy it here. Retail, right? Can't buy the highs.
Well, if we can't buy highs, let's take a look at the leaderboard. No, do your thing, Hoag. Do it first.
Oh, well, just saying, here's that failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. We're starting to take out all those TPOs like Pac-Man. And that's looking good for the upside. Got to take out that high, though.
Can we get a Pac-Man sound effect and see if it matches up with John does? I want to see if it's like the same.
It's pretty close.
It's pretty
close.
Dolphin
too.
It's
get a dolphin
pretty
too.
close.
Yeah.
See what I can get.
There's the dolphin.
It's incredible. That's incredible, Hoag.
There's Johnny's dolphin. He has a cow, a dolphin.
He did that with his mouth?
Oh, yeah.
You did that with your mouth?
Talented, Ann. He's talented.
Yes, I have many useless gifts.
That your children have loved through time, of course.
Yeah. Yes, they have.
Dad.
Yeah. You got that right. Yeah. And that dolphin is so loud and piercing. If it was loud in the pit and I was trying to get somebody's attention to check a trade, if I did that dolphin, everybody knew it was me and the whole pit would look at me.
Do it facing the other way, John, like not your mic. See if you can hear it, like the wall or something.
Holy cow.
Not picking it up then.
Amazing.
So compliance actually got a complaint about it from the other side of the floor. And it took them 2 weeks to figure out who it was. Once they figured out who it was, they tried to tell me to stop. I said, tell whoever complained to come tell me himself.
Yeah. What self-regulated nerd upset about that?
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
Well,
All right, guys.
I mean, go ahead, JD.
I was just going to say, we got less than 10 minutes left. And I know everybody's itching to get a look at the leaderboard. You want to run through that real quick?
Yes.
I assume that's the last of the house accounts. So thanks for the 2 for 2. Solid $2,600 on really no heat whatsoever. So the house
This is
account
always
was a good
nice.
trade. Thanks, you. Thanks. And it's also upset with you on the last trade because you didn't invite us to that party.
I'm sorry.
Well, the party's not over yet.
Your parties have been you've been throwing great parties, Amy. I don't know why I can't cover your third one. Come on.
All right, guys, here's the bottom half of the leaderboard. This is the top 10. Bottom half of the top 10. Starting at the top, we've got Nick for a tick. Made about $4,000 in his excess phase yesterday. Took that $15,000 payout that we saw. Now sitting in 6th place on the leaderboard. He moved up from 8th place yesterday. Drayton lost another $15,000 yesterday across 5 XFAs. Held on to 7th place for another day. Our guy Brian lost about $700 or so, if I'm reading this right. $700, still moved up a spot on the board. He was in 9th place yesterday.
Losing a Delesh.
A Delesh, yes. He lost a Delesh.
He lost a
Delesh. $700 will now be known as a Delesh. Everybody write that one down.
That is perfect.
Marina, who we saw, took that nice payout yesterday. What was that payout again? Marina took $38,357 in payouts yesterday. Did not take any trades, though. Still moved up a spot on the board, 9th place. She was in 10th place yesterday. But nice job paying yourself, Marina. And Boo is back. He made about $20,000 across 3 XFAs yesterday. He sneaked back into 10th place. He was in 17th place yesterday. All right, James, we're ready for it.
Okay, nobody parties but me.
Yes. And we party.
No.
Yeah, just Rod.
Yes.
And me.
No. I'm the only one who parties.
I'm pretty sure I've partied before.
No, Kevin, I know for a fact you don't party, okay? You do not party.
You're right. Dave's the party guy.
Sweet. I definitely party.
Hoag's the party guy. All right, we had some shakeups on the list today. We'll start down here at the bottom. Franklin had that massive. We saw him on the XFA P&L board. He had that massive $101,000 winning day yesterday. Jumped from 155th place up to 5th in one day. Big day for Franklin. Pratik had a nice day. Made a couple of grand. Took close to 30,000 in payouts, or requested close to 30,000 in payouts yesterday. Moved up from 13th place to 4th. Marco made about 14 grand across 6 funded level accounts. That's 1 live account, 5 XFAs. Held on to 3rd place for another day. Now this guy Jerome, this is a story. Jerome's new to the list, but he's been making some moves the last couple weeks. He went from 2 weeks ago, he was in 175th place. Moved up to 39th place late last week. Yesterday, he moved up to 12th place, and today he's in 2nd place. In just 5 trading days, Jerome ran his 5 XFAs up to a total balance of $124,000. Did a little better yesterday, and I just got word. I was looking at his trade reports. He requested roughly a $65,000 payout yesterday. So we might see him on the payouts board again tomorrow. So it's been a big
Wow.
Yeah. So not all of these same 5 XFAs have carried him all the way up, but just these recent 5 that he's been in for the last 5 trading days has really pushed him over the line here. And yeah, just making huge moves, Jerome is. And then we've got Rafa. King for a day. Rafa lost about 5 grand in his single live funded account, but still pretty far ahead of the pack, sitting in 1st place.
Amazing.
But looking forward to see what Jerome does the next couple of days. When you're making moves like that, usually you stick around for a while. It's been steady too. He didn't pop. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'll ask you when you're finished.
Oh yeah. When we see people make huge like 1 day leaps, they have a tendency to fade off the top 10, top 25, even top 50, even. They make those huge moves in 1 or 2 days and then they're gone. But Jerome's been making steady moves for about 2 weeks now. So
huge moves 1 or 2 days and they're gone. That's why like JD and the team is going to be opening up a leaderboard of the most profitable funded traders. This is a combination of profits and payouts. But there's a board there that's the most profitable funded trader. You'll see people, like they take a screenshot of what they do really well, and then that's what you get. And then that when they take a screenshot, they do really well. You'll also probably see them on the leaderboard. That'll pop up. They top 100. We're showing top 50 or top 100, whatever we're doing. Oh, they're 36. Wow, they are. They did put that on Twitter, and they are 36 here. But then if you see them vanish, and you see them never reporting anything and still talking about the winners, you are allowed to then question them. And this is what the leaderboard will help people do: is question them and be like, hey, can you start posting, just letting us know that you're also at that losing day, that $14,000 losing day. You're now at 92nd and you're not at 50 or 34 or whatever it was. And that's a little bit better. So the goal is for us to shed that light on that. So then we all keep each other honest. You guys keep us honest. You guys do a hell of a job of that. And we're going to try to help the industry, community and all that do it the same way. If we're all working together, we're not just like the white knight here, all solving all problems, but we're going to try to do the best we can to help make it a better, more transparent community. So awesome. That is the cool part about it.
We got a couple of minutes left here. It is time for appreciations. Chat, everybody, what are you appreciative for today? Put that in the chat. And I'm going to start the appreciations with JD. JD, what are you appreciative for today?
James, thanks for those excellent clips from Lake Lawn. Not everybody got to party all day long. James is out there working real hard, making videos. Yeah. He's still got a ton of content left to share with us. He's been working hard putting that together. And it's going to be real funny once it's all finished. Well, it better be funny, James. But a big shout out to him. He does a great job behind the scenes. He doesn't get enough credit for what he does. So thank you, James.
Those are great.
For sure.
Anne-Marie, how about you? What are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for guys that have it in them to call 911 and somebody's driving crazy on the street.
Ooh. You just took
Listen, our world is the way it is because we don't look out for each other. And sometimes it means somebody's being a little bit bad and they need to have their hands pulled out to the corner to go, hey, let's get ourselves squared away before we kill somebody or something else.
Self-regulation could spill over into the public day and self-regulated world.
I'm grateful for that.
Self-regulate.
It might get you shanked in prison, but it's okay.
No, that will definitely get you shanked. 100% will get you shanked in prison, but birds of those feather are all in that prison together. So, hey.
Michael, what are you appreciative for?
I'm actually appreciative, and then I'll kick it back to you. I haven't been on with you in a while, so it's always fun. Your laugh and your smile get me all the time. And I dressed up a little bit more when I'm on here with you, so I usually kind of roll out of bed. So.
For those of you that don't know, we have a glossary. If you go to TopstepTV, the website, there's a glossary of terms in there, and one of them happens to be shanked, which Anne-Marie gave us. And her definition of being shanked is getting knifed in a Philadelphia parking lot. It's on there.
It's on there. Share the link to the market lingo. It should help some of the newbies in here find out or understand. It's fun.
Well, I'm appreciative of as always, my God, my family. And I was going to say the same thing, that there's still people in the world that are willing to look out for somebody else.
Exactly.
Even if they offered to buy him a drink. So I really appreciate that about you, MP. That was a really good thing to do. We need more of people. We need more of you out there. And
care about each
so,
other.
yeah. So we've got Power Players coming up with Dolby and Kevin Yu. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen. I know we missed Andre today. Did my best, and hopefully you had a good trading morning. I know the house account made a little bit of money today, which is always great. Anne Marie, thank you very much. JD, MP, always a pleasure. Stick around. More coming your way.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. Got a special guest. As you can tell, there's a different language in chat. That is because we got Kevin from Taiwan. He's been a longtime partner and friend of mine. It's been a while, Kevin. How are we doing?
Hi, hello everyone.
Kevin is doing very well, but apparently he just placed a trade that he's not too proud of. So, Kevin, do you want to get your screen up here and let us know what trade you put on that was not too hot?
As you can see, my trade so far, I have short position over here. So I'm like shorting. This is my target over here, and what I'm not proud of is not this trade, but the trade before, because the last hour, there's been a like a tension in our family because my wife and one of my daughter, they had an argument or something. So I caught on the mood of I'm trying to prove something. I'm trying to show my manhood, or and I sat back in my chair. I did everything what I told people not to do.
Oh no!
I was up. Okay, let's see the statistics. I was up 1,800 today, but right now I was only 37. $37. So I lost 1,800 within an hour. So I let the mood caught into me, and I think this is the first time I appear in Topstep TV. So I got nervous. I want to prove something. I want to prove that I can trade. So here it is. This is the last trade I've ever done. So if this one got break even, I will stop trading right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate
I'll
the
leave it.
transparency. What's your current position right now?
Current position is a short position right here. Short position
what's the number?
2138 Nasdaq.
2138. All right, cool. Let me put this on my chart. Oh, you have a nice little. You said, you're an MN. Oh, you're an MNQ. 20,138. Okay.
Yeah. And I was in MNQ because I can easily control my position.
Mm-hmm. So do you prefer?
Do
you much prefer trading micros over e-minis then, just for scaling in, scaling out?
And because I'm taking a 100K combined. So and today I was supposed to pass to get the XFAs today. So I use micros to achieve the last miles.
Perfect. So you do have let's see, what's your P&L balance? What's your balance right now? So you're 104,000.
That balance
okay.
It's over here. Yeah.
Perfect. So you got like $2,000 left. Well, Kevin, if you feel like passing your trading combine on air today, we would appreciate that very much.
If I have that in mind, I will blow this account immediately.
Oh, that is funny.
So this happens every time. So whenever I wanted to pass the account right on this day, I will blow it up. Yes.
Yeah. So Kevin, you're one of our top Taiwanese partners. You do a lot of education over in Taiwan. Can you kind of explain to chat what your background is in finance, and then how you got into Topstep and futures trading?
Okay, no problem. Okay, I got step out. Okay.
Okay, so he's flat. Kevin's flat.
Yeah, I'm flat. Can you see my screen?
Yep, you're good, man.
Okay, so I'm in Taiwan. I'm called Lao Yu in Taiwan. Name is old Yu, because I was like this 20 years ago. Okay, so and I got into trading business. I mean, not business. I got into trading when I was like in 2007. I was 26 years old, and I successfully turned 3K US dollars into 60K, like almost 60K.
Wow!
In 3 months.
How fast? 3 months.
In 3 months, it was amazing. I know. So I got cocky. I got my ego going into my mind. So people told me, even my wife at that time, we hadn't been married yet.
Mm-hmm.
So they told me to get the money back, to pull back, to withdraw some money, I didn't listen to them. I said I was the God. I was God. I can. Do you know how much I make one day? Do you know that? It's more than you make in a month. So I told my mom that. And she said, come on, you got to withdraw some money. I didn't listen to them. So I traded options. I trade calls. And at that time, I was a total newbie. I didn't know anything about future, nothing. So the only thing I know is to buy, call, and hold. No stop. No stop at all. If my position like in a negative, I would just add more, even out.
Oh my goodness.
So
okay.
I'll wait for a few days because at that time the market was so strong. So every newbies can make money. I was one of the dummies, but I didn't know that. I thought I was God. So I lost like 10K at July 27th, 2007.
Well, you know it's bad when you remember the day.
Yeah, because I keep track of my trading at that time. And I lost 10K that day and like 10 something the next day. So I lost 20 something K in 2 days.
Oh.
And so there was a great hit. So I thought that was me. I didn't know enough. I didn't learn enough. So I went to the bookstore. I bought all the books I can find, all the technical analysis books I can find. And I see moving average, I see RSI, MACD, all the indicators. I see one and I used one. So that was within a month, I lost all the money I made at that time, and even the money I borrowed from my mom. It's like 2K. No, 20K. I borrowed from my mom. So at that time, I was a total loser, and I remember what my mom told me to withdraw some money. And yeah, my mom told me, "I told you so." I didn't listen, so I lost everything. So I got then I got into I met a very good successful trader, old right now he's old. He's like 60 or 70 years old right now. And he didn't use any indicator. In fact, he didn't even use the chart. He read only numbers. I mean, only the numbers jumping up and down. So I accidentally I bumped into the guy. The guy told me that, oh, you can buy at certain price. I said, come on, how can you know that just by reading the numbers? He said, yes, you can read that. I said, what? And he said, you have to calm yourself down. You use too many things. Too many things is in your head. At that time, I thought I want to know more about the market, so I learned everything. And here comes this guy. He didn't use anything, and he made money in like how much? 300K in a month.
Wow! Just from tape
just right in front of me, without any charts, no charts at all.
Oh, you saw it live? You saw him do it?
I saw it live. I was next to him, like for
goodness.
3 weeks. And
he must have been flabbergasted.
He didn't teach me anything. I tried to ask, how can you do that? He said, when you trade long enough, you'll know. Damn it, come on.
That's the worst advice.
That's right. So, and he said, come on, you trade long enough, you'll know. Okay, then I came back the next month. I deleted all the indicators on my screen. So right now, I use only pure price action, only the naked chart for me. So I don't know if you guys can see my PowerPoint.
No, we cannot see your PowerPoint. We only see your chart that you're sharing. I did
You
not know
only
you
see
had
the
a
chart.
PowerPoint.
Okay. So what I wanted to do is to introduce guys that the pin bar, the power of pin bar. So for example,
Okay.
like
I haven't heard of this before.
yeah, for example, you see at the end of my chart, there's a pin bar and it's got long wick at the bottom, right? So that means people are buying here. I don't know who, but people are buying here. And I don't care what they say. I care about what they do. Those are real money. So the support, you can see there's a thin line. It's like 19980. There's the line.
It's a 15-minute chart.
Yeah, it's a 15-minute chart. So you can see that the support was broken and came back again. This is what I like about pin bar.
So it's just that one candlestick. Is that all you're looking at? It's just one candlestick?
No, it's not.
It's not
just all candlestick. Okay. I'll introduce my trading for you. Like for example, let me see. I can draw line from here. I always use like support and resistance to show like, okay, for example, if we were at that time, I'll reset the chart. Okay, let's see. All I know is the last time market went to this price, and it cannot be any lower. Sometimes it got a little bit weak down there, but immediately it got bounced back. So I know if I want to buy something, I want to place a long order. I'm gonna buy near this support. And on the other hand, I will know I will not buy anything against the wall, because the last time the market went here, it cannot go any further. So I'm not gonna do that. So let me show you my successful traded. Okay, as you guys can see, okay, those are.
The resolution's a little bit low, so if there's anything,
the resolution is a little bit low.
You're gonna have to read it off the chart. It's a little bit low. It's nothing you can do.
Oh, okay. About it. Okay, I gotta read it.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay, no problem.
It needs to be like big fonts if we want to read it.
Okay, so my technique is to find the reverse point right on the two lines. The reverse point. And the reverse point usually shows as a sign of a pin bar. So if I see a pin, like pinning down, I mean lower, the bottom wick is longer.
Yeah.
So like the one, like the one here. Here, can you see at the end of my screen? So I have the blue line on the screen, right? You get the blue line on the screen, and you see my mouse here. Yep. So those patterns, they show me that people are buying here. So I will follow those people, and my stop will be just right here. So this will be my stop. So my risk will be like this, and the reward, at least I can make it to the top blue line.
Yeah, I do have your trading stats, and it looks like you're about 3 to 1. So you're risking 100 to make 300 approximately in general.
Well,
let's say.
Actually, I got lots of break evens. So those break evens will even out my risk and reward ratio.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So normally when the price is in the 60-minute chart at the edge of this one, I'll go into a 5-minute chart and see if I can find the right pattern for me.
Mhm.
I mean, what is the right pattern? It's the head and shoulder pattern, the reverse head and shoulder if I want to place a long position. And if I want to sell, I'll find a head and shoulder pattern.
Mhm.
If I don't find it, I'll wait. But today I broke the rule because I had the mood, I had the anger in my mind, in my chest.
That's right. Someone in chat was saying that he blames all of his bad trades on his wife. Is that a acceptable strategy?
No, I blame it to me because I let the emotion came back to me. I blame myself. But when I was losing a lot of money, I blame my wife. I blame my kid. I even blame the market. I blame Nasdaq. I blame Trump.
Yeah.
Yes, I blame everyone else, but not me. So
that's funny.
Right now, the big lesson is I blame myself to let the emotion get into my mind, get into my chest.
Yeah.
So this is not the usual me. Yeah.
So okay. So we got a rare version of Kevin today. A very rare version of Kevin.
I'll show everybody this is real. We all gonna fight with our wives at some time, right? So there a few years ago, I had the worst loss in one day. I lost 33K in one day. Actually, it's within an hour and a half. I lost 33K.
What were you
and
trading?
That was Nasdaq.
Personal
I
account.
was trading Nasdaq. Personal account, real account, not because back then there was no I didn't know Topstep. So I traded everything in my Taiwanese broker personal account.
Mm-hmm.
So all I remember is that we had a big fight, a really big fight, and I was so angry, so angry. And the second I sat on the chair in my study, I immediately placed the trades and I canceled all the stops because I didn't want to lose again. I just got lost. I just lost the battle in the living room. I need to win. I need to win something. So I canceled all the stop I had, and I maximum my position. I even out. So I lost everything, and I remember I had like 200, 300 trades within an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So I lost 33K. So after that,
chat's relating to some of these stories here. Chat is definitely relating to some of these stories.
And from that day, I will never fight my wife again. She's always right, even though she's wrong. She's always right.
Whatever, you got to keep a good mindset. You know, you've got to keep a healthy mindset when you're trading. Speaking of trading, is there anything you see right now in the markets that you like? I do have the house account open, Kevin. So if there's something that you like as far as a trade goes, I will be more than happy to back it with a little bit of size. And if we can get up to 50 contracts, MP will be so happy. So, Kevin, what is your 50 lot trade for the Topstep house account?
Okay, let me see. Nasdaq? Okay, let me see. Nasdaq. Right, I'm not gonna buy anything here because it's too high, and I can see in our chart that we got 1, 2, and we got 1, 2 long wicks above, like at 21.5 too at this point. But the market is going so strong right now, so it's gonna break. If someone wants to short the market, short Nasdaq, I think it's better wait for the market to break through the wall and then come back down, and it will be a pin bar at that time. So
okay.
After
Let's look
the
out
pin
for a
bar,
pin bar. So you're looking for a breakout of 20,160, having it do
and it's
a
happening right.
pin
It's
bar.
happening
Yep.
right now.
Okay, so let's see
Yeah,
if we can get your formation to show up. So what happens?
Okay.
What needs to happen here, Kevin, is that this needs to shoot up to say what, like 20,180, and then pull back down again.
Yeah, that's right, and also pull back down to at least like 2,100, maybe, and then come back up again.
Okay.
I can draw the lines in here.
Drum up.
Oh yes, I can draw the line here. So I think I can share the screen with you guys.
Yeah, you'd think you just had your charts up a minute ago. And is chat, if you're out there, if you're bullish or bearish, let us know.
This is what a short trader should wait. He or she should wait for this pattern, for it to go up and then go down and then come back up again. And so this is the wall, this is the ceiling. We want to trap those traders trading up there. So we want to trap them. Sorry for that.
I'm drawing now. I just saw this draw tool. Now you got me drawing stuff on my chart. So I think I just drew it kind of that head and shoulders that you're looking for.
Okay, I'll
I'm
just
drawing
move
everywhere.
Okay, you can see my chart. So if the head and shoulder is gonna show, so it's gonna be over here. So this is the left shoulder. So I need to see the right shoulder.
Okay, and then you're going short, right? If we get that movement.
If we get the movement, that's definitely for short. And the window, the hitting zone, this is so important. If that happens, I will only hit the baseball at here. So this is the zone I will hit the ball, because if the market goes too far down here, I will not place the short over here because it's too far away. I want to minimize my risk. So this is why I can minimize my trade, because if I see, for example, if I see a pin bar over here, I can easily place my stop right outside the pin bar.
So in this instance, it'd be 20,168, assuming everything else happens that needs to happen for your trade, but it'd be above the pin bar. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and the take profit in this trade, if it happens, the take profit will be like minimum. This is my first target. This is the nearest target you can get here. This is the first target.
So it's 20,100. We're at 58. So it's about a 60-point trade.
Yes, and this is the minimum, because you took the risk. You took the risk about like 20, maybe 20. Yeah, 20 points.
Yeah.
So you have to make minimum maybe 60 or 70 points. Otherwise, you don't have. Otherwise, you don't have the risk, the good risk and reward ratio.
Right. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just saying, like, I'm gonna watch this and see. But if this does end up panning out, I am for sure hopping in with a 5 lot for a short at like 158. If this all ends up happening.
Yeah. So the only thing we have to do is to wait. So far, it's so bullish, yes, but it's hard for us to get in because it's already. You can see our chart is from It's from like 19580 last night until right now is 2164. So it's already this high. We don't want to place a trade when the market is already at this point. Oh, it's falling back right now. You can see the pin bar is
it's
appearing
forming on the.
in the.
What's your favorite time frame for the pin bar setup?
Well, the pin bar setup is a 5-minute chart, but the pin bar is only one of the sign. What I like is to remember the head and shoulder pattern.
Yeah.
So this is a good example because what I see here, I'll draw right here. So this is the head and shoulder pattern right here, right?
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Yes, what we're looking for. If it happens, it will be a big pin bar in the 60K chart, 60-minute chart, right?
60-minute.
So it will be a big pin bar. So I can place a trade. I love to place a trade next to. Let me show you the 60-minute chart. I like to place a trade next to a very good 60-minute pin bar because then I'll have some grown-up people, some big funds that can make up because those people cannot buy any higher, and those people they are selling. So if you see, I can give you some example. Like here, you can see a lot of pin bar pointing to the sky. That means people are selling at this place. So whenever the 60K bar goes like this, I like to place a trade next to the 60 bar, and inside here I get into a 5-minute chart in this area, in this place.
Okay.
So
it's like long time frame. You're looking at the pin bar, but then you'll go down to a 5-minute for the entry.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
And also, I like. You know what I'm talking about.
And I like to trade. What?
Oh, I was gonna see. I'm gonna ask chat real quick. Chat, if you have questions for Kevin, please put them in there. I have not asked for questions so far, but now I just have. So Kevin, I'm gonna see if chat wants to participate a little bit, ask some questions to you. You're doing a good job describing your system here. It's very, very concise.
And while we're waiting, can I explain more a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I use one technique to get the reverse point. It's called it's from a book. It's called Adam's Theory, and it's quite easy. It's like whenever you see a range, like the price is going inside the range. Let's say the range is 50 points, for example, and you see a break. So a break over here, I'll just flip the whole thing up. So let's say if this one is 50 points, so the market will probably go another 50 points.
Yeah.
And until it got weaker. So you can see that in the 5-minute chart right now. You can see that. For example, you can see my chart over here. You see at the end, you see a bar so strong that it didn't pull back.
Yeah.
So this is so strong. So I'll flip everything up like this way. I'll flip it up to outside of the screen.
Did you know if you press Alt-I in Topstep X, it inverses the chart?
Really?
Yeah, check it out.
Alt-I?
Yep, now it's upside down. Now it's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Good. Thanks. I didn't know that. So there will be our target if I make the trade. See, it's like almost the same. And the market goes here, it got weaker and it went down. So I often use this technique. So what I like is to observe what the market is doing, and if the market shows my pattern, I mean the big pink bar in the larger time frame and a head and shoulder pattern in a smaller time frame, and also everything happens in this area. I call it satisfaction area because the people at the bottom, they are satisfied with their profit, so they took the profit, and the market just went down because they took the profit.
Buyers become sellers.
So,
I mean, we're kind of setting up this formation here. I got a couple of questions in chat. Are you ready for some questions?
Okay, no problem.
Okay. From Discipline Works, pins on top and bottom. How do you decide which way?
How do I decide which way? Oh, it all. Let me show you. Let me draw something over here. Let me draw something.
I like the drawings,
Okay.
Kevin. I'm not gonna lie. I like them a lot.
Okay, and what I do is I observe the market. I'm a long person because I love to make long position. I'm not used to make shorts. So
yes, long-term bias. That's good. Good for indices.
Yeah, I'm the long-term buyers because I do stocks too. So I always wait for the price to go down and buy the stocks. Okay, I'll explain. And what I do is I wait for the market to go sideways, and I found I can easily draw the two lines, and then I'll wait for.
You got my attention.
I wait for the market to drop. For example, it dropped here. It's about the satisfaction point. So I'll wait for my pattern. I said the pattern is the reverse head and shoulder. All the drawing is so bad. So I'll wait here. Okay. So my entry will be here at this point. This is my, oh damn, I'll draw a bigger chart, sorry. Let me see if I can control everything. Okay. I'll make it thicker.
There we go.
Not really.
That's a solid range. That's a solid range you're drawing.
Okay, like this. If I see this pattern in a 5K chart, this means it's a pin bar. Remember I said it's a pin bar here, right? So what I like is if I can see in the previous market, if I can see something like this. This is an even bigger time frame, like a 60-minute time frame here. This is the large resistance over here, and it got broken down, and it came right back up. This is what I want. So if this pin bar is directing, the pin is pointing down, and also it's at the edge of the lower line. I mean, remember we draw two lines before. I mean, in the bigger time frame. So we need the T bar. We need this one over here, and I'll observe if there's anything I can do. The next bar. I don't trade within the T bar. No, it is not good. But I trade next to the T bar. So the small pattern of reverse head and shoulder will appear in this 5-minute time frame.
I got you. You can probably use it on any formation, right? On any ratio of formations.
Any ratio. Yeah. I use it in stocks. I mean, normal stocks, not futures stocks. and I use it on weekly and daily time frame. Weekly is my large time frame, and the daily time frame is my entry time frame.
For stocks, at least. If you're trading like
stocks,
long,
because stock. I hold stock like long term, and you can see the similar pattern for Nvidia, like at the end of 2000, like 2023, at like October and November, you can see the weekly chart over there for Nvidia, and it's quite. So the price over there, I think, is $14. Use the price right now. It was $140 back then.
Yeah. I got some more questions here, Kevin. This one is from Marcos Zap. I noticed Kevin has the volume bars at the bottom of the chart. Does he pay attention to when he's placing orders? So why is volume on your chart? Yeah, volume.
Okay, why is volume on my chart? Okay, those volume on my chart is the only thing I need to distinguish. Is the hot hour, fast market, or slow market hour. So this I can easily tell the difference between. See, you can see those are slow market hours. So we don't have the volume. So that's the only thing I do over here. And also, it prevents me from trading those contracts that nobody's trading anymore. Like the September contract is gonna be settled tomorrow. So everybody's trading December contract right now.
Yep.
Yeah, so it prevents me from trading no liquidity contracts.
Got it. Okay. So it's not like directly related to your strat, just like a general trade here, don't trade here. It's markets are slow, markets are fast.
Right. But also there's one thing we can do when we observe the volumes is that if you are making money and also the market is, if you're making money, like, and how do I cancel all the drawings? Let me see.
Right click your chart and then do remove all. Do you have to click the chart? Not the line. Click the chart.
Oh,
yep, and then remove drawings.
Remove all.
Drawings.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks. So this is the first time I draw here because normally I draw in my computer. I mean, I have another app for me to draw. Yeah. Okay. So what we are talking about is that I want to show it's a really small. In the 1 minute chart, you can use this. So whenever the volume goes up, you can see over here, right? The volume goes up, and you see the pin bar. You see the pin bar over there. So there will be a good chance to take profit because a lot of people took profit already. This is why you see the volume.
Okay.
And it's usually like here. It's usually the peak of a trend. You can see like here. This is
big volume.
This is big volume. So a lot of people took profit over here, and a lot of newbies and buy Nasdaq at that time, but they didn't know it was at the end. Maybe at the end of the market. I don't know. But I see a great volume over here. But this only applies in short trading time frame, like 1 minute or 5 minute time frame, because when you get a bigger time frame, those volumes seems insignificant anymore.
Yeah,
it is not. It is not significant.
I'm going to ask you one more question and just a quick answer because I think your trade is getting close to possibly setting up. What trading books are your favorite that you'd recommend?
For newbies? For new guys?
Yeah.
Beginners?
Sure.
For beginners, I think ES is probably better than Nasdaq.
Sorry, what books?
What? And I don't understand what book is.
Like reading material.
Oh, you mean real books?
Real books. Yeah.
Okay. And this one one written by Mike Douglas. I think it's called. Can you give me
Trading
a
in the
minute? I
Zone?
have those. Yeah, Trading the Zone. Yes, that's one of the great book. And also, I have the book right next to my shelf. Can I get it?
Yeah, go grab it.
Okay.
So we got NASDAQ here, pushing highs. We didn't dip below, what's this, 20,160, barely spent any time below it. Essentially what we're looking for with Kevin's strategy is for this 1 hour candle here to form a pin bar. And then we're looking for inverse head and shoulders or regular head and shoulders pattern. If we can get back under 20,157. Probably won't get it in this session, but it is something to look out for in the future. Kevin, you get the you got the book?
Yeah, but it's no. I think it is translated because it is, and I can't find the real English name of it.
What's the cover?
Phantoms.
I bet Chat knows. Chat knows everything.
No, Phantom's book. Okay, let me introduce this one first. It's called Adam Theory.
Adam Theory. Cool.
Yes. And I use the Adam Theory. I use the technique at the end of the book. I just show everybody. I flip the market, the chart, and it's got something that. So at the end of the book, and maybe the last third of the book, it showed me the technique. I used the technique until today, but I don't do like I don't do break buyings. No, I don't do that.
Yeah, I think I just linked that in chat. Maybe Hoag can confirm that is the right book. I actually have never even heard of this book before. The Adam Theory of Markets by J. Wells Wilder.
It's called Phantom. Yeah, Phantom's Gift. It's called
Phantom's Gift. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Phantom's Gift. So it's called. I found the English, the name of the title. It's called Phantom's Gift.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, we got 12 minutes left here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So that book is one of the ones you use. If someone can link that in chat, or if Hoag can find it and link it in chat, that'd be awesome. I could not find it. Adam Theory came out in the 1980s, according to Charles Chapman. Huh.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh no. According to Wells Wilder.
Yeah. Awesome. I did link the right book.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So Kevin, you do some education in Taiwan. You're still working with Sonny, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, first off, tell him I say hi. He's a sweetheart. And you guys are doing, huh?
I think he's watching the show. I think so.
Is he? Oh, shout out to Sonny. He's a man. Sonny's a man. But you guys actually hold courses in person in Taiwan, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And when you're doing those courses, is it all futures trading, or is it like general finance, or is it like a mix of both?
Mix of both. Because basically we trade futures, yes. But whenever people got stock problems, I will tell them how to trade stocks, because it's in a different time frame and the scale is different.
Yeah. What motivated you to start a kind of like education company, or whatever you want to call it?
To make money.
To make money.
Yeah, I'm being honest. Yeah. No, but the cliche one, the old version one is to help the world a better place.
Yeah.
No, just to share my losing experience. Like today, yeah, this is what I did.
So are your students going to slap you on the wrist with a ruler for taking a crappy trade today?
Oh, my students, I think they are doing well today. because
okay, good.
Yeah, because they took the trade at this point. They took a long trade. Actually, that was when I did the long trade, because I see this line,
Mm-hmm.
and it got broken down and it got back up again. I mean, here I see over here. This one, this is what I like. So lots of them made the trade.
Oh, good. So they got it, but unfortunately, did Sonny get it at least?
Not me.
Not you.
me.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
I actually I did, but I lost it all.
Yes, that's right. Got into a fight. So do you teach trading psychology as well to some of your students?
Yes, actually, trading is all about psychology.
Yeah.
The technique is so simple, but it's all about psychology. How to keep yourself calm. So today I stopped at plus $40, so it's still green. But back then, a few years ago, I won't stop here. I will never stop here. So I will stop until I make like another 200 grand. So yeah, and so I lost it all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure a lot of people in chat are relating to lost money stories in the markets. I think something we can all relate to.
So I'm going to call it a day for me.
Yeah. So you're interesting. Okay, so is that because you had like an emotional response today, and now you're just cutting it off?
That's right.
Okay.
And also, it's late here. Is 12:52 midnight in Taiwan.
Oh, we're keeping you up, Kevin.
It's okay. It's okay. So normally at this time I'll be snoring on my bed.
So I'm going to get your YouTube link. Some people in chat who want to follow you. Is your stuff only in Taiwanese, or is it also in English as well?
Well, everything is in Mandarin, in Chinese.
In Mandarin,
I do have one video. I do have one video in English, and I think I explain more of my ideas in English. So you can,
cool.
Maybe you can search. Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, Hoagland did post your link in YouTube there. So if y'all are interested in following Kevin and his, what's your trading education group called?
My group? I mean, in Chinese?
Or just in general? Yeah, either.
In general, Lao Yu. I mean, Lao Yu means me. My name Yu is my last name. So Lao means old. Yeah, old Yu. Yeah. So 老于的金融笔记 means my financial notebook, I think.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
That's it.
Yes. Funny Monkey says, can Kevin make more videos in English? I don't know. Kevin, can you make more videos in English? Yeah.
No problem. I'm sure I will. Actually, I will make one within a week. I'll try to explain everything I said today in a whole educational teaching video in a week. Okay? Let me do it.
In a week. All right. We're holding your...
Yes, I can do it.
Holding you to it. If not, I'm telling your wife, Kevin. And she doesn't get pissed.
Oh my God. Please don't. I don't want to have this day anymore.
Kevin, we're coming up on our segment here. Hour is really flying by. It looks like we're not going to get your pin bar set up quite yet in the NASDAQ.
No.
This thing has no chill today and is going
no chill.
Pretty far up.
I think because tomorrow is the settlement day. So the people are the people in the short position, I mean in the September shorting position, they were in the hurry to get in out of market, but the people have the money and the power. They won't let them get down the train easily.
Yeah, exactly. So we got a couple minutes left here, so we'll wrap it up. Kevin, any shout outs? Anyone watching that you want to say hi to? Any of your students? Anyone at all? Now is your chance to give them a shout out.
Give them a shout out? Okay, to my wife.
Yep.
I love you. So you're everything I do. I do everything for you. Yes. To my wife. Yes.
Anyone else out there watching? They're probably all asleep.
Anyone else watching? I think Will. I know you're watching. Will, you're doing so good, and I think that Vinci. There's this one called Vinci. You're doing good too. Vivi, good. So those are the person. Those are the people that did better than me. Way better.
Those are your students?
Yeah, those are my students, and they did way better than me.
Hey, that's what you want to see as a teacher, right? I mean, you want to do well too, but you really want to see your students do well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's great. So coming up, first off, Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. I've known you for quite a while here. One of our only and favorites, one of our Taiwanese companions and partners, Kevin and Sunny. Sunny is not here, but I've worked with him as well. He's awesome. Shout out to the Taiwanese trading crew and Taiwan in general. I haven't been. Kevin, how do we convince MP to send me to Taiwan? Can we work on that?
Wow. Okay, I'll work on that. I'm sure.
Okay.
You got to come here. When you come here, I'll show you around.
Yes, maybe we can get Andre, maybe James.
Yes. Okay, be sure to come.
That sounds
here.
awesome. So that's gonna wrap it up, everybody. Kevin, thank you so much. We're probably gonna get you back here. Chat loved you, loved your system. We're gonna try to get an actual trade next time. It just didn't set up, but maybe it's trying to right now. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it.
It's trying to.
The very last minute.
It's gonna happen later. Maybe an hour later.
Yeah.
We need to give it some time to develop the system.
Perfect.
So the only thing we need to do is to wait here. Yes.
Well, wait. I mean, that's trading, right? It's just sitting around and waiting most of the time.
Yep, that's right.
But yeah, you did such an excellent job describing your system. Chat knows what you're looking for, so we're gonna look for it for you while you're asleep. And what do we got coming up? Yeah, it's pulling back right now. What do we got coming up right now? Jack and Ben with shoulder tap. And then group coaching with JD and Hoag. Everybody, stick around. Kevin, thank you so much. You are now power player, production team. Wrap it up. Let's go to shoulder tap and see how those traders are doing.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. It's the day after Powell spoke. People thought they could push the indice down when Powell gave a half-point cut, and Powell said, no. We have been shot out of the proverbial, not even a cannon. It's just been a higher today. Our traders like to dabble in the NQ, which is up over, 500 points, 580 points as we speak. By the way, I'm Jack. This is Ben. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Ben, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Jack. Another great day. Happy to be here. Happy to have you back. JD and I were on yesterday's segment, so happy to be back on with you. And looking forward to covering a lot of ground. There's been a ton of activity, especially with FOMC yesterday. So, and the massive move overnight. Lots to talk about, so we can jump right in.
Let's do it. How are the traders doing?
Yeah, so most recent live trader updates. House accounts up $2,600. Good to see. U-Day's up $1,000. Nathan B took a U-turn and ended up hitting the DLL. Earl F still pretty close to equity highs at plus 6,200 on the day. Raul still camped out at $20,200 in profit on the day, which is awesome. My guess is he was probably long. Brian B up 5,500, and Alexis, who we featured yesterday, nice rebound, sitting at plus $3,600 today. Alexis, if you're watching, proud of you for rebounding that way, and definitely lock in those profits on the day. Take it easy tomorrow so we can go into the weekend green. So that's what we have in the way of live trader updates. But want to recap in one of our trading cards. We'll recap a pretty fantastic story from yesterday, Jack. That we'll open up with. We can start there now.
Yeah.
Let's go to Susan.
Let's dive into
card.
it. This is poetry, Ben. Why don't you start by explaining, and then I'll ask a few questions that I'm dying to know.
Sure. So if you were watching the broadcast yesterday, you probably heard us talking about giving progressive updates on Susan, who was trading the equities yesterday. And it was really amazing. Early on I'll paint the picture for you. Early on in the day, Brett and I were talking, Brett's one of the other risk managers here, about the fact that Susan was up, roughly $20,000, I think maybe pushing 27,000 in real time when we had that conversation. And saying, hey, we need to reach out to her, make sure she's going to lock in profits, maintain a certain balance on the day, all that kind of stuff. So we sent that message, and pretty much from that moment on, maybe the most impressive part of the story, Jack, there was not, more than 5,000 in drawdown, all the way from 27,000 to what ended up being $41,200 in profit on the day. So Susan, in a 50K live account with $1,000 of loss limit, made $41,000 in profit yesterday. Again, with a 5-contract maximum, really sensational trading performance for a single day. Kind of hard to fathom, especially with that 5-contract limit, to be that right for so many points. But that is the sole profitable day in this account thus far. Every day to this point, the 11 other trading days that we've seen were daily loss limit days. She was very much a Club DLL member. And, as exciting as it is, as cool as it is to see so much of the trading and the behavior thus far to be wiped away, those losses wiped away, and then, up 30 grand roughly in profits in this account. It's hard not to, but I really don't want that to reinforce what I would consider bad behavior, right? Just the worst thing that could happen is for us to, ram into that DLL 10, 15 times in a row over the next few days. So that's the only thing I really wanted to say about this, Jack. Number one, just commending her on this performance and making the point that you've still got a ways to go to reach a payout, but just trade small and actually challenge yourself. See if you can hit those 4 days remaining necessary to qualify for a payout on what is, again, one of the best intraday trading performances that I've seen in this position. So, what do you have for us, Jack?
Sorry, I'm counting. I really did the first time I've ever done a spit take. Like I literally dribbled water down my shirt when I saw I read the cards from the bottom to the top usually when I saw what happened yesterday. This is probably the largest outlier trading day I've ever seen, and I'll tell you why. And I want to ask. So 11 straight days at the DLL, then 41,200. I am very curious. By my count, the daily range yesterday in the NASDAQ was 350 points or something like that. Now, that means that if in this account, because what was she trading yesterday? Was it E-mini? No, it was a
It was in
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. Yeah.
Okay. So that means that if Susan had on her maximum size, 5 contracts, and hit the exact top with a sell and the exact bottom with a buy, she could not have gotten the P&L that she got. It would be 35,000 or
Yeah.
something like that.
Right.
Yesterday also was not some big one directional day. I guess, I mean, it's a live account, so we can't comment that much, but with the number, there's a lot about this that is blowing my mind. With the number of
Yeah,
trades and stuff.
that's a really important point, Jack. I think I missed that one actually. The fact that the total range on the day, if she was max size and just bought the bottom, sold the top, would not have yielded these profits. Meaning she's hitting pivots for large profits on multiple trades throughout the day. Really, just kind of unbelievable. To rake in, if you were max long, the 5 contracts to take down 400 points of net profit in the Nasdaq is wild. So didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, it's
Right.
pretty shocking.
Some people commented that she's in and out. I mean, obviously she is. I'm saying that it is incredibly difficult to beat the P&L of the max range in the day on your full size.
Yeah.
I don't believe that we have seen that before. And it looks she was holding winners for 27 minutes and losers for 11 minutes. A lot of trades. This, I guess, just in the zone. It's crazy to make $41,000 on a day on 5 contracts with $1,000 limit. That being
Yeah.
said, after the 11 straight other days, I would focus on nothing else but getting 4 more $200 winners so we can take a payout from here, because those sorts of days are not going to happen frequently.
Yeah. And a quick review of those trade reports, there were 4 other trading days of $200 profit or more at one point, right? Where the P&L high, eclipsed that $200 mark. So this is a trader that's perfectly capable, obviously, of putting up a $200 winning day. It's about walking away with that. Something one of our later trading cards will exemplify very well, but just having the discipline to actually say, okay, I hit the jackpot, so to speak. I had my 100-point Wilt Chamberlain game. It's time to make sure I can actually take that home with me, because right now it's all still in the ledger. It's not in your bank account, so we need to get to that stage next. But shouldn't take away from the single one-off kind of individual day trading performance. Really fantastic and spectacular. I was excited. I'm glad we were on today to showcase it. Do you have anything else, Jack, you want to share?
Yes.
Yeah,
One last thing.
for it.
What makes this, as people are commenting in the chat, what makes this unusual from what I've seen is that generally when we see someone with a whole bunch of daily loss limits and then a huge day, the day where they make all the money, you can tell it's some like huge. It's a day like today, right? Where if you look at today, somebody who is just gonna pyramid into their position every day and add more and more and hold it forever one direction. A day like today, let's say you started last night and just, you put on your you pyramided into your 5 NQs and you were holding till now, it's up over $500. That's usually what happens. People that are kind of stubborn. So they have a lot of loss limits while they try and go for everything. And it's usually an 150K account. So they're scaling up the size. Uh, this this is something. So honestly, congratulations, Susan. I have not seen anyone do this. Uh, get those other days before you start slinging it again. Take some of this money.
Yeah,
It's
we'll keep
good.
track of Susan and her progress towards a payout very closely, and we'll be in contact with her to make sure she can capture those profits out of the live market. Good on you, Susan. Let's move on to the next trading card. We've got Faye up next. We'll talk about Faye. Faye's someone we featured before, another gold trader trading with us from Chula Vista, California, which looks lovely in our little thumbnail there. Traded in this account for 26 trading days, and there's been good mixed in with bad. Now we have a net average daily P&L of $198. That's positive expectancy. That's profitable trading. But again, that number doesn't tell the full story. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. And this is one of those traders and trade reports I find really intriguing because I see so much, room for improvement, probably in a lot of different ways. But one way in particular, you'll look at the winning day percentage, the winning trade percentage, less than 40% on both of those. Those are something that could definitely be improved upon. I think ultimately what needs to happen here, two things. First and foremost, Faye is qualified for a payout. Faye, this is my public call to action. I am, practically on my knees, not literally, but I'm close. Please take a payout. You have quite a bit of equity in this account. You've traded for 26 days. You qualify for a payout. I don't care if it's $1,000. I don't care if it's $500. Take something out of this account and pay yourself so that it doesn't continue to deprecate without any benefit to you. Not that it's going to necessarily. Again, we have some positive expectancy, but the current account balance is about 50% of what was the high watermark. So we're not on an upward trajectory at the moment over the last couple of weeks, and really want to see that turn around. But at a minimum, take a payout. One thing that could really help and improve, Jack, I'm not sure if it's caught your eye yet as you're looking through those trade reports, but the P&L high, intraday P&L high is very often significantly higher than what we end up with. Oftentimes, it's a $2,000 plus winning day, even $4,000 or $5,000 that ends up turning around and going to the daily loss limit. That is irresponsible at a minimum. You've got to find a way to lock that in, to ratchet in your profits as you go along. That's why we made that outbound call to Susan yesterday, as we saw her up $27,000. At Topstep, at a prop shop, you're not allowed to be up $27,000 and then end up with a $3,000 losing day. You have to take advantage of those days, and of course, giving yourself a little bit of room to continue trading if you see opportunities that are worth taking. I think that's the biggest thing here. Implementing a manual personal daily profit target. If you have to put something structural in place that will prevent you from continuing to trade after you hit a certain profit threshold, that's a good way to enforce self-discipline until you have the confidence and the gumption to enforce that manually as you go throughout the day. That would be my number one thing. We've got to ratchet up those profits as we get them. Those winning day percentages could be significantly higher, and we could be very close to account balance highs in this account if we were taking profits when we had them, rather than just continuing to hit that button and in a lot of cases ultimately losing money on it. So that's my plea to Faye. Very good trader overall. Again, to be up thousands of dollars intraday on a regular basis, it is no easy feat, but you also have to walk away with those dollars in the account at the end of the day. So you're great, Faye. Just implement one or two tweaks, find a way that works for you to take home that money when you have it, and you'll be sitting pretty in no time. Jack, anything that jumps out at you here?
Yeah, there is some good trading here. And, there's nothing wrong with 31% winning days if they're a little bit bigger. This isn't someone who's just got everything from one day. What jumps out at me is what you said. And when we're looking at these trade reports, uh, the number we see for the P&L high for a day means you were flat at that level. Okay. I shudder to think on a lot of these accounts because I know people will like hold things. I shudder to think what the intraday unrealized P&Ls were on some of these things. I think you have more room with the unrealized in that there's nothing wrong with if, you're going to have break even with a runner, as long as you're consistent with it and you make it, make the big winners. It's a tough pill to swallow when you're actually flat. If you're flat and up a good chunk of money, I'm not saying that if you're in an account with a 2K loss limit or something, that if you want to trade again, it has to be 2K. You could, I wouldn't, but you could open it up a little bit more. But you have to do something that's based on the size of your balance, right? Um, we see far too often on here people, they get up money, what would be a really good day for them, like a top 5 percentile day. And then suddenly their new loss limit is that plus the DLL, right? And it ends up being a swing of, in this case, it looks like, like half the account or 30%. Got to think about those things. It's a gift if you're flat. You can keep on trading, but you have to be laser focused on not letting that get away from you.
Yeah, I'll say one other quick piece about that before we move to our last card. I've traded myself. I've been there. I understand what happens. You kind of get those big eyes. What I think really takes place, we're about to enter Q4 of the year, Jack, and a lot of people are going to look back on their performance, thus far in the year and kind of where they can and want to finish, 2024 as far as the trading performance. And when you have a reasonable time horizon like that, if you're looking at things based on, quarterly performance or monthly performance, heck, weekly performance, that's a good frame of reference. And I think that kind of helps keep you grounded because when you go up, like you're saying, you're hitting a top 5 percentile profitable day for yourself, or heck, even breaking new, records, as far as intraday profit. I think it narrows your field of view and your focus to such a granular level that you can't see the forest through the trees. You can't see what this would actually mean for your account balance, like you're saying, heck, your monthly performance or even yearly performance, and ultimately what it's going to do for you and your family. So it's hard. It's so difficult to do when you are actually, like you're saying, flat up $5,000. There's power hour coming up. That there's going to be movement. Because of X, Y, or Z factor. To just shut down the platform and move on is difficult. But when you find a way to do that consistently, and you have a system that has edge, that's how you end up with a really, really good performance for the month, for the year, a good long-term trader. So last bit we'll say there. Let's move on to our last card. I think we've got enough time. Johnny is in 150K accounts, so unlike the other two traders we've seen in 50K accounts. 150K live account, trading for an average daily P&L of $530. We've seen today would be the 20th trading day. He has traded today as well. Really high win percentages, which is interesting. 84% winning day percentage and 70% winning trades. Taking 11 trades per day. Johnny's a scalper, scalping the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ for usually a couple minutes at a time, and doing so with pretty high accuracy. The reward to risk ratio is, a little bit lower than 1-to-1, but when you're hitting at a high clip, that can kind of make up some difference for you. You do have to maintain those high win percentages in order for that to work out. But so far, Johnny's proven his muster from Switzerland with us. It's great seeing all these traders from around the world. I know we just had Kevin on in Taiwan, but Johnny trading with us profitably. He's taken almost $13,500 worth of payouts so far. I love that the average losing day is less than the daily loss limit. That's an easy like A/B litmus test for yourself. Are you losing less than your average daily loss limit? That shows that you have some discipline when it comes to managing your downside, which is the key to longevity in trading. Consistently walking away at P&L highs. I mentioned we would get to that. I'm glad we had enough time to touch on that. Jack, up and down that trade report, guys walking away near the P&L highs for the day. And some of the days that he's not, he's very, very near those P&L highs, meaning he's taking a trade, he's taking another trade. Okay, he's up good money, takes a loser, small loser, and is saying, I'm done for the day. That is a real recipe for managing your account successfully over time. So always love seeing that, and the fact that he's paying himself consistently. Someone previously, I think the last time we really pointed that out, I remember someone had asked, how does someone actually walk away from their P&L highs on the day? Well, it's a pretty easy thing. Well, not easy, but how you do it is very simple. You close your trading platform when you are in profit. You have to be willing to do that. You have to be able to, have that long-term vision, see that I'm up profit. I'm in that range that I'm comfortable with on the day. It's a winning day for me. I'm calling it quits. I'm closing the trading platform. I'm going to go do anything other than give that money back. So Johnny does that excellently. Love that he's in a live account. Don't see any reason why he, can't keep doing this for another 20 days and, into the end of the year. So good on you, Johnny. Jack, anything on this one before we wrap it up?
Yeah, just 3 losing days here. 2 of them are DLLs, but this is a very different card, and I can't speak. With the scalping strategies, it's hard to say anything without seeing him trade and what he does. But the results of this to me look very disciplined. He's not having those huge swings. He's, as I say, making a nice dispersion of P&Ls. Like there's not the highest day. Does it say it on the card? Because I'm going to say it right now. Otherwise, in these 19 days, his biggest day is $1,800, or actually 1,900. He's had an 1,800 day, a 1,900 day, an 1,100 day, a 1,500 day, a 1,400 day, another 1,100 day, a 1,200 day, a 1,000 day. I mean, it's just really he's making a couple $100 to 1,000 to maybe 2,000 a day, and not taking big swings. I mean, from the daily P&Ls and stuff, it's a really good looking card.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice compliment to, again, some of the things that we'd like to see improvements on from maybe the first 2 cards. Johnny does that well. So everyone's got room for improvement. Of course, we always want to approach these things with grace, but it's an individual sport. This is something that, only you can press the keys in your account, click the mouse. And so, refining your process, being disciplined, finding ways, using technology, even setting that personal daily profit target. If you don't have the self-discipline to say, okay, I'm up $1,000, that's my stated goal for the month, daily, I'm calling it quits. But Johnny does a really good job of that. And again, for that reason and the win percentages, I don't see any reason why this couldn't carry forward. Over time, that'll probably equalize a little bit, but doing well, and no reason to believe he won't continue.
Yeah, and really quick before I sign off, somebody asked, what is his worst day? Well, he twice in these 19 days hit the minus 3K DLL, and then one day he lost $157. That's fine to me. In fact, what I like about that loss of 157 is that he was high. It's not he was high. He might be, but that's none of my business. But his high P&L to be flat was $589 that day. And he called it quits down $157, which is exactly what we were talking about before, is that he's not just trading until he hits the loss limit or goes to Valhalla. So I like this card. So keep it up, Johnny. Obviously you've paid yourself out. Good stuff. Hope you continue on it. So Ben, thank you too, man. Good to see you.
Of course. Yeah, likewise, Jack.
All right, everybody, stick around because we got some market stalking coming up at 1. But first, group coaching with JD and Hoag. And then for Power Hour, Myself, Andre, Hoag, and Francis Green will be in there to see what is available and if we're making new all-time highs then. Hope you stick around. You're watching Topstep TV. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is that time of day again. It is group coaching time. This is the segment where we take your questions, you from the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. We've got the form pinned in the chat right now. There's still time to get a question in if you have one. I am JD. I'll be feeding questions to the Hoag. You're looking at the Hoag sitting right next to me. John the Goat Hoagland, what's happening, my man?
Oh, not too much.
Anything happened since fast markets? Any trades? Anything new?
No, I mean the S&Ps and the Nasdaq have really just been holding up above the IB high, just really spending time up there. We still have some pretty negative delta in the S&Ps. That's keeping me from looking for any shorts at this time, but no, nothing right now. Nothing I'm thinking about doing right now. So, and always our focus is on what we're doing here on screen. So I want to make sure we have really good thoughts and really good answers for you guys. I know JD, you're thinking the same way. So our focus is on you guys right now. So we will not probably be taking trades while we're doing this. We really want to be able to focus again on you guys.
Yeah, this isn't really it's never really been a trading segment. This has always been more about you guys and answering your questions. Because throughout the day, as new things come at you, yeah, you're gonna have questions about it, and that's why we do this, to answer them.
Yeah.
All right. What do you say we get
one
started?
other thing that we want to talk about. We talked yesterday on screen about meeting everybody at Series or anybody that wanted to go to Series and, hanging out for a little while and having a couple of drinks and some food or something like that. We are not going to be able to do that tomorrow. However, we will be setting up something in the near future for anybody that wants to come join us for an hour or two at Series, have some really strong drinks and some food. That'll be great. But we just don't want anybody showing up tomorrow looking for us. Again, we apologize. We're not going to be able to do that tomorrow. We don't have the manpower currently. So we are going to get something set up and a little bit more organized and a little bit more notice on it. And we will get that going. You guys already booked your flights. I hope that that's not true. I hope that that's not true. Oh my goodness.
Nothing personal against anybody.
Apologize.
Yeah, nothing personal against anybody, but we may have acted a little prematurely there. We have some people out tomorrow, quite a few people out, so we're going to be shifting roles around, and we want to run the stream bell to bell like normal. So, yeah, with that being said, just don't have the manpower to take people away from TopstepTV to go have drinks on a Friday afternoon. But we are going to do it again soon. We're planning something to do it soon. So we'll keep you apprised of that. Although drinks at Series does sound better than a reversal challenge. Maybe a reversal challenge over drinks at Series.
That over drinks. Something. There you go. There you go. man on man.
Yes. Mano y mano.
Mano a mano.
Battleship style. Laptops in front of each other. Yeah. That'd be funny. All right. Let's get into it. We got your questions. We're going to start asking them right now. All right. First one comes from Ken. Ken C wants to know, so I'm trading in 2 XFAs right now, and I'm a scalp trader. My average win is slightly smaller than my average loss. My win percentage is between 70 and 75%, maybe a little bit over. Average loss will almost always be larger since most of the time I get out with a smaller win if it's pulling back and threatens to take the win away. Does this matter much? He goes on to say, I mean, my loss isn't double my loss by far. Please advise. I'm willing to show my XFAs if you'd like. So sounds like winning trade percentage goes down because we're trailing stops. And once the market makes a move, just getting out to lock in profits, whereas stops or whereas on the losing trades, running the full amount of stop. Hoag, what's your take on trailing stops or getting out of a position too soon because you think the market might be turning against you? Doesn't matter if it goes your way after that or not. But how do you feel about giving a trade a little bit of room to breathe? We don't know what kind of timeline Ken's trading on either. Is he looking at higher time frame charts, lower time frame charts? Is he not looking at time charts at all? Is he looking at a tick chart or a range bars or something? So kind of a subjective question, but let's stick with moving your stop to get out of a trade. Trailing stops.
Yeah. So You know, when I look through this and listen to this question, you know, it's wonderful to have a winning percentage of 70 to 75%. But you know, as we do talk about a lot, it's easier to have a win percentage when your expectations for potential profit targets aren't all that great, right? So, and I don't mean like not great, like hey, they're not good. I mean they're just not that big. So as long as you can maintain that 70 to 75%, Ken, and I see you in the chat, you're using Delta chart. Okay, that's good. So what sticks out to me the most, JD and Ken and everybody is you're putting on trades. They're going your way. The minute you get a pullback, you're getting out because maybe there's the fear of losing the entire profit that you had on that trade, which is something that every trader is intimately familiar with. I'm very familiar with. JD's very familiar with it. Um, so what I think you're saying is, you know, how do I improve my reward over risk? And it would be nice to maintain a 70 to 75% win rate, although that's probably not going to happen. I think you're looking for opportunities to take some bigger bites out of the market to even up your reward over risk or even go positive reward over risk. He says a huge portion of his trades are under 1 minute. So when you're establishing the risk, however you're establishing the risk, whether it is a static number, maybe it's 10 ticks, maybe it's 15 ticks, you know, if it's based more on technical analysis, you've got to start thinking about, okay, I know I'm going to be taking this trade. The risk is technically 15 ticks is going to take me out of this trade because the trade is no longer valid. And is it reasonable and probable that I'm going to be able to take a profit of 15 ticks? Now that's 1-to-1. If you can maintain that reward, that win percentage, you're going to do fine and probably do fine for a long period of time. But when you try and get to 1-to-1, it may lower your win rate. But as long as that win rate remains, you know, above 50%, well, above really 60% at 1-to-1, you're still going to make money. It's just not going to happen as fast. So, you know, knowing what you're using, knowing your time frame, but not knowing you personally, start thinking about taking profits at specific levels based off of the level of risk that you have to take the trade. I'm assuming that technically um you're technically looking at the trade and saying, all right, so if I'm trading it looks like you're probably trading the NASDAQ with your average win at $180, average loss at $220. You're looking at 10 points of risk on those trades. When you put that trade on and you're looking at 10 points of risk, look at the other side of it. Say, all right, I'm risking 10 points on this. Is it reasonable and probable that I could see 10-point profit on this? And if it gets to 10 points of profit, take it. And you may surprise yourself how often you're going to be able to take those profits at 1-to-1 reward over the risk. You know, 180 on the profits, 220 on the loss is almost 1-to-1. If you were just to take those profits at 1-to-1, then your performance might be a little bit better. It sounds like when the market comes back to you, back close to your entry, that maybe you're freaking out a little bit. Okay, they're going to lose this. I'm just going to take the money on this, and then I'll look for the next opportunity, and that's okay. I mean, he admits, okay, a lot of the time he could hold for a lot more. So why, you know, it's like a muscle, right? JD, and you're trying to stay in trades longer. Do it a little bit at a time. You know, get to 1-to-1 reward over risk over the next 30 trades. And then pay attention to what happens when you're getting out of those trades. You know, you may say, all right, well, those 1-to-1 trades, half of them were worth 2-to-1 reward over risk. Now, things are always going to change. The market's going to change. And, you know, there's nothing that is going to work out perfectly every time. But you may notice that you're better, that you're capable and better at recognizing some opportunities that may be worth more than you're allowing yourself to take. That is a psychological issue. That is something I've dealt with a lot. But just start by taking taking those profits at 1-to-1. You get 1-to-1 on it, take it. If it pulls back, you've already got your 1-to-1 reward over risk, and you'll probably be able to maintain probably about a 70% win rate. So you're going to be making money at that point. But then start paying attention to and accounting for what happens after you get out of that trade. You may notice that, hey, you know what? It seems like 8 out of 10 of these trades that I take at 1-to-1, I could get out at 1.5, 1.5-to-1, or 2-to-1 reward over risk. It is going to mess with your win rate, but if you're taking profits twice what you're risking in a regular basis, then you can build an empire on that. Ken, think about what's going on in your head when you're doing this, and just keep trying to expand that reward. And if we all get freaked out when the market comes back at us. We got 20 handles in the NASDAQ and it comes back 10 handles. Everybody's thinking, oh man, I better get out of this because I feel like this is going to come back and hit my stop. And it might if you don't. So this is all an accountability thing, and get inside your head and ask yourself, what is getting me out of these trades because of this? Is it because of fear of losing the entire trade that was once a bigger winner? Or is it because something has changed technically? The trade is no longer valid, so you got to get out of the trade. Just kind of put them in those two categories and work on expanding that possible reward over risk. I hope that makes sense. JD, did that make sense? I hope.
That made perfect sense, yeah. I will add too, if you're really comfortable trading minis as opposed to micros, then maybe just to test it out, switch over to the micros. If you're trading a 1 lot in the NASDAQ minis, put on a 10 lot in the micros and cover half how you normally would. Get out of 5 using the same process that you normally would, and let 5 run to see if your trade actually pans out. If you're that confident in your setups, you might see a little bit of difference just by using a different product. So always something to look at, or just trade 2 micros or 2 minis.
And Ken says he's making $1,000 pretty much every day for nearly 45 days in a row. If he counts all prop firms, Ken, you're doing well, and I applaud you for always trying to get better. That's awesome. Great to see that, Ken.
Yeah, you're going to pay a little bit more in commission if you go from 1 mini to 10 micros, but at least you're getting some validation if your trade setups are as good as you think they are. All right. Hope that helps you, Ken. Next up, we've got An. A-N-H. How do you pronounce it? An. All right.
An.
An says, when I swing trade, oftentimes there's a wide swing before my price targets are reached, or it even takes until the next day. I usually get chopped up in between the swing. How do you manage the trades in this case? Thank you. Pardon me. Well, we don't allow swing trading at TopStep. You can't hold positions overnight. You can't close them. You'll be all auto-liquidated out of your position at 3:10 p.m. Central Time, but then you can reopen it again at 5 o'clock Central Time. I'm not sure if that might be what An's talking about, but as far as swing trading, holding trades overnight, we don't allow it. But that aside, that was just more of a disclaimer than anything. That aside, when I'm saying my price target is price target, I'm going to assume that means profit target. So you're sort of trading around a position. Does that make sense to you, Hoag? He's putting on a swing trade and then getting chopped up, trying to trade around it.
Trying to trade the position.
Yeah. Does that sound like does it kind of sound like what he's doing?
It sounds like it, but it's either that or he's really a swing trader trying to become a day trader.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense also, but
yeah,
managing the small trades while you're waiting for the big trade to hit.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if you're a swing trader and, let's say in one account, you've got a swing trade on. Yes, we can't hold positions here at TopStep, but you put a position on that you believe is a swing trade early in the session. And it goes your way. And yes, there's always swings that are going to happen. The market's going to gyrate up and down. It's going to make you crazy. But as long as you're in that swing trade and it hasn't hit your stop loss, you have the probability or the possibility of having a big winning day. Let's say you put in a long first thing in the morning and price continues to push higher and higher all day. You know, I would suggest becoming more of a day swing trader. If you can catch the trend, if there is one, early in the session, what's wrong with just sitting in that trend or in that day swing trade all day until the end of the day? There's nothing that says that you can't do that. But also, if you have a swing trade that you have in mind, let's say you believe that price is going to go from low to high today. If you were to take that swing trade where you would normally take it, well, only trade from that side if your hypothesis of market trading from low to high continues to play out. So if your idea for the swing trade is a long that may take 2 or 3 days to get to its profit target, well then obviously you're looking at a longer time frame. You're looking at an opportunity where you may have a trade that may go that direction for 2 or 3 days, depending of course on the hypothesis, whatever technicals you're looking at, those kinds of things. So you would only trade day trades from that side. You're buying pullbacks when you believe the market is going to continue to rotate higher. You're looking for pullbacks to buy it so that you can kind of get in on a low and then take that trade and get out and then look for the next pullback. And I mean, in a perfect world, we could all just pick the right pullback and just kind of trade in and out of that position all day long. The world isn't perfect, but as far as getting chopped up in the middle of the day, I see Market Stalker D saying she calls those semi swings. I call them day swings. There's nothing wrong with taking a day swing trade and just sitting in it all day and then taking the profit at the end of the session and looking for the next opportunity the following day. But again, swing trades are usually, of course, going to be directional. If you're thinking of a swing trade, only trade that direction. If you're going to day trade it, maybe that'll help you find a little bit better way to day trade without getting so chopped up. I'm just hoping that that's going to help. Nothing is perfect, and just a couple of thoughts there to help you kind of get through some of that chop.
Thank you, Hoag. Hope that helps you out, on. Next up, we got a question about your 10% rule, Hoag. Zoe says, last night Dakota said you had a 10% rule. Could you go into it? Could you please explain it?
Yes. So
it's a very good,
every
good rule to live by.
Yeah. Every trader in the world has had a position on that was one tick from getting to their profit target, and then the trade falls apart. Very frustrating, aggravating even. So the 10% rule states that if I'm in a position and I'm within 10% of the profit target, 90% of the trade is played to the profit target, I allow myself to take that trade and call it a full profit target hit. If it's a 40 tick profit target and I'm within 4 ticks of that, and if I let that go and I lose 20 ticks before I decide to finally get out of it, it's not good for capital. It's not good for mental capital. It aggravates me. I'm sure it aggravates you, JD. I'm sure it aggravates all of you. So the 10% rule is anytime I get a profit that's within 10% of that trade, I'm either going to hit that profit target or I'm going to get out just short of it. I'm usually putting profit targets just short of where I think the market's actually going to go because I want to make sure and I get a fill. So 10% rule is you're within 4 ticks of a 40 tick profit target. That's good enough. You can take it and call it a full profit target hit.
There you have it. And if that's not your style, at least consider the fact that you might need to start thinking about getting out once you get that close to your profit target. And it's kissing it, but it's not filling you. Yeah, time to start thinking about it. Just
don't be well, there's a word for it, but I don't want to say it. Don't be a jerk for a tick.
Oh, we brought up a guy in the shoulder tap yesterday. Ben was talking about. The name escapes me. But he was on his last leg in the live funded account. As Jack would say, he's on the club DLL. But so many trading. I think he hit the DLL 18 out of 32 trading days in the live account. But the horrible thing about that story was that he was in profit so many of those days, and just didn't get out of the trade and came back and let that daily loss limit hit and just took him right out of the market. If that trader that we're talking about is in the chat right now, identify yourself or at least say hi. Curious to know how it went yesterday. I think he had 1 day left. He had about $3,300 balance left in the account, enough for one more DLL. Hope he pulled through. But anyway, hope that helps you out, Zoe. All right, let's get into a technical question here. Wheels BT, I see you hovering on that one right now, Hoag. Line 48. I hear about the 3-bar reversal mentioned often, especially from Dakota. I know it's a green bar engulfing the previous 2 red bars on a 5-minute chart, but do the wicks factor in? And if so, how do they factor? What's the exact criteria for this 3-bar reversal pattern? Side question. Did Dakota name the 3-bar reversal, or was it already in circulation? That's a good question. I really don't know the answer to that. But Hoag, you also mentioned the 3-bar reversal pattern quite a bit. We talk about it all the time on TopstepTV now.
Yeah, you can Google 3-bar reversal pattern, and it's going to give you probably 6 or 7 exact criteria that are all just a little bit different. So yeah, usually it's an engulfing bar that's opposite the 2 previous bars. Do the wicks matter? It depends on what website you look at. There's no, wheels. I get the idea that we would all like something to be exact and perfect. Like, this is a perfect 3-bar reversal. This has to go the other direction, but nothing is that perfect in futures trading. I wish it was, but no, Dakota didn't invent it. I mean, you can look it up on Google and it's just one of many reversal patterns. Dakota happens to be very good with it, and I hadn't thought about a 3-bar reversal in probably 20 years until Dakota started talking about it again. So yeah, it's a good reversal pattern, but yeah, there's no exact criteria for it.
I see Coach Jay in the chat. He says it's time to rename the pattern: North Dakota for bullish and South Dakota for bearish. Or we'll just call it the Dakota. Or we'll just call it the Dakota money gun. He lives off that pattern. All right. It's already 12:57. Can you believe that?
I know. Time flies, man.
There's a great question. Zoe had a follow-up question. Could you please explain Delta? Like I'm stupid. Maybe we can get to that one tomorrow. Put that one in the pocket for tomorrow, but we got to get out of here. We got 1 minute left. Just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for joining us for group coaching. Thank you for submitting your questions. Thank you, Hoag, for answering the questions. It was great to be here. Great comments in the chat, everything. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We've got Market Stalking with D coming up next. Coach Robert, Deeyana, Coach Jay, and myself, the 3 of us will be in there stalking markets together. And then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jack, Hoag, and another fan favorite, Francis Green, is coming back to join us for Power Hour. So stick around for that. We got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We made it. You made it. We're all here together. Let's do it. It's Market Stalking Hour with Dee, who this segment was named after. Dee, what's up? We got Coach Jay also. How's it going today? We were just talking crude oil in the green room a second ago. Coach Jay happens to be in a short position in crude oil right now, and they were kind of talking through it together. You guys want to share with everybody what you were talking about in crude oil just a few minutes ago behind the scenes?
Yeah, so currently in a crude short from 71.22. I've been in it for about a half an hour now. Looking for, kind of a flush of this 71 down to 70.80. But we were just talking about really not having any momentum, not trading that 71 level, looking like it's pretty supportive right now. So thinking how I want to manage this position, my stop is above the high a day, but it did have a 3-lot position on, took one off at near 71, and I have 2 left, so just managing those.
Yeah, so
Dee, it's
I'm on the same page. Yeah, so we really need to go below 71 with quite some confidence. There is a gamma level around 71, and we are kind of floating above it, and that's not really a great sign. And then I was saying to Jay, this time of day, this would be a failed auction, but this time of day tends to be a little bit sketchy on the probabilities for failed auctions. So I was also in a similar trade from a little bit lower. I was in from 71.15, but then when I saw it constantly being supported around that 71 level and just above it, I didn't like it, so I closed it. I think I made like $50 on that. However, I did very well on my Nikkei trade, so I wasn't really itching to stay in that for very long. I don't think that we're going to see this breakdown. If it was going to do it, it should have happened already. Maybe you might get the flush down into settlement. So in about, let's say about 15-20 minutes time. But do you want to hold it for that long? It's still kind of popping up. It looks like there's still some buyers around here. And yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, I've been kind of going back and forth on that decision for the last 20 minutes or so. Like, do I want to hold this or do I want to just let it go? I think I like where the stop is, and if I see something before settlement, I'll close it out. But I'm gonna hold on to it for now, and I'll watch the order flow as we continue here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Deeyana, you mentioned Nikkei. Do you trade a lot of Nikkei, or is this something new that you've been getting into?
I haven't. I don't normally. You see, this is. I've been trying to source out something that I can trade during London and something that moves pretty well during London. Now, most of the other products are a little bit sketchy and very inconsistent during the London session. So, one day they will move a lot, but then the next day it was just like watching paint dry. So I've been hopping around, doing a lot of back testing, then trying it out in combines. And I actually went back to my kind of like my semi-swing strategy that I used to do back in the day. Now, obviously, we can't hold swings, but I did identify some really nice trades overnight in the Nikkei, which, again, initially I wasn't that happy about because I thought I was never going to be able to sleep ever again in my life, keeping a trade on overnight. But I was actually okay with keeping those. And one of the things that happened today is that we broke through a supply on the weekly chart. Actually, it was on the daily chart, but I was looking for let me just get rid of some of these other charts and then we can have a look at it nice and wide. So this is the weekly chart of Nikkei. So we've had an very old weekly demand that we bounced from pretty aggressively with a big buying wick. And then I know we were talking about 3-bar reversals, but you had the 3-bar reversal that happened on that massive weekly chart. But then we tested that demand, tried to go higher, and then did this song and dance around a daily supply. So we tried to go higher, sold off, and it was like, are we going to go up? Are we going to go down? And then eventually we broke through, probably partly thanks to the FOMC rate decision yesterday. And I caught that last night in one of my XFAs. So this is where most of this 5K profit comes from. I held it for hours. I held it while I was asleep, and I held it for a good portion of the London session as well. So those of you who were on the London session with me, you would have seen me already being around 4K up. And that was the trade. So if I go down to the 4-hour chart, it's going to be a little bit more obvious what I was looking for. I'm just going to do this. All right, so we had a supply that was established up here. It was reactive. So we got up there, touched it, sold off. Remember, 4-hour chart. So it's, it's not a small time frame. It's a big time frame. But then I saw that after the FOMC, we broke through that. And I didn't actually go into this until 1:30 a.m. my time. That was probably about an hour and a half into the Asian session. So I saw that, got in, and then we actually had a retest of my entry during London. But again, I don't put my stops on break even. I had a whole discussion this morning about that. And this is exactly why, because if I had put it to break even, I think my entry was around 985, it would have just knocked me out and then carried on my way. But I didn't do that. I let it go. I watched it as I was getting ready for the live stream, and I just let it go. So there was nothing for me to do there. And yeah, it paid off. So Nikkei has been very, very kind to me. It's been very fun to trade, pretty stress-free for the most part. And yeah, I'm happy to report. It looks like I'm going to be adding Nikkei to some of my more regular setups. These are not setups that are going to happen every day, though. They're kind of semi-swing setups, so you have to be very, very careful when you're getting involved. And if you can see, not every day do you hit, one of the significant supply or demand areas. It's just, it's going to be probably maybe once every couple of weeks, maybe a little bit more frequently than that. But it's not going to be an everyday playbook. However, I'm very happy to include that in my kind of portfolio of traded instruments.
That's a subject we just covered in group coaching, actually. Day trading swing trade setups. Do you find yourself doing that quite a bit? The actual question is,
I came from
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No. I think I was listening, but do remind me of the question.
Oh, how do you avoid, if you're day trading swing setups, how to avoid getting chopped up? Just
yeah.
I guess the question was more
so
of
first you need to
micromanaging a swing setup. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you should be micromanaging. I mean, if you're going to hold a trade for hours on end, some pullback is bound to happen. So you do have to have some pretty good tools to stay very objective over when the setup is still valid and when it's breaking down. One of the things about this particular trade is we did have some macro developments on our side. And this is partly a reason why I took it. So it wasn't just purely technical, oh, we broke out, let's go up. It was the fact that, the Fed cut rates, and that's generally typically very good for equities. And otherwise, I probably wouldn't have held it for that long. I probably would have cut it like 2 hours into London, or maybe even an hour into the London session. But one thing to note is you need to anticipate some of the pullback events that we see frequently. So, for example, during the New York session, you frequently have this thing that happens where if we are inside the London range, so we had the London session, we open up, we're still inside the London range. Almost nearly every day, you get equities smacking through the highs or the lows, then reversing. So that's typically the first setup that you see. Now, if you learn to anticipate that while you're in a swing trade, you can then look for a failed auction to happen rather than freaking out that the opposite move is happening. You can go, okay, well, I'm seeing an opposite move. Let me see if this can fail the auction. If it doesn't fail the auction, if it closes below the initial balance range, for me, that would be a sign, okay, I'm done. Like it's actually going into some kind of a gap fill, or we're going to the other side. But if it fails the auction, that would be the sign for me to just stay in a trade, live through the pullback, which is always very uncomfortable. Nobody wants to see your trade going back. You made X amount of cash, and then you see the profits dwindling, and you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh, so you start freaking out, right? So therefore, we need to have tools that will enable us to figure out whether it's a true reversal or just a temporary pullback. And I use time of day, I use the TPO profile, I use the failed auction. I have tools that might help me stay in a trade. Now, this is something that I had from back in the day, because for the first 5 years of my career, when I was an independent trader, I just did swing trading. That's all I did. So I learned the times of day when pullbacks happen. And typically it's at the start of each next session. So again, learn to anticipate it. There's always going to be a pullback in the next session. So you have Tokyo and Asia taking the price one way. London opens, almost inevitably it's going to take it into the wrong direction. And then it might continue, right? So if you learn to anticipate that, track those, see how many times they turn up into a failed auction rather than actual extension of the move, that might help.
Let's focus our attention back on the markets for a second. We've got the ES and NQ equities taking a nosedive right now. You mentioned dwindling profits. Longs are taking some heat right now. We kissed that weekly kickoff high. Just couldn't quite get there in
Yeah,
the
we did,
NASDAQ.
JD.
Right.
It's
Did we get the
amazing,
price?
isn't it?
No, 22. It was 206, and I think the
206.
high of the day is 202 quarter. Right now,
202
initial
quarter.
balance high in the Nasdaq 2157, and the IB high in the S&Ps is at 5787 half. Could we see a rotation back to the other side of that initial balance? What I would be looking for a trade right now is if we get some type of bounce, and now that initial balance high area acts as a resistance, and maybe continuing, because like you said, right, if we think about what the market participants, how they're positioned right now from overnight, there might still be some overnight longs that need to take profit at some point. And what better time to do it when the market that you're trading doesn't see an extension above a major level, right? ES didn't trade 5,800. The NASDAQ rejecting at that 2,200. I'd be thinking about taking some profits if I was long at all today.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the question is how extended is the move going to be? Is it just going to be a temporary flush from the taking profits? Because this is definitely a take profit move. So we do need to see the price confidently going into that initial balance. We do have some demands here because all of this to me looks a lot like passive buying. Just every time they go up, somebody sells it, and then somebody else buys it, and then it's been a little bit choppy. So if we can battle through this demand area that we created on the way up, then a rotation is definitely on the cards, at least down to overnight VWAP at 233. So Hoag's weekly kickoff high. FTW.
For those profile traders out there, so we had looking at the ES, so we had a failed upside auction in the S&P this morning. Then we moved back through to make new highs. How significant is that initial balance after you have a failed upside auction, trade back down to take out the low, then trade back up and take out the high again? Is the initial balance still as significant as it was earlier in the day?
So to me it would to me it would depend whether we have some supportive price action around it or not. If not, if you just had like a clean rise up without all of these up, down, up, down, up, down, I would be saying, you're probably just looking for a weakness at the initial bounce high and then a flush through. But because of the macro side, because the fundamentals, because we have a strong uptrend reasonably, if you look at how we came up from Asia, this is just building momentum. So I would say that initial bounce high as a potential continuation area is definitely still very valid. But at the same time, if that breaks down, we can't ignore that. We can't just be la blinkers. I'm still going to short this because I'm a contrarian. We have to take into account how the price arrived at the level, right? And to me, this was a little bit more of creating speed bumps on the way. So it goes up, down, but at the same time, it's kind of chopping, but still skewed upside. So I would say initial balance, which is now, we're actually right at the initial balance of 2135. Yeah, it's literally where we are. If we get some selling here, if we have some committed selling, then it's going to break down. But if we see buyers stepping in, I really wouldn't be getting ahead of that.
So we're right there in the ES right now too. Initial balance high I have at 57.82, trading at 57.81. Yeah, we're trading at 82 right now. So we are right there. We did see some buyers stepping in. We traded all the way down to 777s, 57.77. Is it a lucky number or an unlucky number? Should we be thinking about a trade right now?
You looking at the S&Ps, JD?
I'm looking at the ES right now,
Let's see. Let's see what the low time frames are saying. I mean, on a 2-minute chart, we have a 3-bar reversal. We were just talking about that, weren't we? Group coaching, right?
Yeah, we were.
To me, this would warrant. Yeah, to me, this would warrant an attempt to buy. I don't know what Jay. What do you think? Because you're very good with volume analysis and stuff. Is there any juice
Yeah,
behind this move?
I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now, and we did have a 3-bar reversal from the high on a 15-minute chart, and not really much convinced selling on this. Again, it looks like profit taking. It doesn't look like new sellers jumping in to short this. So I agree with what you're saying, right? How much room is there really to the downside if we, if no one's shorting this market? Maybe that was our opportunity to buy it. Let's see. I think we get a continued push lower. I'm looking at VWAP from the New York session is at 774. So maybe a push into that holding, seeing those sellers stop and then buying it then.
Okay. I do have the house account. I have the keys to the house account right now. So the market is open to us. We'll start looking at a possible long trade back down. Session view up 70. I have it at 72. Jay has 74. Yeah, that'll be our.
Yeah, I have it in 74 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start looking at
what
trades.
was I going to say? Yeah, we still have a lot of average session range for New York left because I have the average session range high up at 58.19. So comparatively to me, this was actually a pretty quiet New York session. Most of the action seems to have been done during Asia and London. They just kind of kept trickling it like upside, more. And then got a New York open and we failed the auction like JD said. And then it was just flat until just like an hour ago, 90 minutes ago. And now we're testing that initial balance and then we're seeing more buying. So what do I have here? I have 9 EMAs. Maybe if we can hold above the 9 EMA, above 57.85. So maybe if we can hold into 57.86.75, that could be a signal for long, and then maybe we can pop in a trade there.
Sounds good. Jay, how's your crude oil short looking right now? You still in it?
I am still in it. Where's crude trading right now?
71.15. 17.
Yep, I'm still in it. Still a couple ticks in the profit. I'm in at 22. I decided I'm just gonna hold it into settlement and see how it goes. I like where my stop is. If it makes a new high a day, then I'm wrong. But then I'll manage it. We have until 3 p.m. to close the trade, so I'll just let that one go.
Yeah, recently crude oil has been continuing into the move that starts into settlement. So it's like just before it closes, it does usually a rally or a sell-off depending on what happened prior, and then it sort of carries on. So there's like a knee-jerk reaction into settlement, and then it's just like just kind of starts creeping up, and then it creeps up like 30, 40 ticks. It's great. So, but you do have to hold it into electronic close is the only thing. It's like it's a long trade.
Right.
Quick update on our Mag 7 stocks just to see what's driving the market a little bit today. We got Apple up 3.6%, Amazon's up 1.6%, Google up 1.8%, Meta up 4.2%. Huge move in Meta today. Microsoft up 1.85%, Nvidia up 5% now, and Tesla up 7.25%. Everything is looking positive for those stocks right now. I've also got just took a peek at gold. We just bounced off of yesterday's value area high in gold, which we have at on TopstepX. We have at 56.12. Bounce right off of there, trading back up to 20. I'm sorry, I said 56, 26.12. And we're still bounce right off of it, moving a little bit higher right now. You guys been trading any gold recently?
No, not recently. Usually I do. But it's been a little bit messy for me. Like whenever I look at the gold chart, I'm like, it's just balance upon balance, and then a pop, and then more balance, and then more balance. I don't like when I see that. I find it very difficult to read. So I have actually been staying away from gold until it sort of makes up its mind. And then, we thought we were going into a distribution, and then it was actually a reaccumulation, which is a very odd statistical thing. And then it made an all-time high. So I'm like, don't like that. I have no idea what's going on.
We're not far from all-time highs right now.
No, yeah. Yeah,
I
still
see Coach Robert
that looks
back in the
nasty.
green room. Robert, is Robert ready to come in?
I think I just snuck in there, right?
There we go.
See me on the screen?
Yeah. We got him.
Join the party.
Absolutely. How can I? My favorite three people during this segment at this time on this day. It's looking good. I just loaded up my ES chart, just what you guys were talking about there momentarily. I was focusing on the YM for a little while, just kind of looking around, seeing what's happening. Get the double VWAP, so overnight VWAP on. I should say overnight, but the whole entire session. That's the purple line you see. It's the one that's on the lower end. It starts at the Asian Open, and then I plotted the anchored VWAP. Brian Shannon's favorite anchored VWAP, the master of that, and we're seeing the same thing. They just leveled off after the first sell-off here at the market open at 8:30 Central Time. They just kind of leveled off. So we'll see what happens between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
YM did a nice field auction long earlier in the day. That was cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that it did.
Neutral day type now, and it's trying to sell off.
Yeah, it's looking more like a minor dead cat bounce in the ES right now. I'm looking at I scaled back to a 5-minute chart. Sorry, we agreed not to use that term anymore. I forgot what we call it now.
Yeah.
The solid brick bounce.
Yeah. Do we want to try this ES long then? So what are we doing? Do we want to pop in?
Yeah,
a trade?
where's the risk on that, dude?
I would put it below, about at least like 8 points below, so below the little dip, so 57.76. Like, depends on where we
right
can.
below that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Slight danger of it testing VWAP, but if it's bouncing from initial bounce high, then it shouldn't matter much. I mean, we could even do a 10 handle stop. That's what I like to use.
See, the stop you just said was 5776. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to mark
we
it
just
up.
had some big buying just step in there.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little push right there, yeah.
1,000 contracts just got filled at 57.85.
Yeah, we might
That's not a bad
have been a bit
spot.
slow for
Might have
that.
been a little late, yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame because we've been stalking that, and it's like, let's do it, and then it's like, boom. It's like, okay.
Enough talking, more trading. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we like
Stop
it?
talking.
Do we still like it if it gets back down there? That's the question now.
Yeah. So I would like it, but I would want it to stay above 57.85. I do not want it below this little 9 EMA that I have plotted on the 2-minute chart.
Yep.
Okay.
I would agree with that. Yeah, what I would be looking for right now is a candle close above that candle that, the high is 57.85. I want to see this 3-minute candle close above it. That might be, we might be sacrificing trade location at that point. But yeah, I agree. It needs to stay above 85.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to take it now, we could with a very tight stop, but I'd rather just wait for the market structure to kind of play out.
Yeah.
We have just a few seconds to this next 3-minute mark closes.
Right.
I'd actually go a little less than that, and I'd like to see it stay above 83. So, I mean, if it stays above 85, obviously it's above 83. But if it dips below 85, I'd be okay if it stayed above 83. So, I'd give a little bit of that buffer in there. See what I'm saying?
That's fair.
All right. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Do we want to take it now?
We do have a bit of a consolidation there.
How about this? I'll work an 85. I'll work an 85 half bid for 5, an 80 half bid for 5, and then a stop at 75.
75, 76. Yep. Awesome. I like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it too.
All right.
Nice.
Working 2 bids.
Okay.
For how many, JD?
5 each.
5
85
each?
half bid for 5. Yeah. 85 half bid for 5, 80 half bid for 5, and a stop at 76. We'll call it 75 half.
Okay, that's good.
I like it.
Yeah, me too.
Order's working.
Let's see if we get a fill. Yeah.
Now, if you get that going, if you don't mind, you don't have to go to my screen, but I'm going to take a moment to look at the Dow and see if I can drop something in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Working on that little Dow project, and I'm going to share I did finish up the trade plan on that. This trade is the most important. This ES1, so we'll monitor and keep talking about that. But just to let y'all know, if I'm quiet for a second, taking a look at the Dow, see if I can drop anything in there, and I'm going to put the YM trading journey information into the chat so everybody else can have it at the same time.
Very good, very good.
So have you traded YM yet? Because I know you've been working
I
on
did.
it.
Yeah, I just finished it up like 2 days ago. I did do a couple of YM trades just in. I need to learn it, so I just threw it in practice like we say. Monday, didn't do anything Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, I threw some in there just to make sure I was, it's what I was thinking. Wednesday was a crap show because of the FOMC. So I had to go back and look at Monday and Tuesday, and it's not too bad. And I finalized it up earlier today. They gave me a little time this morning so I could finalize and get it ready for this and give it out today. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So if I see something that fits the criteria that is in the trade plan, yes, I will be throwing some trades on. And from this point forward, we will be trading live using that process.
Amazing. Nice.
I'm going to share it out to the chat now, and y'all have it.
Very nice. Hey, Coach J, someone in the chat says no 1,000 lot order executed. LOL. Were you looking at
I saw it on time and sales. I saw it fill on time and sales.
Maybe you were looking at time and sales.
I shouldn't have rounded up. It was 986 contracts. My bad.
There you have it, Montes.
Chat sees everything.
They don't miss they really don't miss a thing.
Yeah.
Unless I was on MES, what I don't think I was.
Yeah, that happens to me on gold. Sometimes I'm on MGC and I'm like 2,600. No, actually that's MGC. No, never mind. If it happens live on live stream, just makes you look like a right muppet there. So it's like, oh, brilliant. Well
coming to get our first bid, looks like.
Okay.
It looked like it was coming to get our first bid.
Almost. Almost there.
Yep, I think we get filled here in a second.
Just there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It looks like we're going to get filled. All right. We're in 5. We're long 5 at 85 half.
Okay. All right. Let
me another bid at 80 half.
Nice, JD.
We got Shapeshift Trader saying, I see 989 filled at 11:28 Eastern Time. That time seems wrong, but the order quantity seems right. So,
all right.
Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Let's talk about a profit target for a second. Are we looking for new highs? There's a bit of inventory.
It depends how it goes. So let's see how it gets. Like, there's a very good chance that we reach high of day. And like I said, with the profit target, I have the average session range up at 58.18. But it depends how much do we want to keep it. Don't we like try and keep to like 1-to-1 on house account trades? Is that what we all agreed
for
on?
now, yeah. We'll do 1-to-1.
Okay, so there we go. So whatever our stop is, just extrapolate, and that'll be it. So what, nine handles or something?
10.
10. Okay. Yeah, and that puts us about high of day, just under.
Yeah. We'll carve a few off there and leave a runner if we get up there.
I would say conservative price target 92. 92. Just because that's where we saw that selling come in on this recent move down.
Yeah,
so if those sellers are still there, yep.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so maybe we can take some off at 92 and then take some off at high of day or thereabouts and then leave one on.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take much off there because if they step out of the way, then we just see it push. We're in 5, maybe take one off, one or two.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Take 2 off at 92, you say?
Yeah.
There's some little bit of inventory right there. A couple hundred at 92, a couple hundred at 92 quarter.
Seeing 370 at 93, but 93. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, it's just bouncing around. Never mind.
Yeah, that's the sandwich algo bros.
Yeah, I'm gonna work a pair
I
at
got an
92
email
now.
from I got an email from Bookmap that they have an additional tool now to remove algorithmic activity, which is blocking the view, which I found quite interesting. Now they're basically going, we're gonna ignore these guys and we're gonna give you the real liquidity.
Is that good or bad, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how it's legal to do that because it would technically be spoofing. They never really intend to execute those orders, clearly. Yeah, because it's always floating around. Like, how did Hoag put it? Like, flies around your head, but they never land on you. This is exactly it. It was such a good analogy. And, it's annoying because it's like you can't actually see real liquidity. So I think it's actually a very good move by Bookmap to do that and to give us an additional tool where it's like, no, this is nonsense. Don't look at that. This is the real deal, right? This is where the actual liquidity is. So I'm definitely going to be signing up for that, They've been annoying me throughout the entire summer. Every time I look at ES on Bookmap, I'm like, there they are again.
All day, every day, yeah.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
They were actually in the NASDAQ all summer. I haven't seen them for a while, but there was like a band of 100 lots in the NASDAQ that would just follow 10 points on each side and tried to make
So
sense of
annoying.
what they're doing, but it is annoying.
They're not doing anything. They're just literally hiding liquidity. I think that's the only reason why they're there. It's like, to make us poor retail traders just go, no, you can't know what we're doing. It's like, how is that legal? Like, why aren't the regulators stepping in and going, oi, you, stop doing that?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
People have gone to prison for that in the past, haven't they?
Exactly. Yeah, it's a serious offense. And yet, here they are throughout the entire
allow
summer. And yes, they're like, nobody's saying anything. Nobody's doing anything about it.
It looks like that ES is just kind of hanging around, right? We're just still in the money.
I
It's
was
just
just
hanging
gonna
around
say,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah. It's all right.
Yeah, it is that time of day, though. It is that time of day when it's a little bit slower. Because we had the lunchtime, and now they tried to sell off. Some people bailed. And now we're going to have, the next leg of the session happening. But this part, like the half an hour prior to power hour, it's always a little bit sluggish. So we can't, we have to manage our expectations here about the
Very true.
momentum.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
Debating
like
whether or not
from
to.
a Go ahead, JD.
No, please.
I'm thinking from a volume perspective, right? Because we would need to see some push above here. How many? We might get some short covering above that 57.92 if anyone is actually still short this market right now. I'm trying to think of how many new buyers we're going to attract into the close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good question.
We're one of them.
I'd like to see get up over that. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Get up over that 57.90, like you're saying, Jay. Get up over that, push up a little higher, retrace back to like 89.90, and then continue higher. That would be a nice. We just broke 90 now, so that's good.
Looking good so far.
Working a pair at 92 half. We're gonna peel a few
92,
off at
okay.
92 half. Yeah.
I was just going to ask that. Great, thank you. I mark it down. Thanks.
NASDAQ's still in the initial balance. Hasn't really tested it. Looks like it wants to break out of it, but trading 21.50 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now retest lower back to our entry price. I'm thinking about.
I was just gonna ask, do we still like those 80 ads if it comes back down there?
I would say no. I think same. I'm with JD.
I agree. Exactly.
We don't want to see
Jay,
down there.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all on the same page. That's nice.
It is, yeah. Some lower orders down for once. 57.83. He's starting to stack up. I don't know if you see that, Jay, on your platform. 57.83, 83 3/4. This order starting to stack up there. Actually, the buy side.
Yep.
So it did move the stop up to 80 half where our previous bid was. It's a point of invalidation right now. So it sounds like we have some confluence around that number. I don't know if we're going to hold this one into power hour either. If we're still in it, I guess we'll have to make a decision a couple minutes before the segment ends. See if we want to carry this trade into the next hour. But so far,
yeah, I would say, yeah, so far it's doing well, but a little bit sluggish to the upside. I don't know. I mean, it's probably safer to just take some profits maybe and just end it and then let the power hour guys do whatever they want to do. So
yeah,
let's see where we at.
yeah, because things can change very quickly in power hour. We don't want to be in in a disadvantaged position.
We are having a little trouble pushing through here. I'm going to peel 3 off. I'm going to work an offer at 89.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I think if this was a higher volume time, we would have got the move that we were looking for. But it feels a little bit more 50-50 going into power hour.
We locked in some profit.
I agree, yeah.
We locked in some profit. We're long 2. We've got 500 realized, keeping 2 to run into the end of this segment.
Can I make a motion to we put our exit failsafe at 57.84?
57.84 stop. On the final 2?
If we start breaking down, I think so. Because if we start breaking down, I don't think it's going to continue up at that point. So, well, why let it go another 4 points down? If it's my thought, why let it go another 4 points down to 57.80 if we are looking at 57.84 potentially as an invalidation? I'm just looking at the way the order flow is going. Anybody else
I'm
agree?
actually with Robert because if we look at the 5-minute chart, we have a staircase demands created, and if it has to break down below 88, we don't want it. You don't want to be in it because that means the demands are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So right now we're trying to push higher. But yeah, I'm actually with Robert. So let's move that up to 85. You said 85.
85 would be fine with me. Yep. Jay.
I'm working 84.
Yeah, that
like 85. 85.
Yeah.
85 it is.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking if it does turn around and we start heading that direction, let's just get out of it. And I would rather take that loss for small. And if it goes around, we can always get back in rather than let it go another 4 or 5 points against us just because. I'd rather get out and then have the opportunity to get back in. If we get stopped out and then it starts turning back up again, we can always get back in. But why sacrifice the extra 4 or 5 points?
Yeah, this really needs to start pushing higher now. We do not want to see it back down.
No.
Their other equities have been grinding up all day. I took a glance over at YM and at NQ also, and MNQ actually on the screen here, and it's just been grinding up all day. Up 50, down 20, up 50, down 20, up 50, down 20. On my screen, I have ES because I want to watch the exact same thing that we're all watching. A little bit different view. I'm using a 1,000 tick chart.
Yeah, this is great. I love. I like how we're doing this. Different opinions, different chart views. This is a great way to do it.
And we come to the same conclusions, which is great.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying this.
Well, I got some friends of mine watching for the first time. They're down here in North Carolina. I met with them, and they first time on TopstepTV. So Brent and Stacy, I want to say hello. I don't know back and forth, but they're very avid cyclists. So my little background for market stalking, I made a little cycling theme with our charts. So if they're watching, hello, appreciate you.
Nice.
Brent and Stacy, yeah. Hello. Hi.
Really just stalling out here. Little push to the downside.
Yeah, looking at the NASDAQ looks ugly. The ES looks like it's trying. The NASDAQ looks disgusting. And yeah, as long as we hold above that 85, I think we're good.
Got a little Dolby Dorito forming in the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ right now.
Something I didn't even notice. I just stuck it on the chart now. I use it on YM, but as we were switching over talking about this ES trade, I didn't have it on this particular view, but I just put it on, and that's the volume profile, the fixed volume profile on the left side. Thank you, Gabe, for throwing that up there. I started it at 8:30 Central Time, and there's a peak. You can see my cursor on the left-hand side, and that peak is right at 80. 85. So just by eyeballing and watching the order flow, it just happened to match right up with what the volume profile was telling us, and that we all agreed on that 85 is not fun.
85. Good point of invalidation. Yep.
You can see that, and if
and
you
we're
can't see,
still in profit.
Great. I'll circle it there on my chart so we can see it right there. Because if we do break that, look at the low volume area below it. We have a really low volume area. Jay, you can probably see it on your other order flow there, about 57.85 to the next peak of 57.78. So that's what, that's 5, 6, 7
So
points.
Robert, so let's tell people what the low volume areas implications are if we do get there, so they understand.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll circle that 85, and I'm going to make a little, you know what I'll do? I'll drag it across the screen. We'll put a rectangle. What that means, now it is historical, but it is the area where the further out this volume profile heads to the right, the more contracts were traded at that price level. So meaning the point of control is where the level where the most contracts are traded. It's currently at 57.71. That's where the most contracts, but this 57.85 area, you can see, is a very high volume node, a lot of contracts there. So every time the market gets to that area, there's transactions happening. And that's what the market's all about. It's facilitating trades, facilitating transactions. So that is one spot. So if we get down there and we're hovering, those, again, this is historical, so a whole bunch of orders had been processed. That would be a support area from coming from above, or resistance if you're coming from the bottom. The low volume area that I have highlighted, and again, that was between 78 to 84. That's where there's not a lot of contracts. So price generally will move quicker through those areas, which means, in my opinion, if we break below the 57.85, we're actually going to get out of this trade, as we were all looking at, saying now it's going to cave down after that. So I think that just adds one more piece of confluence on there, and we're almost getting down there now. Jay, go.
Is our stop exactly at 85?
85, yeah. Should I move it? We're about to get hit.
I was gonna say give it 3 ticks just because I hate the whole number levels, but it's okay.
Okay.
it's okay.
Yeah. If we break below this,
and we're out.
It would have stopped.
If we break below this, it won't matter. Yeah.
Yep.
See how it fell right through there.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly what Robert was saying. So this is why you don't want to be involved against the low volume areas, because the price just kind of whips through them very quickly.
Flush through it, came right back. But we are flat. House count is flat. We're up $460. That means on that trade, house account for the day is up $3,000.
Oh yeah!
Good work, team.
Who did that?
We made something out of a little there.
Exactly, yeah. And it was a tight little move, a little bit of a hypothesis. So we did a little scalp, and that's fine, Sometimes that's all that the market presents for us, and you can't look for more when there's nothing more, right? So.
Gotta love these comments. Always fade D. If you faded D on that trade, you might have made money, but you might have lost money also, right? Like we did not talk about
the Nikkei
what
trade. That would be quite fun for you.
Go ahead, D.
Good luck. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, if you faded me on the Nikkei long, you're probably not feeling very well today. So I'm sorry.
and someone wants to short with 57.80.50.
That was a winning trade, right? Where we could be completely the market could sell off 600 points right now. We took a winning trade. We talked about it, and that's it. We're done.
Yeah, great trade, guys. I like the way we did that for sure.
Yeah, gotta love trolls.
All right, we're coming back to our second entry area, 80.5.
I'm not in favor with double dipping on this purely because we've been here before, and if it's again we have the low volume area right underneath, so to me I'm going to say no on the second time.
And, it's a third test of initial balance high also. Going back to noon
and on that
Central Time, 1:15 Central Time, and we're about to retest again. So third time, not always a charm. First two are charms.
No,
third
definitely
time,
not. Yeah, third time very bad in trading.
Flew right through it. Just dropped right through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now see that's just to your point. Look what we just went through. If you can flip on my chart for a moment, you can see exactly what just happened, just like we discussed it with that low volume area. I'm glad you punched in there to say, hey, explain this a little bit more, because it's exactly what happened. We tapped right at the high volume node at 57.85, right 84.85. It hung around a little bit, filled all those orders, because we see on the left side of my chart where we made the this peak. Now guess what? The point of control just jumped up to 57.85. Now that just became the level where the most contracts are traded. You can see this rectangle that I have. That's where we mapped out the low volume area. I did not change it. I'm going to make it really big. We can see we broke into it, pulled back a little, and went right down to the bottom of it, and it matches exactly the low volume area on the left side. So I'm glad you made that comment and say, hey, explain that, because you know, I mean, it's just going to come right through these things. I had a really strong hypothesis, we should probably say.
Yeah. And this is exactly what the trade management is all about, especially with like these smaller trades, the scalpy type trades. You know, people are like, oh, you're fake D. It's like, no, we made some cash here, and no, we didn't push all the way where we wanted it to push, but we managed it very well and ended up money, right? So whatever people are thinking, you know, we read the market well, we read the volume profile well, we got our invalidation point, and we managed the trade well. So it's like, you know, whatever, fade me, bro. You know, it's like, good luck.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
We did have NASDAQ come down and test the VWAP from the New York session open. Kind of got a little bounce from there. Again, the reason I don't really like that buy where we had it at the 80s is because on that move that we were in, a lot of the volume that we're seeing is happening to the downside right now, right? That push up, we were talking about maybe finding some new buyers, and we were some of the only ones that were, at least that I saw, buying to open a position right there. Yeah, we'll see what happens into Power Hour.
Yeah. There is VWAP right underneath there as well. So it's now moved down to 73. It was at 74 earlier. So that remains an area of interest always in equities. Even though if we kind of go into a failed auction, there's a very good chance that we rotate all the way through it. But I have seen price just stop at VWAP and then reverse in Power Hour especially. So that's a good level to watch out for.
Indeed, to your point right there, I did mark off another low volume area, and that low volume area is between 72 quarter and 76 quarter. It's the bottom section of the chart, and the white line on the chart is the anchored VWAP from the U.S. session open. So my thing on this is, here's my hypothesis, and people can agree, disagree, or please comment on it, that if we come down to test VWAP, I believe we will break through VWAP before we retrace back up, simply because we have a low volume area. And this is where we may be scared out, where if somebody's waiting to test VWAP, and they have their orders around VWAP, it is right smack in the middle of that low volume area. So it may come down and go, great, I'm testing VWAP, I just got filled, but you're going to be 4 points in the red before it starts going around, if it goes around to test VWAP. So I wanted to make that clear also. The reason is there's another high volume node at 57.71, which is where point of control was until that last little dump, and then it moved up to our level at 57.85. So to summarize that, if we have a low volume area between 76 quarter to 72 quarter, there's a 4-point low volume area. The session VWAP is right. It's the middle of the top third of that area. So if you're a trader that's focusing on a VWAP play, be careful. I would suggest not putting it right at VWAP, but 3 or 4 points below VWAP to see if it just blows through that low volume area before it makes a recovery. And if it doesn't,
maybe a better entry would be 72. So 72 would be a better area? Yeah, okay.
Between 72 and 72 half. Yeah, that would be a better area. In my opinion, if you're going to use the session VWAP as a VWAP bounce, I think it's going to go below it before it goes back over it. So I would definitely place below that area. Those low volume areas, they just go right through. This is a 1,000 tick chart, and we can see what just happened. We have 2 candles, and it went right through that initial volume area, low volume area at the top section. I think the same thing is going to happen.
It's a good way to structure a trade as well. So something that I like to look at when it comes to those low volume areas is to look at the bottom of them, right? Because usually there will be some volume underneath, and then you can sort of use that to lean on that as your entry and potential kind of safety area where price should at least slow down. But then what you would use VWAP for is as an orientation point. If it smacks down to 72s, then goes above VWAP, then you just use VWAP as an orientation point to say, okay, well, we definitely bounce from there. So it's always a zone.
Exactly.
It's never like just a singular price. I suppose that's what we're trying to say here, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly. Just if you're a VWAP trader, if you want to play a VWAP balance, which is a great trade, and we have an anchored VWAP at the U.S. session, it's at 57.75 quarter. Just don't put a buy, a limit buy right there if you're going to play VWAP. Go a couple points below it because it's generally going to break through that slightly until it gets to that next high volume node area. And in this case, it's 57.71, right where point of control was before this last push down. That's my hypothesis on it. So take it or leave it. Give it a shot.
Yeah. No, good stuff. I love it. Yeah.
One thing before we end this segment, if you are trading the NASDAQ right now, the point of control for the day, volume point of control for the day is right at 2150. So just be aware of that, right? Where it looks like somewhat of an iceberg order there at that 2150. Of course, it's a psych level, so it's going to be a lot of orders filled there. So if you are long, just pay attention to the market reaction at that area.
Excellent. Great point, Jay. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us. We are out of time right now. We did a great job here, I think. We put on a nice trade, built a little cushion in the house account for the guys coming on for Power Hour next. You're going to see in Power Hour coming up real soon, Andre, Jack, Hoag, and Francis Green. We're going to hand over the keys of the house account to them, and they're going to continue the house account trade. Coach Jay, Deeyana, Coach Robert, thank you for joining us. Excellent way to work out a trade there. That's I think that was textbook how to manage a winning trade and get out of it and profit. That was
Way to drive, JD. Way to drive.
Nice job.
Yeah, great job,
Thanks,
JD.
folks.
Yeah. Mhm.
Well done all around. Stick around, folks. We got more tradertainment coming your way. Power Hour's coming up next.
Yes, yes, yes. It is Power Hour every Thursday. You know who's in the house. Mr. Francis Green. You got Hoag as well. Oh, Hoag's giving me jabs already. We got Jack in the house as well. Francis, what's happening, my man? How are you?
All good. I'm all good. How's everybody else? I hope we're good. Bit of a crazy, slow zombie day, as you would say, but yeah, I'm blessed. So that's the main thing.
You know, Hoag, I saw you throwing down this. I used to have a Swedish roommate who would call that the Stockholm Hammer. People at the club throwing down the Stockholm Hammer. So let's throw down the Stockholm Hammer this hour.
Just poking at Andre.
Give me a fist bump. They're giving me a fist bump, Hoag. Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go.
The Stockholm Hammer. Hello. I love it. All right, guys. Well, I missed the morning session. Catching up, looking at the charts here. Yeah, it looks like we made some all-time highs in ES and the D's contract, at least. Hoag, just barely beneath 5,800. I see the highs 57.97 half. Yeah, we like more room to the upside here, Hoag? This power hour?
We do have negative delta, negative 9,300. Delta is what led us up to the current high for the session and the all-time high.
If
we were just talking about getting a nice pullback down to the mid 60s here in the S&Ps for a potential long. I like that. It's low value for the day. And NASDAQ traded right to basically weekly kickoff high within a couple of points of it and then fell off. I'm searching here. I'm a little longer time frame here, but we see what we can find.
If I can speak my piece for you, Andre.
Please.
I don't like that negative delta number to do it now. With the quarterly options expiration tomorrow and rebalancing, things are going to get weird, but I like it sucking back down to the SPX 5700 strike, which is where there's, I believe, 48,000 open interest in the call options, which would correlate to about the low 5760s here. That's where we took the long this morning. So I like buying it there too, but I could see it working back down there by tomorrow.
5760, 5769 got VWAP. All right, very good. Coach Vince says, what's ES Delta? Who just said minus 9,300 in the ES? Francis in the green room. Yep. Francis, any trades taken today? How's it going in the markets?
No, not today. These moves where it's a slow grind is not good for my strategy because I like reversals, so I can get chopped up, keep trying to short. So no, there was only a couple of opportunities that I probably would have taken, but other than that, no. I've learned to stay out of the market. I keep learning to stay out of the market when it's just not the way for me to trade. So I'm quite proud of staying out of the market today. I've got to admit.
Well done. Well done. Discipline indeed. Jack, I want to get your take. Day after big FOMC 50 basis point cut. What are your thoughts on where we're at? Have you taken a look at the Nove Fed Watch? What are you seeing?
Yeah, let's take a look. This morning it was 2/3 probability for I actually went through the SOFR charts earlier. Right now, for November, we are looking at, it's come down a little bit. 58% for a quarter, 42% for a half point cut. Yesterday it was wild when the stocks went down on, somehow they spun it as a hawkish 50 basis point, 25 cut.
Well done.
The Jiu-Jitsu master, Mr. Powell.
Verbal Jiu-Jitsu, yes. Verbal Judo, well done. A hawkish 50-point cut. Talk about threading the needle. All right. You see in the upper left-hand corner, hashtag Power Hour. This up at Twitter at X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Share your memes, funded trader certificates, cool swag. Anything you want to share with us? We'll turn that around to everyone in about 40 minutes or so. For the time being, tell me about the house account trade this morning. You said we got long around 57.60-ish in the ES?
Well, yeah, I mean, I really liked it down at 57.5, which was weekly kickoff high, which put in the high yesterday after the number came out. And then we went back down to it, looked just below it, and we were looking for some sort of structure, some sort of 3-bar reversal. on the 5-minute chart, and it just barreled out of there too quickly. So we had to look for a spot to try and get into a long. We were working with Anne Marie, so we actually ended up getting into a long. We had a couple of wins. The market traded basically to the D's previous high, and that was a pretty decent look at a short there. I think Anne Marie took it, but we weren't quick enough to get into that one. So we had two nice winners, decent winners. I mean, there were 5 lots. I think we made about 1,000 each on, maybe a little bit more than 1,000 on each of them. So just some small trades, just getting in there, and that is it. Now the house account that they just did during what market stalking with D, they looked at a long. They took a couple off at a profit. They moved their stop up basically to break even and came back and took their stop. So they made, I think, about 600 or 700 on that trade. So we're up about $3,000, I think, overall on the house account. Not big numbers, but positive numbers are always good.
In the right direction, indeed. Yes.
Really quick, somebody was asking about how the spot market stuff is transferred to where the futures are trading now. So basically, Series 3 question, what are futures? They're delivered at a future date. So when you go to equities, they're generally contango, our favorite word, which means that as you go further out, stocks always go up, allegedly. So each successive contract out will be higher. That's why in the roll, you saw it jump 60 points from the last contract in the ES. So what you do is you just look at where the futures are trading right now and look at where the SPX is trading right now. Take the difference, and then on a short time frame, because those will eventually converge, you can say, this is about where this big round number in the SPX is.
Well done, Jack. You must have done this before. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
The Stockholm Hammer. Is that what he's called it?
Stockholm my roommate Hammer? Called it.
Yeah, I like that. Francis, have you ever heard of the Stockholm Hammer before? It's new to me.
Yes, new to me. No, it's new to me. So
Jack's loving it. Look at
I've never heard of it.
I love it.
I'll write him a text right now, see if we can get the origin of this.
I like it. Let's take a look around the markets here. I see gold trading at 26.13 last trade. Crude trying to figure out what to do that $71 level. YM, all-time highs in YM above 42,000. Last trade, 42,511. ES and Q just traded sideways a little bit right now. Look at the tilt. Now 72% short in crude. I'm sorry, gold, I should say. 50-50 ES, 50-50 NQ. Nothing really moving right now.
No. NQ's
tomorrow.
NQ's trying to. There's a little pattern on NQ. It's that 2140. It's just stuck underneath that at the moment. So potentially could sell off, but it's barcoding just under. I don't think my charts are. Doesn't seem to share the chart. I think there's a link or something. So, see if we can do
2140. What upside? Upper end of the range. Okay, I see that.
So 2140. Yeah, well, just above 2144. You can see it keeps trying to get above on the 5-minute. Keeps trying to get above. It's an interesting level.
Okay. Interesting. Perhaps for a short, Francis, or just see if we can break through.
That's what I would, because we've had this move up. We had the 3 candles to the downside on the 5-minute, and then we barcoding just underneath that 21 up to 2150. That zone
got
there.
A 5 lot for sale up at 144.
Okay,
144. Yeah. So that zone, you can clearly see that it was prior little resistance, was a local support for a short period of time. And now we've dropped, but no, we can't get back above. So that could be another resistance.
I like it.
Can't get above. Yeah. So, yeah.
I like it. It's a ways away, and it seems to be moving away from us. Would you, Francis, how do you feel about momentum trade if we break out below this current range?
Yeah, I like this. I don't like this barcode in here, but it's clear that we the sellers are interested at this level, especially after the move all day. So for me, I like this zone, definitely. But like you say, I think we're going to have some sort of momentum, because at the moment we are just barcoding in here. So, if we jump in now, we could just be buying at these little local range lows. as Dolby would say, on the 5 minute. So,
Yes.
like you say, I think we have to try and break. And then, you know, these targets would be, we got a VWAP at that 2036 zone.
Yep.
And there's also a Fibonacci golden pocket in that zone as well. So the VWAP, both on ES and on the NQ, is in the middle of your Fibonacci golden zone. So that zone for me could be a good place for buy on both the assets.
Okay. What price again, Francis, for perhaps a buy? And also, I get another question. What's the golden pocket? Can you explain that to me? Fibonacci golden pocket.
It's just a Fibonacci. I use it as a 618 and the 075. So 0618 and the 075. It's just a zone that tends to be respected quite a lot of the time on trading and physics, mathematicians, scientists. It's a numerical zone that a lot of things respect.
And what price will that correlate to?
It's a universal number or something. So, yeah.
Okay.
I got short 3 MES right here, just to put my thought into practice.
Like it.
Foot in the gate.
Let's go. Watching this, the NASDAQ get a push to the downside here. Francis was talking about VWAP, 20,040, 20,000-ish, right around there, Francis, right? In the NQ? Downside?
NQ, yeah, you've got a nice golden pocket. Like Hoag said, we could get that flush.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the breakout flush to that zone.
Right.
You know,
it would go right now, Hoag, right?
There.
We'll go right here, right now.
Looks like it wants to go now. Is that wick? Is that wick?
It's interesting. Will it go?
Every time I do this, I sell the low. I don't. It's going lower. We'll get that opportunity to buy it lower.
It's trying to go out now.
Want to see it go below 57.70? I'm gonna be holding.
Nice short there. Nice shorts there.
Well,
Jack.
It ain't anything yet.
Here we go. 20,100 here in the NQ. Jack bearish on the ES. Let's trade ES 57.81. You have a target there, Jack. Downside. You said 70s?
Right now, around there. And I'm only risking, you know, these are micros. I'm only risking, like, for now, $130 on this.
Yeah.
But we should be looking. This is just to put into action. I want to see the house account.
Absolutely. 100%. Yep. NQ short 60%.
There's a little pullback.
Yes.
You set the pullback to go short.
I was going to say, are these the shorts just taking a little profit, playing the range? Got short top of the range around those 40s like Francis was talking about? Or are these
what do you got for the Delta,
Hoag? S&P Delta negative 10.5.
Ooh, care for that.
Really? Anything in NQ?
NASDAQ minus $3,000.
Okay. Something.
Maybe some stuck shorts in that.
That level's also the full day. There's the POC as well. I think Coach Jay just mentioned it in the last segment. We have that today's POC around about that level as well, that 145 to 150. That's the zone that we've now dropped below that as well. Yeah, it could be a cheap short. I don't know if I'd put the big boy house account on that, but
ooh, what price?
This retest here now, that would be the see if we can get a flush down, but is that the shorts taking a little bit of profit? So it's very risky, as you know, where we are right now, especially with this price action here.
Also, Andre, I'm going to be out tomorrow, but just a reminder, tomorrow Power Hour could be nutso butso, but we could be doing a reversal challenge. But
yes, why?
With all the rebalancing expirations.
Oh, baby, yeah. Here we go. Yep. 20,115 NQ. Running out of steam right now. Nothing on tilt. Yes, 62% short. Everything's just volume tapering off. There we go.
It's where you would put your stops. That's that's the issue.
That's the question, right?
To be safe, it has to be above the 150 on the NQ, and that's a 50-point move. You know. So,
yeah, from here for sure.
So stop would have
to
to
be
be though.
safe.
Not
ES
from the
went red.
144s. We're still offering that 5 lot at 144. We still like that?
I think we could. That could be the stop hunt, like you say, Hoag. We could have a flash stop hunt and then reverse.
I like it, Francis. Oh, watching ES, watching NQ. Yeah, it's 2 minutes left in this 5-minute candle here. Took it red. Go. All right. Beat the 20,100s in NQ. Beneath 57.80 for a second there in the ES.
No.
Tricky.
Mohammed saying buy it now at 080. Stop at 55. Target 20,110 or breakout above 20,145. A long breakout trade.
The 80s.
80s, okay.
Buy the 80s?
That's what Mohammed's saying.
Well,
He's in the chat. Thank you,
cry
Mohammed.
about that. Thank you, Mohammed.
What's the 80s?
Cry about that.
The 80s, okay.
Yeah, you've got that wick at 86. It could be maybe a quick liquidity grab of that last low. It's at 86 and a half.
Heavy. Yep. Here we go.
Here we go.
Just 79. Push.
There's the 80s. 76s.
Somebody asked me in the chat what I thought the probabilities of us trading all the way back to the low was, and I said I would say it's a pretty low probability. We saw Nick for a tick say, if that happens, he's going to throw a chair. But when you say something, the market just loves to make a liar out of you.
Yeah,
they're pushing here.
That was the retest.
Here we're at the
117. Yeah.
Do we like longs in the ES from 69 still?
I took one off there. Yeah. I mean, I like it as support at least.
Okay.
I'm not letting these run.
Low value.
All right.
60.
Nick for Texas says he's got 20,040 on watch, and the chair is ready.
40. Boy. Yeah, that's nice. That's VWAP and smack in the middle of the Fibonacci.
Okay.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
All right, long 40s in NQ. 40s. Perhaps a long from 69. Yes. What's up, Hoag?
I stepped away for 20 minutes, and that's when the S&P is tested in the weekly kickoff high. Within about 4 points of it. And Jay slacking me on my phone, and I was away from the.
Jack,
there he is, ATG. Yup.
Nice job. Jack, update the position, please. I think you shaved some.
Yeah, I took one off.
Good.
Mohammed still likes the 80s, like you say. It's had a little bounce.
Yeah.
Still he's 55s. Stop.
The 80s trade. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 80's trading, and it's bounced from that level as well. It only took a little bit of
Mohammed, man. Nice call.
Nice call, yeah.
You sell it here. Look at the 5 minute.
It's 6 points of risk on that.
What did Mohammed what did you have at that level? Mohammed, what did you have at that level?
Good question. Stop 73, target 110 upside. There it is. Boom.
There it is.
Well done.
Yep.
Easy.
Mohammed ain't crying, that's for sure.
Nice.
Shout out Mohammed.
Getting some buying here. Mohammed, good job. All right, I got out of that position for now. I'll put it back on if it
flat,
just a little higher. Yeah, that was. I'm not even joking here. $69 because
why would it be a joke?
$9 from.
Why would it be a joke, Jack? I don't get it.
I don't know. Should we ask the chat? I don't know. I just heard that's a joke. What does it mean?
It's the number before 70. I don't get it. Anyways, we're pushing up higher here. 20,110. Mohammed said that was the exit price, along from 20,080.
Okay.
The chat is undefeated. I love it.
Yes, they are. They do not miss. They do not miss. Did Delta grow at all in the ES there? Hoag, on that push to the downside?
No, I mean, it's actually come off a little bit. It's about minus 8,900 right now.
Oh, okay.
Minus 7,200 in the NASDAQ.
Oh, that grew.
A little bit. So Mohammed is saying that level is the intersection level of a 21 EMA with a 21 EMA of a 21 EMA. Oh.
Right.
21 EMA, it sounds like.
Boom.
EMA inception.
Yeah, Mohammed, the keys to the house account. Rome says, hey.
We still got 5 for sale up at 21.44.
Yeah.
Oh, so you guys are going NQ. Let's take a look.
That's what we were looking at the time, yeah. Francis, that's you trade NQ, right?
Yeah. I was looking at the ES just because when we came on, we were discussing the ES, and that VWAP was nice. It looked like a nice pullback.
Francis, I remember you saying you did trade crypto, or you trade crypto, or you still do trade crypto? You got into crypto?
No, I don't trade it no more.
Did?
Yeah, I traded it for about, on and off total of about 7 years, full time, 3 years. So adapting to futures is a little bit different. Yeah.
How does it move compared to futures?
Well, you get a lot of fast liquidity grabs. So, and they're very well. They say they're random, but crypto's crypto. So,
sure.
It doesn't have any reason for it to move. It will just move. This whenever it feels like moving. It's crazy. So you get a lot of liquidity grabs on Fibonacci levels. It's very good for Fibonacci levels, local levels. So when I first came over to futures, it's taken me longer than it should to even try and figure out that you don't have as many liquidity grabs for NQ as you do on, say, Bitcoin. So yeah, it took me a while. It's still taking me a while to slightly adjust to the fact that if I have a level where there's liquidity, not always does the NQ get there. It may front run, whereas crypto nearly always goes and grabs the liquidity at some time in the day and then has a swing failure pattern, and you can just jump in. soon as it hits that liquidity, and then it will just bounce. But the NQs are a little bit more sophisticated than the crypto world.
Mm-hmm. Jack, in euro dollars, if the paper came in or liquidity came in, the market would run away from it. Rarely did it get filled. Market would have to go to or the paper would have to go to market in euro dollars. I had to learn that in ES and NQ. Market would seek liquidity, and it sounds like in crypto, it would always go there. So, yep, learning curve.
I agree with RTR in the chat. Crypto was easier to trade than futures. Absolutely, yeah.
They have crypto futures.
agree
You can
with
combine them both.
Yeah, you can do the Bitcoin on there. Yeah, I've been looking at that, but because it's intraday, it's a little bit harder sometimes. Yeah, no going back now. Futures is the way. I love futures.
Love it. Gotcha, Francis. You're in now. I like it.
I'm in now. That's it. That's it. Forever.
Yeah, the first win's free. After that, you got to fight for them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Few people are talking about the crypto. Dan makes a massive point that it was a lot easier to trade and better to trade before the ETFs and all these kind of stuff started getting involved. It became really slow. You know, this year, because of the ETFs and all the big players in the game who have basically brought all the crypto or Bitcoin, doesn't move as much. That was actually how I found Topstep, because I was looking for another asset to trade. And Topstep was the first thing that came on my YouTube. So there you go.
Well, we added liquidity and screwed up the whole thing.
I was going to say. Well, all right. It's bottom of the hour. We got 30 minutes left in the session here on Power Hour. One time, click like, click subscribe. We're almost at 120,000 subscribers. 3,100 people watching across the globe. Yes, NQ trying to make a push lower here. Fourth time be the charm.
Hopefully we have enough time. If it does roll over to this VWAP or this golden pocket, would be nice if we get enough time.
I think you lost track.
Andre, are you refreshed? This is your first time on air today, right?
It is. It is indeed.
We missed you, man.
I missed you guys.
Nobody plays Andre like Andre. I tried.
Maybe you. I don't know if that's a good thing or a backhanded compliment or what, Hoag, but I'll take it. I like it. I'm messing with you.
No backhanded compliment. That's a compliment 100%, buddy.
Appreciate it. Push here. All right, just to recap, we're eyeing perhaps 57.69 in ES for perhaps a long, and in the NQ, 20,040. Mama said, hey, by the 80s.
Got an offer in it. We got an offer in at 20,144. High end of that balance area. I'm not sure we're still going to want it if it gets there. We can always cancel it if that's the case.
All right,
I feel like just selling 5 and going home.
ES or NQ?
Yes.
Yes. Hell, why not both? Why not both?
But I can't. We can't do that. It's not responsible trading.
If we push down, I guess I would want to I'd like to buy the ES if we start scaling in the zone of 57.70 to 57.65 around there. That's the resistance in that's the big fat round number in the SPX. I think it's where it wants to go, and it's
70.
not something to be married to, because if it blows through that, these things work both ways, where then, if it goes through it, then you got to start paying the put buyers, but they're much less. There's a lot more calls. The put people, the worst. It's like splinter in the foot.
Accelerate, yes.
You got the call people, you got the put people. They're always fighting.
Okay, so just to recap, do we like 69 still in the ES, or we're hands off for the time being?
It's a good level.
It's low value.
That's right. Very
we
good
still
level.
We still have
I don't-
negative delta too. I mean, there's a few things lining up here that it's worth a.
Yeah, and it's
not worth
back above negative
flopping a
10,000, 10,700 now. Dun, dun, dun. The plot
I like
thickens.
it. Huh? And keep an eye on the 40 level in the NQ. That's VWAP. Basically looking at VWAP in both NQ and ES. Everything's, like Jack said, lining up there. I just keep stepping in the NQ.
Canceling that offer in the NASDAQ. We'll revisit that if we get there. I just don't want to forget about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I got about 16 minutes till MOC. We have some hashtag power hour submissions we can go to.
Yeah, we do.
Let's do it, Gabe. We'll keep it on these markets. Let's do some hashtag power hour. If we get to some levels, we'll jump in.
More than I can probably get through in the amount of time that you're willing to give me, but let's go ahead and run through them real quick. First of all, Mick was in detention today. We kicked him out of the office. And I'm going to show that to you guys. So he took a little picture for us. JD said, "Get the hell out. I got to get on TV." So you're getting the boot. But yeah, that was pretty funny. I wanted to share that. Next up, we also have something Danielle shared as well. We have Sarag coming in the Facebook community. That's how the market is doing today. Daddy Powell right there looking at all the green, including the green probably in his pockets, but that's another conversation. So let's run over into some funded trader certificates from Ahmed. Congratulations. Nice. And yeah, be patient, stay safe. Thanks God. Good job there. You have a couple of 5K payout clubs. My Funded Journey.
Yeah.
Made it to the 5K club. How about a 50K club hat next? Oh, don't you worry. We've got some stuff in the works for some more clubs. I know Michael's on that right now. So stay tuned. Back-to-back 5K club hats. We got Fade Retail. Everybody's getting their deliveries. If you are still waiting on yours, thank you so much for your patience. We have one single person on this large job of sending out 5K hats. So we're working on improving that process and getting you out those quicker. But thank you to those that are waiting. You should get yours very, very soon. We also have a little bit of a trader win here. We got Lioness Rain locking the combine up for the day. Max gain on it feels good. So hitting that 50% consistency out of the 3K profit target. So way to keep it in line there. And I'm going to keep rolling, man. I'm telling you, I got a couple more. We got Lost Trader here.
Come on.
Lost Trader dropping a little Andre meme for us while he was up this morning.
What happened now?
If you haven't already, Andre does have an OnlyFans, but it's for trading purposes. So just a heads up. If you're looking for feet pics or anything in a little bit further down the street, that would not be the guy to go to. But all jokes aside, we got one more meme here from FA. This meme is about as confusing as MP's bread talk this morning.
I missed it. How'd it go?
Yeah, you missed it. It was pretty funny, man. I really enjoyed it. Jack, I don't know if you have anything to say on that little cheeseburger joke, but
how'd it go, Jack?
I must have missed that part of it, Gabe. Unfortunately, you've kind of pimped yourself here into telling this joke. Or what was the hot take from MP?
I love it.
Oh, that's what I was asking for somebody else to chime in on.
Come on, guys. All
Is anybody?
Is this real? All listen to the show. We
somebody
all know what it was.
The chat will definitely chime in and help us out.
Chat,
I had my
let me know
what
about MP's thoughts on cheeseburgers.
Huh? I got to hear this.
He lost 3 50 packs of sliders on separate occasions.
What do you?
You're not connecting A and B there.
3 crave cases.
3 crave cases.
All right. Well, I got a couple more. We got Sammy here. I can say Topstep TV is my daily routine now. I've learned more in 1 week than my 3 months just watching YouTube videos. Feels like a family that is fair and balanced. welcome to our family, Sammy, and everybody else. We love y'all. Appreciate you sending.
Hey, Sammy,
and I
when you
think I have-
hear
go ahead.
your family.
There you go. Sorry to cut you off there, Hoag. And then last one, I promise. I have Seth here. Another quick day on Top Step, securing $25,000 payout. Don't trade FOMC week full size, following the data. Great discipline. Oh, and I lied. I have one more. We got resilience coming in here, going to request my largest payout of $9,500 on Top Step. Shout out.
Amazing.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Back to you guys. Appreciate you bearing with me, but you guys sent in more than I could really get through today, and I think I got through more than we've ever gotten through. So appreciate y'all. Back to you.
Good work. Thanks, Gabe.
Andre, I just sent a message to the main chat channel. If anybody can figure out what MP said about cheeseburgers, Cooney gave a I don't know shrug.
He was talking about the auction process and how, you could trade cheeseburgers. If cheese gets too more expensive, then cheeseburgers would go up. And that was most of the gist of what I was talking about. There's no bread, or, there's too much meat, or something like that. He was talking about cheeseburger markets.
Interesting. I'll definitely amazing. The best, man.
Mohammed's saying a break above the 123. Yeah, Mohammed's saying he's looking at a breakout above 2123. Stops at 106. He will be going into that traffic at 140. So
we're there now.
1, 2, 3.
We're there now, yeah. Stops at 106.
We're long 5.
What are we talking now?
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Let's see, Mohammed.
Yep.
Stops at 106.
5, 20,000. 1, 2, 3. 106. Stop. Well, I'm target upside. It's in there somewhere. 150.
150s.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's a tricky one because you're kind of longing into some traffic.
Yeah, the delta. See if that delta gets squeezed here.
Well, Muhammad was hot on the last one.
Yeah. We look at Hoag. It was minus 7,200 about 16 minutes ago in the NQ. We look.
Well, in the NQ it was 2,700. Now it's minus 1,800, minus 1,900, minus 10 in the S&Ps. I mean, I like the long. I like it.
Yeah, I feel.
What's our target? What was the target he put in there?
150.
150s. Yeah. If it can hold above here, then I think if it holds this 1, 2, 3, then in that zone. But it looks to push.
Hope
that's
you
right
go.
Up to where it's right where we were thinking about selling it. Is up that 144. He's up at 150.
Yeah.
We'll go full screen if you don't mind.
Some stops. You would think there'd be some stops sitting around about there as well. The 157 just above.
All right, pushing higher here.
Going so far.
Yep. Nothing on tilt.
Tilt long 55.
Thank
you. Starting to eat up some of this negative delta in the S&Ps now as well.
I mean, if it really goes, you get some momentum too between the short covering and then the ES. Then you get to like the 57.50 strike price in the spot market for tomorrow, and then they got to buy it more.
Above 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Yep. Pushing here.
Well, Mohammed, we're in it. 5 in the S5 in the NASDAQ. So everybody get out and push.
I love it.
IB high is 136. I see that. Thank you.
6.
Thanks, Bear goes long.
Liquidity in here. Nothing shown in the ES really. Q upside. Nope.
I mean, if there is liquidity in the NASDAQ, it's higher.
Chop, chop, chop.
Yeah.
Chop, chop.
Oh, there's a spike. Ooh.
Ooh.
We're out.
Stop.
Yeah, that was a spike.
Sure was.
Came and got us.
Wow. Is that some volume to the man?
Yeah, there's a stop hunt.
Definitely a stop. Wow.
Yeah, they were looking. They're watching this. They're watching us.
Yeah, they're watching Topstep. Yeah.
Stopped out. Okay.
All right.
Oh, look at this.
Left 60.
Yeah, these are this volume profile is the whole regular trading hour session. Not the
Might as
overnight.
well wait for MOC at this point.
Yeah.
The chat so funny.
Oh, the best. Absolute best, Francis. Yep. Stop hunt came, got it. And here we go. MOC in about 5 minutes or so. Jack, you're flat, correct? You're short.
I'm flat. Yeah.
Okay.
Up a whopping 60 buckaroos.
There
I'll go a little bigger next time. Throw on the house account. Really, all I want to do right now is either buy somewhere in the 5760s or sell if we get a little squeezer to the upside first. I don't want to just sell here.
Every move's just
this
Francis.
NQ level. Yeah, I so want to short. You know that level that we wanted to short earlier, and then we missed the retest. Yeah, that 140, 145. Yeah.
What do we get to?
Yep.
We got to
We
6s.
We tapped into
36.75 was that high. No, it wasn't a bad call, Mohammed. It just didn't work.
Mom said,
that happens.
Mom said he'd get back in.
Yeah.
What's that? Get back
Muhammad
in?
said Muhammad said he would. I don't think he has, but he was considering it.
He would have.
Yeah.
He's putting in. He's in again.
Is he? Oh,
he tried. He's going back to the well.
Determination.
Hey,
we're in. On. Got away. Let's try and get in.
What price?
Try and get in.
He's gone in.
We're not yet.
Gone in.
Love it.
Slip past me. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it on the bid now. Come on. Come on. Oh.
3s? 3 on 5. 3 bid on 5.
There we're in. Now we're in.
All right. Back in.
So, Mohammed stopped the same place. 1 this time.
1.
Okay. Again. You still like the 50s to the upside?
There is, I mean, value high in the NASDAQ is 168. A nice little anomaly sticking out at 155.
168. Okay.
What's Muhammad's target on this?
155.
150 still is his target.
150s. Okay, 58s, 155s, 80s.
All right, Muhammad, we're behind you.
Yeah.
We're behind you, Muhammad.
Go.
2 minutes and change.
MOCs.
Oh, yeah.
Start calling it mock.
Mock, yep. Moo and mock.
The mock daddy.
Stockholm hammer.
Yeah.
Run this thing.
150.
Again. Push into the 132s.
Green cap, I just did that.
Looking for any liquidity. Come on.
80 seconds.
All right.
Muhammad
what was
on
that?
close. That's pretty good.
Muhammad, yeah. What was that MOC yesterday? It was pretty light. Nothing over a
It
bill.
was light.
Yeah. ES, NQ, and YM on the MOC. All right. Keep trying to push here. 50-50 tilt.
All right. Let's watch here.
Delta's going to get
It's trying to break.
squeezed. Yes, it is. What are you seeing, Francis?
Yeah, this is the opposite to way that I trade. So I couldn't long into this sort of resistance here. Yet.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. I can't long into this.
Sitting right at point of control.
Yeah.
I can't do
I'm
anything
tempted to short. I'm going to wait to see what happens in the next minute. So,
Well, next 14 seconds, we're about to find out.
Yeah.
All right. Stockholm hammer. 3, 2.
Engage.
Engage.
Stockholm hammer.
Oh.
Oh.
Hammer.
There we go.
Stockholm
There's the hammer.
Depends. It just could that flush a
We're at
Cito, as Rips would say.
Yeah.
What was it? I haven't seen it yet.
It's not out. It's not out yet on
It's all cells.
Financial Juice.
Wow. Yeah. What is it?
2.6 billion sell side. Somebody is saying. Thank you,
True.
Smoke 'em.
Behind. Wow.
Still waiting to see it on Financial Juice. There it is. Yeah, negative. S&P is negative 2.6 billion sell side. NASDAQ negative 2.1 billion sell side. Dow negative 600 million sell side. Mag 7 down negative 730 million sell side.
That'll do it.
That'll explain it.
Push. If it wasn't for the news, then or the data, should I say? Then that was the short. Yeah, I couldn't log into resistance.
Mohammed, don't blame yourself. We are all human.
Yeah.
I gotta say, that's one of the heavier MOC sell sides we've seen in quite some time.
Wait
And
till
after
tomorrow.
yesterday, but yeah, tomorrow should be wicked.
All right, 8 minutes left.
Would you still go for the long from? Would you still go for the longs at these VWAPs and on the ES and NQ?
Yeah, that was 40s, right? In the NASDAQ?
40s up, yeah. 20, even 25s up to the zone is 25s up to 60. It's a big zone, but you got the VWAP bang on 41. Obviously what Nick was waiting for. So it could be a level on the NQ. And on the ES, what Jack was saying, was it 76 or 67?
67, just behind the VWAP here. So I'm waiting until at least. I don't want to be aggressive on this. This could that's pretty. Yeah, we could gain some momentum here.
Nick, get ready to throw a chair.
Wow. 67s in ES and I guess in the 40s in NQ.
Nick Frick says he thinks the office equipment is safe today.
Lucky. You got lucky, chair.
There you go. There's a flush.
Yeah.
Bang on with that level, but we couldn't have done it into that little bit of data. It's just gambling.
Yes.
I do like this level though, coming up for long.
Yeah, it's just coming up pretty aggressive.
I'm always nervous when a market goes up and goes up and goes up.
Oh yeah, just put.
I just can never get in.
You're talking about the 40s, Francis, in NQ?
Yeah, I can never get in when a market just goes up all day, all day.
Here's yeah.
Oh, I try it. Okay. All right. Scaling it. Well, it's the very beginning of the position I want, just to get something on in case it rolls back.
This is S&Ps, right?
Yeah, this is S&Ps. So MES long to 57.72. Looking to scale if it gets into the high 60s, into a little bit of trouble, a little bit of something. Uh-oh.
5 minutes.
We got.
Those were ESs. But you know what? I'm not complaining.
Oh, happy.
Yes, happy accent.
Happy little accent.
Well, you know what, though? I had to get out of it. I would have still been holding it otherwise. It's devilish in here because I like looking at the chart for the ES so that I can see the actual ES dome. I know that I could have that and the MES up if I was trying to trade it.
Yeah.
Are you in, Jack?
I took it off. I'm up $217 because I thought I was in 2 MES, but it was 2 ES. I need like a shock collar on that.
Bounce.
Actually, I should just trade the ES.
Here comes some more selling.
Stockholm hammer.
Stockholm hammer brought the hammer today, Jack. How did you do this? So good.
Nick.
See, the reason I
failed
trade,
successfully.
We could. I'll talk to MP. I could trade ES. I am just, you see me on shoulder tab. Is given the size of the account they gave me,
just keep doing what you're doing,
I should be trading ES. Or sorry, MES.
4 minutes left in the session here on Power Hour. Day after FOMC. See some all-time new highs in the ES. We're starting to move here. Oh, Danielle says throw a 50. 50 banger on the ES. Wow.
All right. I'm down for at least a 5 banger if we get down in the 60s here.
Time. Will we have time?
Yeah,
We
longs.
have
We don't have
time.
time at this point. What am I doing? I just
Yeah, I'm just looking at
Did
the
you?
time.
We don't have time, but what we do have a
We're gonna
little
get
time
there.
for a we got time for a video. Well, you guys, is everyone flat? Are you guys looking to take a trade? Or
Not really.
all right, cool.
Flat everything.
3.5 minutes. We do a video. Gabe, show us this video. What do you got? I'm interested to see this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I got one more thing for you here. I'm just gonna go ahead and jump right into it.
What do you think you're going to shoot today?
We got one thing that Team Par does is we send it.
That's nice.
Oh yeah.
Fireballs.
Oh yeah. Come on. Oh yeah! Let's go! Par! Sitting in the car, trying to hang out, and I go, call me if you need me. What do they do?
It's Gabe and Michael out here. If anyone would hit me with the ball, I think it would be Michael. What did I tell you, people? What did I tell you, people?
Step on it, Danielle.
Come out here, I give you like 47, 48%. We're not playing that well. We're trying our damnedest. You suck. This might be best ball of the day. We're one under to the pin. Closest to the pin. We're one under. You're
What?
one under? No chance.
No way.
-1.
That's what he says, but Brooke said he's being a pain in the ass, so.
Good talk, Danny. Good talk. There's a lot of frustration on our team right now. There's no unity. Yes! And then we have Nick. They said we're playing 9. Looks like a guy who set this thing all up failed to communicate. Let's just get out
David
of
Ledbetter
here.
over
Keep
here.
driving.
Love it.
Oh, that was such a fun time. I can't wait until next year. I probably am going to hopefully shoot maybe 30 less shots or strokes than I did this last round.
Hey, I'll
I
do
only
it.
played like 9 holes, but it was a blast, man. I mean, it was obviously, have a couple drinks on the course, and it was just a great time to be with the team. And I don't know about you guys, but that was, even though I played like absolute dog, I think it was probably some of the best golf I've enjoyed all summer.
Very nice.
A lot of fun.
A great time. I actually hit the ball a lot better than I thought I would.
So, yeah, you had long drive for a minute, Hoag.
For a minute, yeah.
Who did win long drive? I don't know.
I think
I have
Aaron
no
did.
idea. I don't think we ever found out.
Oh, interesting. All right, 55 seconds left in the session. Power hour. All right, Francis, you were very, very patient today. We're going to have the same type of approach going into tomorrow. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, like you say, I've been kind of hands off this week, so we'll see. I probably won't force anything tomorrow, and then next week I'll be back in the swing of things. So just this week, little bit of time off, did a bit of reading, self-reflection, that type of things, and then I'll get straight back into it next week. So it was needed. It was needed for me.
Good for you. I like to hear that. We'll see you again next Thursday here in Power Hour. Jack, quick thoughts going into tomorrow. You said get ready for a bit of craziness, yeah?
Yeah, I will be on the golf course tomorrow for a charity event. Trying to decide, hey, if we get a dump here, maybe I'll buy some ES. Anyway, tomorrow's rebalancing options expiration for the quarter. That is going to make some wacky stuff, especially towards the end of the day. Expect a big, fat old MOC, among other things. Stay careful. Be safe, everybody. Have fun.
There it is. That's the bell, Hoag. Last thoughts before we throw it over to James for the outro. There it is. Hoag, what do you got?
Yeah, don't go to series looking for us tomorrow. That's one thing. We're not going to be there, and we apologize for saying we were going to be. We looked at things, and we're just not going to be able to do it. We will get something set up for everybody to join us one of these days very soon. Be good to yourself tonight. Eat something healthy. Go touch some grass. Get some exercise. Pet the dog. Have a ham sandwich. Have a glass of milk, and we'll see you in the morning.
Awesome, Hoag. Shout out to all the bellers. But in the meantime, throw it over to my man James. James, take us out of here.
Will do, Andre. Thank you, Andre, Hoag, Francis Green, Jack, for another Power Hour. And thank you to everyone for sticking around and watching us. Whether you were here bell to bell or you just watched the last 5 minutes, we're happy you're here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And while you're at it, don't forget that Brian Shannon is coming back to TopstepTV September 24th at 1 p.m. We're going to be looking forward to that. We're going to keep plugging it because it's really cool. He wrote a book. He's on TopstepTV. And Trustpilot, if you liked today's episode, if you didn't like today's episode, you want to give us feedback, we'll take it all. Please go ahead, head over to Trustpilot, leave us a link or a review. I'll drop the link. And yeah, as Eddie always says, now it's time for family. Go ahead and log off, close the computer, touch some grass, but also stick around to watch At the Buzzer with Coach Jay at 3:15. So maybe don't touch grass so fast. But once you're done touching that grass, come back for Slow Markets, Coach Dakota, 7:30. And other than that, I hope everybody watching has a wonderful night. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. As always, your chat. I'm James Harden, and this has been TopstepTV. Good night.